Chapter 1: A New Beginning. In the holographic online game Weights, there exists a player whose name circulates among top-tier players and guild leaders. But he is not the highest in level, nor does he possess the best equipment. His class isn't a hidden or unique one, and while his pet fails to make it on any rankings, he is nonetheless regarded as the most formidable player within the realms of Weights. This status is due to the fact that the player currently topping the level leaderboard can only be defeated by him, and the highest ranked equipment is merely something he has sold. He is a little-known expert in Weights, a player of legendary caliber. To a professional player, the rankings of equipment and levels hold little significance. Their true goal is to earn a living by maximizing their in-game profits. Though he has already amassed enough wealth to lead a comfortable life, he remains acutely aware of his position. He is a professional player who neither builds alliances nor vies for dominance, does not seek fame, and only focuses on earning money. Inside a temple, the player awaited the rewards for a task he had poured nearly 2 years of effort into completing. At that moment, he contemplated what kind of reward this long and arduous task might yield and what benefits it could bring him. Notably, this task was not a special or unique quest, but rather a mundane chain quest, one so common that anyone could undertake it. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that aside from him, no other players managed to complete it due to the overwhelming number of steps involved. When the player presented the required items to the NPC, a transformation unfolded before his astonished eyes. The ordinary old man morphed into a figure of grandeur and sanctity, emanating a presence that inspired a desire to worship. The NPC's name had changed to Heavenly Lord, a title that seemed to denote the divine overseer of all NPCs within Weights. With a gaze fixed upon the player, the Heavenly Lord spoke. "You are the first to complete the salvation quest. Your rewards are as follows. 1. An increase of 10 levels. 2. A set of growth divine gear capable of ascending to maximum level 3. A sacred beast companion. And 4. An increase of 5 levels to all your skills. Please select one of these rewards." Upon hearing this, the player struggled to believe what he was being offered. If he had known the rewards would be so extraordinary, he was certain someone else would have completed this task long ago. Though the journey to finish it had pushed him to the brink of madness, the potential rewards were enough to inspire frenzy. A set of growth divine gear reaching full potential was an unimaginable treasure, with the value of such equipment exceeding even the most elite in Weights. Sacred Beast Companions represented unrivaled power after nearly 2 decades of operation. The highest-ranking pet was merely a celestial beast. Furthermore, skill level enhancement had always been a major concern for players in Weights, as there was no upper limit to skill levels. Each incremental increase augmented effects by over 10%, and gaining 5 levels across all skills was astoundingly valuable. If he had focused solely on skill training over the last 2 years, he might have only achieved a rise of 2 or 3 levels, not accounting for the in-game currency spent during the process. The last option, changing to a full profession, lacked the same allure, but it remained a difficult choice for someone aware of the benefits of the rewards. Ultimately, the player gritted his teeth and declared, "I choose to become a full-class profession." A mysterious smile spread across the Heavenly Lord's face, leaving the player perplexed. As the divine figure raised his hand, he proclaimed, "A new chapter begins. The gears of fate turn anew. Accept the reward that belongs to you." At the sound of his voice, the player felt his environment shift dramatically. The ground crumbled, and dark thunderclouds loomed above, threatening to swallow the entire world. With the culmination of the Heavenly Lord's words, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In the haze of twilight, the player sensed someone calling his name. Though he strived to listen intently, the words remained elusive, rendering them incomprehensible. At that moment, he lingered in a drowsy state, hearing voices as if through a dream. In the depths of his mind, he questioned his condition, wondering what had happened to him. Gradually, he recalled that he was indeed in the game and that he had finally completed that infuriating chain quest. The thought of the task's torturous nature made him shudder. Thankfully, that ordeal was finally behind him. He remembered selecting his reward to become a full-class profession, a remarkable shift from his previous status as an ordinary spellcaster. Now he was a full-class character. Although he was uncertain of the benefits it would bring, surely it couldn't be anything but advantageous. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely recalled the Heavenly Lord mentioning a new chapter. This puzzled him, as memory suggested that every new chapter in weights required a system restart. Yet, he hadn't logged out, which raised the question, had he fallen into unconsciousness somehow? And if so, how had he become unconscious? His mind was fraught with chaotic thoughts when the voices around him began to clarify. "Lien, do not worry, this will work out fine," spoke a young man, his tone imbued with a gentle confidence. "Are you certain?" Hai Jianfeng's wrath isn't something anyone can endure. Not even Lord Ma, a woman's hesitant voice replied. "Rest assured, he is currently sealed in ice. This freezing spell will last an hour, and soon the wolf pack will arrive. When they do, they won't harm the frozen Gao Chen. Once the ice melts, the wolves will take his life, and by that time, we will have ample witnesses to prove we were not present. With no evidence, what can Hai Jianfeng do?" The man's tone was brimming with confidence and indifference, coinciding with the distant howls of wolves. After a brief pause, the woman said, "Very well, let's move quickly." In the wake of her words, the player heard the sound of their footsteps receding. This exchange hinted at the possibility of a quest being available. It appeared that the two were NPCs. Typically, such dialogue suggested the opportunity for engagement in a quest, but at this moment, he was unable to respond, left to ponder the significance of the conversation as it faded away. The priority for him now was to awaken. Suddenly, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind, jolting the player with shock. Gao Chen, male, son of General Gao Jianfeng of the Rongwei Empire. At just under 18 years of age, he was already a household name within the empire, but not merely for his lineage. His reputation stemmed from his exceptional aptitude. Renowned as a talented individual, he had eschewed martial skill to devote himself entirely to literature. While this choice alone might not have elevated him to fame, his literary achievements left many in awe, causing even the celebrated playwright Sima Xiangru to lament the emergence of new talents. Rumors suggested that Sima himself acknowledged his inferiority to Chen. The memories of Gao Chen's 16 years flickered through his mind like a snippet of fast-forwarded film. In a remarkably brief moment, clarity emerged, and he awoke fully, assimilating the memories that shaped his identity as the son of General Gao Jianfeng. Yet he wondered, if he truly was the son of that heralded general, where did these new memories come from? His thoughts spun in confusion, and the smile of the heavenly lord lurked ominously in his mind. Could this be another quest? Yet he had never heard of such a thing existing in Weights. Was he now a player or an NPC? He understood that NPCs live their lives within the game's world, blissfully unaware of their digital nature. Yet now, he bore the identity of an NPC. This left him baffled. Was this the new content heralded by the latest chapter? No one could provide answers. For now, he understood he needed to regain his faculties. Checking his inventory, he was struck dumb. What was this? His inventory had reverted to that of a novice. All items had disappeared, and he was left with nothing but the slow restoration of health instead of the magical healing potion he had expected to consume. It then struck him that he was now a full-class player, and he was eager to see what changes had occurred in his stats. He opened his character panel, and upon seeing his attributes, he stood frozen in disbelief. Name, Gao Chen. Class, full class. Level 1, survival points, 0. Experience to level up, 0:100. Stamina, 19. Magic power, 18. Defense, 0:2. Magical defense, 0:1. Attack, 11. Spirit, 0:1. Magic, 0:1. Accuracy, 5. Agility, 18. Luck, 0. What was happening? Why had he reverted to level 1? He had spent nearly 20 years reaching level 200. Was this consequence of the quest? Did he truly pay such a hefty price for transitioning to a full-class profession? He had felt gratitude for completing the task, but if he had known it would erase all progress, he would never have taken on that torturous quest. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. The critical issue was that his survival points were now a dismal 0. In Weights, survival points equated to a character's lifespan. If these points reached 0, that meant death within the game, akin to deleting one's account. Thus, newcomers were never in short supply in Weights. It appeared that aside from gaining the full profession, all his previous achievements had been wiped clean. As he scrutinized his character panel once more, Gao Chen finally discovered a glimmer of hope. His starting attributes seemed to reflect those of the highest tier across the 3 primary classes. However, He was uncertain whether his growth in attributes during leveling would align with that excellence. For now, his foremost objective was to level up. Only through increasing his survival points could he consider his next steps. Let the journey begin anew, Gao Chen resolved silently. Chapter 2. Ascending 7 levels. Upon examining his current state, Gao Chen realized he was no longer merely a master. He should now be referred to as Gao Chen, that he understood that he was still ensnared in a state of frost. His body immobilized. Was this the reason for his unconsciousness? His immediate task was to liberate himself from this frozen condition. Moreover, his life points had dwindled to mere fragments. Glancing at his skill panel, he confirmed the acquisition of 3 skills, the foundational skills of the 3 primary classes: basic swordsmanship, fireball, and healing. After casting several healing spells upon himself, Gao Chen finally restored his health. Yet he remained unable to move, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You are afflicted by frost, with 10 minutes remaining. At that moment, Gao Chen recalled that he had indeed been struck by frost, with the knowledge gained from the sudden influx of 16 years of memories. He comprehended the peril he was about to face. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for Mag. Through the information that had abruptly appeared in his mind, Gao Chen learned of an artifact known as the life token on this continent. Each member of a prominent family possessed their own life token, which would shatter upon their death. According to Mag's calculations, he would be torn apart by a pack of wolves in half an hour. Simultaneously, his life token would break, making it exceedingly simple for Mag to fabricate evidence of his absence. Even if the Gao family suspected Mag, the lack of proof would render them powerless to act against him. In that case, Gao Chen would meet an ambiguous demise. This revelation left Gao Chen in awe of the game's remarkably immersive backdrop. However, everything had changed now. Had he not arrived, that life token would have surely shattered. Yet, the current Gao Chen was not the same as before. Healing spells were actually shortening the duration of the frost effect, and now Gao Chen was no longer the feeble NPC he once was. He had transformed into a player endowed with gaming abilities. After casting a few more healing spells, the frost duration was reduced to a mere 2 minutes, but his mana reserves were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, 3 or 4 wolves had gathered around him, and their numbers were steadily increasing, which deterred Gao Chen from exhausting his mana. Time slipped away as Gao Chen anxiously awaited the slow recovery of his mana. 2 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the number of wolves had swelled to 7, an undeniable pack. As the frost shattered, Gao Chen hurled a fireball at one of the wolves, a damage indicator of -5 appearing above its head. Although the wolf had only 30 health points, that 5 points of damage felt rather insufficient. Concurrently, Gao Chen sprinted towards a tree approximately 2 meters in diameter. Faced with 7 wolves, he had to move swiftly, or he would become their next meal. After just a few steps, Gao Chen found himself cursing under his breath. What in the world is this speed? At this rate, how can I possibly outrun a wolf? His speed was woefully inadequate, nearly half that of the wolves. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to flee. Encountering just 1 wolf would be manageable, but now there were 7, and their numbers were likely to grow. His only chance of survival lay in climbing the tree ahead. At that moment, the wolf struck by the fireball lunged angrily at Gao Chen. He swiftly turned, activating the basic swordsmanship skill inherent to warriors that in this realm. Basic swordsmanship was far more than the rudimentary skills found in traditional flat games. It encompassed thrusts, slashes, and various sword techniques, complemented by corresponding footwork. Within the entire warrior skill framework, basic swordsmanship was crucial. Without sufficient proficiency in it, mastering subsequent skills would be impossible. The higher the level of basic swordsmanship, the greater the bonuses received from future skills. For instance, if basic swordsmanship were at level 3, the skill of assassination would yield a 1.1x attack multiplier. At level 4, it would become 1.2x. At level 5, 1.3x. Furthermore, there was no upper limit to skill levels in this realm. What did this signify? However, for Gao Chen, these concepts felt distant. His basic swordsmanship was still at level 0. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Gao Chen was unarmed. Although he lacked a weapon, he could still utilize basic swordsmanship with his hands. Delivering a strike to the wolf's abdomen, that a damage indicator of -4 emerged, that the wolf recoiled from the blow. Gao Chen sprinted forward again, that it is often said that in moments of life and death, Individuals can summon incredible strength, and Gao Chen was precisely in such a moment that in the blink of an eye, he had reached the base of the tree. Just as he leaped upward, another wolf lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his foot, causing Gao Chen to yelp in pain. "Shut down the pain system! Quickly shut down the pain system!" he shouted, but received no response to that moment. Several wolves surged towards him in unison. Should they overwhelm him, it would be game over. With no time to ponder why he couldn't disable the pain system, Gao Chen grasped a branch of the tree and thrust a basic swordsmanship attack at the wolf's eyes. The wolf, yelping in pain, released its grip. Seizing the moment, Gao Chen scrambled upwards, quickly ascending to a branch approximately 2 to 3 meters above the ground. Checking his health, he was dismayed to find he had only a sliver of life remaining. One more hit, and his virgin demise would be sealed. If he were to perish, it would be a tragedy, especially considering that his survival points were at 0. Dying would cost him survival points. He hastily cast several healing spells to restore his health. "Oh no," he muttered as he noticed the number of wolves below increasing again, observing them leaping and snapping at him. Gao Chen chuckled. While they could jump quite high, they couldn't reach him. Since they could not harm him, he seized the opportunity to retaliate, that a fireball soared toward the wolf that had lost 9 health points, resulting in another -5 damage indicator. Pleased with the outcome, Gao Chen continued launching fireballs at the wolves below. After a series of spells, he received his first experience points in this game, albeit a mere 30 points. Nevertheless, it was a promising start. Most importantly, the wolf had dropped the item Gao Chen desired most at that moment. A wooden sword. He quickly retrieved the wooden sword from his inventory and examined its attributes. Wooden sword, attack 2 to 5. Requires level 1, weight 1, that this would add 5 points to his attack, ensuring that his basic swordsmanship would no longer deal a pitiful 4 damage. However, Gao Chen was not foolish enough to jump down for a melee encounter. Such an act would be tantamount to suicide, especially with over 10 wolves waiting below. While they could not reach him in the tree, he could methodically eliminate them with fireballs, a strategy he resolved to employ. Thus, Gao Chen commenced his barrage of spells. The instantaneous fireballs consumed little mana, and within a mere minute or two, another wolf lay slain. Another 30 experience points were secured, and upon checking his experience bar, Gao Chen calculated he needed to slay 2 more wolves to level up. Upon inspecting his mana, he realized he likely wouldn't have enough to kill a wolf, and without mana, close combat was not an option, that he had no choice but to wait for his mana to regenerate. After about a minute, he regained a few points of mana, which, while meager, should suffice to take down 2 wolves. Another round of fireball bombardment commenced, and as the second wolf fell, the system chimed in. "Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up." Ding. Common clothing discovered. This particular wolf not only elevated Gao Chen's level, but also yielded a piece of clothing. Elated, he reviewed his attributes. His health was now 25, and his mana stood at 26. Truly, the full-time class was exceptional. The growth of health reflected that of a warrior, while the mana mirrored that of a mage. What splendid fortune! Gao Chen had initially been concerned about insufficient mana or health, but it seemed those worries were unfounded. However, he still pondered whether attributes like attack, magic, and spirit would also grow. In truth, he decided it mattered little, as those attributes were inherently reliant on equipment for enhancement. After donning the clothing, he resumed his magical onslaught, as wolves continued to fall before him. Observing the charred corpses strewn about, Gao Chen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Swiftly descending the tree, he suddenly recalled Mag's assertion that a pack of wolves would soon arrive. Did these 10 or so wolves truly constitute a pack? In Gao Chen's recollections, a pack of wolves was a dense, dark mass. Why, then, were no more wolves approaching? As he pondered this question, he continued forward until he reached the spot where he had been frozen. There, he discovered the source of the issue, a carcass of an animal, mangled beyond recognition. Judging by its appearance, it resembled a sheep or similar creature, gazing at the darkened blood on the ground. Gao Chen understood where the problem lay. It was the scent of blood that had drawn them in, and now these wolves lay slain by their own fireballs, certainly unable to attract more of their kind. Gao Chen returned beneath the tree and struck down upon the neck of one wolf with his sword. The creature's blood gushed forth from the wound. Approaching another wolf, Gao Chen again raised his wooden sword and wildly slashed at its body. causing blood to slowly seep from the inflicted wounds. Before long, a rustling sound caught his attention, and he turned to see another wolf approaching. Instantly, he reacted and sprinted towards the tree, but after a few steps, he pondered, "What am I running from? It's merely one wolf. I could easily slay it." He reminded himself that he was not just a mage, but a warrior as well. Thus, Gao Chen lifted his wooden sword and charged at the wolf, employing basic swordsmanship techniques that made him feel remarkably swift. The vital point of a wolf is not in its head. As the saying goes, a copper head, an iron tail, and a tofu waist, which aptly describes the wolf. He struck down at its waist, and a -10 damage notification floated up. Gao Chen felt exhilarated. This was far more effective than a fireball at this rate. He could dispatch a wolf in just 3 strikes. Dodging the wolf's attack, he thrust his sword into its flank once more, and yet another -10 appeared. Just then, another wolf appeared on the scene. He cast a fireball at the newly arrived wolf. But in a moment of carelessness, the previous wolf managed to scratch him, resulting in a -5 damage notification. Although the cloth armor provided only minimal defense, it was still far better than having none at all. He swiftly turned and dispatched the wolf, gaining another 30 experience points to that moment. The second wolf charged at him, only to be met by another fireball. Gao Chen advanced with his sword and swiftly dealt with it in 2 strikes. Glancing at his experience bar, he realized that one more wolf would suffice to level up. Currently at level 2, he was on the brink of reaching level 3. He cast a healing spell on himself, quickly restoring his health to full, and sat down to await the wolves' respawn. Gao Chen reveled in this exhilarating feeling. He had once been a mere ordinary mage, brimming with ideas about the combination of warrior maneuvers, and even having advised other warriors, yet he had never had the opportunity to test them himself. Until now, perhaps it was the excessive blood loss from the wolf, whose neck he had severed, that had created a potent scent. For in a short time, yet another wolf appeared in his line of sight, prompting him to rise quickly. As the wolf lunged at him, Gao Chen unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Just as the wolf reached him, he thrust his sword into its neck, claiming the experience it offered without sustaining even a scratch. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. The delightful sound of the system echoed in Gao Chen's mind. The alternating attacks of fireballs and basic swordsmanship caused the corpses of wolves to accumulate, and to hasten their arrival, Gao Chen unleashed more blood. He lost count of how many wolves he had slain. And astonishingly, by the time dawn broke, he had reached level 7. As he gazed at the emerging light on the horizon, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Although leveling up fully restored his health and magic, it could not replenish his depleted spirit. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he realized it was time to return home. From the information he had gathered, he knew he resided with the Gao family, despite the exhilarating blend of warrior and mage skills. He still required rest. With a calm and measured approach, as a professional player, he understood the necessity of managing his schedule wisely. Chapter 3: Disconnection Failure. Main quest. Looking up at the horizon, Gao Chen suddenly realized that dawn had already broken. The numerous wolf carcasses strewn across the ground made him reflect how trivial life is and how effortlessly one can level up. Given the passage of time, he believed some individuals must have grown disheartened. The some individuals he referred to were undoubtedly those like Mag, who had nearly taken his life. Having leveled up several times, Gao Chen was now certain that his attribute growth was truly remarkable. Reaching the peak values of the 3 core classes at level 7, his health stood at 60 points, magic at 65 points, and both attack and magic had correspondingly increased. He was acutely aware of what this represented. Yet, Gao Chen still felt exceedingly weak. He knew that such attributes were insignificant compared to his potential at level 200, and what he yearned for most was to return to the city and inspect the contents of his storage. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of his storage evoked a sense of foreboding within Gao Chen. He made his way back to the Gao family estate, within a room of the Duke's residence in the capital. 2 individuals were present, a youth and a middle-aged man. The room's decor indicated its primary purpose, with shelves filled to the brim with books. That moment, the youth spoke with a puzzled expression. "It seems this time we have failed. I just don't understand how." His mind was filled with questions. How could a seemingly foolproof plan falter? One must ponder how a defenseless scholar could possibly survive against a pack of wolves. despite the countless doubts, the truth lay before him. The lack of any activity from the general's residence spoke volumes. After he spoke, the middle-aged man replied, "Although he may merely be a scholar, he is the son of Gao Jianfeng, and he will not perish so easily. There will be many opportunities." His calm, measured tone and wise demeanor radiated an aura that could only be cultivated through years of holding high office. He was none other than Master, the Prime Minister of the Firestorm Empire, a figure of immense authority. "But I am truly discontented." Mag gritted his teeth, his voice laced with frustration. Master responded, "Enough, let today's events pass. Forget about it. The morning court is approaching, and I must attend." With that, he made his exit, leaving Mag seething with dissatisfaction. Though he harbored many grievances, he understood that it was futile. That a scowl creased his face as he seethed internally. "Since you survived, I will make you regret it." With a long, exasperated sigh, he relaxed and walked outside. It was time for his daily training. Born into a family of privilege, he had long understood the importance of strength. And to attain formidable power, one must make commensurate sacrifices. This very notion fueled his disdain for Gao Chen. That morning, an unusual occurrence transpired at the general's estate. The renowned scholar Gao Chen appeared before the public in disheveled clothing, unkempt hair, and weary eyes, having been exhausted from the previous night. Clad in simple cloth, he starkly contrasted the pristine image of the scholar that everyone was accustomed to seeing at that moment. Gao Chen bore little resemblance to the talented youth. Rather, he resembled a madman. Ignoring the whispers of the servants, he made his way to the room that belonged to him in his memory. After a long night of exertion, all he desired was a good night's sleep, and he wished to disregard everything else. Just then, a voice pierced through the air. "Chen'er, where were you last night?" As Gao Chen prepared to enter his room, the familiar voice reached his ears. That was a voice filled with strength, care, and sincerity, one he recognized immediately as belonging to his adoptive father, the national protector of the Firestorm Empire, General Gao Jianfeng. "Father, good morning. Did I just return from outside?" Gao Chen replied, turning to face him. Gao Jianfeng examined his son and remarked, "Why are you dressed so strangely? Did you encounter any danger last night?" This was the true question he sought to ask. For last night, there had been a moment when Gao Chen's life medallion had dimmed, a phenomenon that only occurred when one's soul was at its most fragile, an indication of impending death. This caused great concern for Gao Jianfeng, who had been unable to locate his son. Fortunately, after a time, the life medallion returned to its original state, easing his worries. After a moment's thought, Gao Chen replied, "It's nothing. Father, from today onwards, I wish to begin my training. I want to become strong." While the initial statement may not have held much weight for Gao Jianfeng, the latter half, expressing his desire to train and become powerful, left him momentarily stunned. This was precisely what Gao Jianfeng had longed for. Yet Gao Chen's sudden shift caught him off guard. With a voice filled with excitement, he exclaimed, "Chen'er, have you truly decided to train? That is wonderful. You've finally come to your senses." His tone brimmed with enthusiasm and relief, which Gao Chen could easily comprehend. After all, this world revered strength above all else. Gao Jianfeng had urged him multiple times to pursue martial training. Yet Gao Chen had consistently declined. Now, the unexpected declaration had filled Gao Jianfeng with unparalleled joy. "Yes, I have come to understand that a scholar who is of no use is merely a burden to protect everything I hold dear. Only formidable strength can ensure my reality. Everything else is but fleeting clouds." Gao Chen's voice resonated with determination and confidence. Though he was still at level 7, he believed he could ascend to the pinnacle of the world. At that moment, Gao Chen marveled at how incredibly real this game felt, as he found himself convinced that he was indeed the son of Gao Jianfeng. Gao Jianfeng cast a penetrating gaze at Gao Chen, and in that moment, Gao Chen felt as though he was being laid bare. This was the aura belonging to a fifth-tier powerhouse. In that scrutinizing glance, Gao Chen sensed that he had lost all semblance of privacy before Gao Jianfeng. Fortunately, this imposing presence was but a fleeting moment, as Gao Jianfeng spoke. "Very well. Since you have decided to embark on your cultivation journey, we shall commence tomorrow. For now, you should rest." Gao Chen replied, "I shall take my leave." With that, he turned toward his chamber, just as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Accept Gao Jianfeng's expectations. Stunned by the unexpected task, Gao Chen glanced at the task description. Task summary. Gao Jianfeng, the National Guardian General of the Fire Beacon Empire, yearns for his son Gao Chen, who has long shunned martial prowess in favor of scholarly pursuits, to begin his cultivation post-haste, in hopes that he might one day inherit the General's mantle and elevate the Gao family's legacy. Task reward, unknown. Task failure. Survival points reset to 0. Perusing the task details, Gao Chen was bewildered. What kind of task was this, where failure resulted in the loss of all survival points? Wasn't that tantamount to account deletion? Setting aside his confusion, the task's name alone, Gao Jianfeng's expectations, signaled its gravity. One must understand that for a father, the hopes he harbors for his progeny are never trivial, and failure was not an option. Gao Chen fervently thought, I shall not accept. Yet the system's response left him flustered. Ding. This task is a mainline quest in the early stages and cannot be declined. Do you accept the task? What the hell? It explicitly stated that it couldn't be refused, yet it still inquired about acceptance. Was this some sort of mockery? Resigned, he accepted the task, and the system chimed in once more. Ding. Task accepted. Gao Jianfeng's expectations. Step 1. Achieve the rank of a second tier, level 20 or above, warrior within 1 year. Task reward. Moon in the Well, magic wand, silver snake. Level up by 1, survival points 10. Gold, 100,000. Upon reading the task description, Gao Chen found himself at a loss for words, particularly regarding the survival points. After leveling up 7 times, he had only gained a meager 7 points previously. In the first 10 levels, a single level up granted 10 points. Though disheartened, he dismissed it from his mind, reasoning that reaching level 20 didn't seem too daunting. After all, he had managed to achieve level 7 in just one night. While the levels would become increasingly difficult to attain, he felt this requirement was still manageable, especially considering the generous rewards. Without further ado, he decided to log off and sleep. He then summoned the exit from the game. Ding. Exiting will deduct 100 survival points, and the downtime will last 1 hour. Do you wish to exit? What the hell? Deducting 100 survival points, an hour's downtime. What does that even mean? Gao Chen exclaimed, yet received no reply. Accepting the situation, he resolved to rest, comforted by the ample nutrient solution available in the game pod. With that thought, he lay down and fell asleep in the general's estate's grand hall. Gao Jianfeng addressed an elderly man. Uncle Li, do you have any knowledge of what transpired with Chen'er last night? Gao Jianfeng was genuinely perplexed by Gao Chen's lamentation of being an utterly useless scholar. In his earlier days, Gao Chen had been quite different, that if anything had influenced this change in Gao Chen's mindset, it must have been the events of the previous night. Remembering how close Gao Chen's life jade tablet had come to shattering, Gao Jianfeng could not believe it was a mere coincidence. The Uncle Li he was consulting held considerable standing within the Gao family, having served alongside the previous family head, Gao Liken, although he referred to himself as a servant. None in the Gao family dared treat him as such. Last night, the young master's life jade tablet was nearly shattered. It seems there was an attempt on his life. However, he appears unscathed today. Which can only mean one thing, Uncle Li said gravely. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Gao Jianfeng's expression grew serious. Could it be magic, specifically mental magic? He muttered to himself. It appears I am correct. However, those who wield mental magic are all above the 3rd tier. Why would they let Chen'er go? Uncle Li interjected. Regardless of who it was, I refuse to believe there wouldn't be any traces left behind that I will investigate immediately. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Li, Gao Jianfeng responded hastily. In the future, it would be prudent to refrain from such formalities, Master. I shall take my leave now, he said before turning and vanishing from Gao Jianfeng's sight in the blink of an eye. Gao Jianfeng murmured, perhaps I should be thanking you instead. With that, he set off toward the palace, knowing that with Uncle Li investigating, he still needed to attend the morning court. Chapter 4, Talent Assessment. Young Master, it is time for dinner. In his hazy dreams, Gao Chen envisioned himself having reached level 200. Adorned in formidable god-level gear, mastering all skills, with an invincible sacred beast companion, standing triumphant over the most powerful bosses in the game. Just as he reveled in his glory, a voice pulled him back to reality. Opening his bleary eyes, he glanced at the magical clock on the wall and realized he had barely rested for 4 hours, yet felt utterly revitalized, devoid of any fatigue. Looking at the innocent young maid who had awakened him, her bashful demeanor made Gao Chen think how such a girl would undoubtedly be a rare gem in reality. From the memories of another Gao Chen, he recognized her as Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, has my father returned? He asked, unable to suppress a sense of wonder at how realistic the game felt. Xiao Yi picked up Gao Chen's clothing, assisting him in dressing while saying, "The master has returned." But for some reason, he seems rather displeased. "Oh," he replied, pondering whether his father had learned of the previous night's events. With such thoughts lingering, Gao Chen dressed and made his way outside, while Xiao Yi busied herself tidying the room. He shook his head, reflecting that he could hardly enjoy such treatment in reality. Soon, he arrived at the dining hall, which was vast, with numerous courtyards within the Gao estate, making it easy for one to lose their way. Upon entering, he discovered a gathering of people, his direct relatives, all of whom were his elders, as Gao Chen was the only younger generation left in the Gao family. After greeting each elder, he took his seat at the designated place. At that moment, Gao Jianfeng spoke. "Chener, since you have decided to begin your cultivation, we shall assess your attributes after dinner to determine whether you should pursue magic or martial arts." As soon as Gao Jianfeng finished speaking, a younger man resembling him, but with a few more years, chimed in. "So, Chener, you have finally decided to cultivate. Now that's the spirit of a true Gao family man. Work hard, and do not tarnish our family's name." This was Gao Chen's second uncle, Gao Jianjiang, a man whose battlefield achievements accounted for at least half of Gao Jianfeng's glory, that a relentless killing machine on the battlefield. He had always lamented Gao Chen's preference for scholarship over martial prowess. Now that Gao Chen had decided to cultivate, he was elated, exclaiming, "Brother, this is splendid news. We must celebrate with a few drinks today." Others too expressed their joy at Gao Chen's decision, showering him with congratulatory words. Gao Jianfeng chuckled. "You indeed. Today, you may indulge, but do not overdo it, understood?" Gao Chen was well aware of his second uncle's penchant for drinking. Aside from cultivation, he spent his days inebriated, much to Gao Jianfeng's chagrin, who kept a tight leash on his drinking habits. This was because Gao Jianjiang had a tendency to get drunk easily, and his behavior while intoxicated left much to be desired. The meal concluded amidst the family's joyous atmosphere. While the game provided a sense of satiety, Gao Chen felt today's meal bore an inexplicable richness compared to previous ones, perhaps due to dining among NPCs, particularly those of his own kin, and the fact that he possessed an NPC identity in a family as influential as the generals. The stones used for testing physical attributes were certainly of high quality. Gao Chen had undergone such testing in his youth, during which his attributes had been rather mediocre, limiting him to martial techniques while excluding magic in this realm. Magic users held a superior status, not merely due to the rarity of magical talent. In battles of equal rank, magic users often found themselves at a disadvantage, but those above the third tier wielded powers that left their warrior counterparts in awe on the battlefield, that a sixth-tier mage unleashing their full might could obliterate a small city. This was the reason for the prestigious status of mages. They harnessed divine power. Each empire boasted a seventh-tier mage, and in this known world, only 4 seventh-tier mages existed across 4 empires. Underscoring the significance of such individuals, from his memories, Gao Chen recalled that the method for testing attributes was quite simple. One needed only to place their hand upon the testing stone and concentrate, leaving the remainder to the designated testers. Looking at the stone before him, Gao Chen felt no discernible difference. It appeared much like ordinary jade, albeit significantly larger, square and cubic in size. However, its purpose was far from ordinary. Though troubled in heart, Gao Chen obediently approached and placed his hand upon the jade stone. At that moment, his aunt, Gao Tingjuan, approached, softly intoning a spell that Gao Chen could not comprehend. Upon finishing her incantation, the jade stone began to respond, but a faint white light emanated from the stone, a mere glimmer, yet enough to excite the Gao family, indicating that Gao Chen possessed the potential to cultivate magic. Although this seemed to be a light-based magic with little offensive capability, it boasted formidable healing abilities, an invaluable asset on the battlefield. Thus, today was destined to be an exhilarating day for the Gao family. Just as the white light ceased to flicker, a soft red glow emerged from the jade stone. The red hue signified a fire attribute, revealing that Gao Chen could also cultivate fire-based magic. Was it possible for him to possess dual attributes of light and fire? Such a combination would yield the most powerful offensive magic alongside potent healing spells, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary magic users. However, before their excitement could settle, the jade stone reacted once more, this time emitting a yellow glow, indicative of an earth attribute. The strongest defensive magic, 3 attributes combined. This left the Gao family in a state of astonishment. Few individuals across the continent could cultivate dual attributes, let alone 3 that should he grow to his potential. A dual attribute cultivator could undoubtedly reach the 7th tier, while a triple attribute cultivator had only one historical precedent, the 8th tier celestial mage. Adis, who founded a mage organization that eclipsed even the 4 great empires, a guild that all mages aspired to join. Amidst the shock of the Gao family, the jade stone began to flicker with additional colors. A kaleidoscope of hues flashing before them, some of which had never been seen before, representing unknown attributes. This led the Gao family to question whether the jade stone might indeed be malfunctioning. When Gao Chen opened his eyes and observed the astonished expressions of his elders, he inquired, "Father, what is the matter with you all?" During the test, he had closed his eyes to concentrate and was unaware of the jade stone's earlier flashing like a strobe light. Gao Jianfeng did not respond to Gao Chen's question. Instead, he spoke to Gao Tingjuan in a voice tinged with trepidation. "Sister, you should try it as well." Without a word, Gao Tingjuan placed her hand upon the jade stone, eager to ascertain whether it was indeed faulty. Moments later, a blue light shimmered from the stone, signifying that Gao Tingjuan was a wind magic user. After this azure glow, the jade ceased its flickering. All of this confirmed that it was functioning correctly. The group exchanged glances, and Gao Jianjiang spoke up, "Shouldn't Chin'er try again? After all, he only demonstrated the talent of a warrior last time." Gao Tingjuan replied, "No need for another test. This jade stone cannot be mistaken. Even if it were, it would attest to Chin'er's exceptional nature." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Jianjiang ceased speaking and turned his gaze to Gao Jianfeng. With a serious demeanor, Gao Jianfeng declared, "Let us consider today as if it never occurred. You all understand the consequences should this information leak." Gao Jianfeng's expression was grave. It was known that the world was divided between the mundane and the cultivation realms, the latter being a realm 100 times more powerful. It was said that at least 5th-tier powerhouses resided within that world, where even 9th-tier and 10th-tier beings existed. Whether there were even greater entities beyond that was beyond Gao Jianfeng's knowledge. If today's events were to spread before Gao Chen had matured, he would face a dire threat to his life. Witnessing the somber expressions of those present, Gao Chen asked, "What attributes do I possess? Can I cultivate magic?" Though he posed the question, he was aware within himself that he could acquire numerous skills. In weights, the mage's skills were quite comprehensive, encompassing nearly every element, alongside those of sorcerers and warriors. In later stages, warrior skills could even be ranged attacks, all boasting exceptionally high damage. While NPCs could also use these skills, players were inherently superior, were they not? From tomorrow onwards, you shall diligently train. When the Magic Martial Academy commences, you will attend classes there, Gao Jianfeng stated, avoiding a direct answer to Gao Chen's inquiry. Not particularly concerned by his father's lack of response, Gao Chen's thoughts turned to what attending school entailed. Wasn't leveling up about slaying monsters? Could this Magic Martial Academy be a hidden map? Chapter 5. Combat experience increased, though he yearned to uncover the true nature of the Magic Martial Academy as a map. Gao Chen understood that all would be revealed once the academy opened. For now, he intended to explore this city, to determine which map it belonged to, and to check his inventory for the numerous treasures he had acquired. He pondered silently, attempting to access the map, only to receive a system prompt indicating that his level was insufficient to unlock the map function. This left Gao Chen feeling disheartened, as he recalled that previous newcomers could seemingly access the map. The system's notification was disheartening indeed that he then considered opening the shop, prompting another notification. Ding, quest discovered. Would you like to activate the shop system? Quest introduction. In this brand new world, the shop system has become lost within the chaotic currents of space. To reclaim the shop system, one must first learn a spatial skill, blink, to traverse through space. Quest reward. 1 million gold coins, 1 lifetime membership card. Quest failure. Deduct 2 million gold coins and reduce survival points by 10. What was this membership card? Did the game even have a concept of membership? He had never heard of it before. Regardless, a shop was an absolute necessity within this game. He had to complete this quest upon choosing to accept it. The system's notification chimed again. Ding, quest accepted. Shop system activated. You now have 100 days remaining. Failure to complete the quest within this time will result in failure. This system notification left Gao Chen dumbfounded. How cunning could this system be? Initially believing the quest was merely a simple task of defeating rabbits to reach level 20, he now realized the situation was far more complicated, that he understood that elevating his level to 19 within 100 days would be no easy feat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the memories he had acquired, the NPC warriors learned combat techniques, which must be their skills. Given his identity as the sole heir of the Gao family, could he not also cultivate these combat techniques? Resolute, Gao Chen decided to seek out his father for the techniques, eager to discover whether he could train in them, and to consider the potential effects of combining them with his learned skills. Acting swiftly, he made his way outside, only to find his father, Gao Jianfeng, already standing at the door, seemingly searching for him. "Father, what brings you here? I was just about to find you," Gao Chen exclaimed. "Looking for me? What do you need?" Gao Jianfeng inquired curiously, as Gao Chen rarely sought him out. "Well, father, I wish to know how I should begin my training. Should I focus on magic or martial skills?" At this moment, Gao Chen was eager to ascertain whether he could learn the NPC skills. If so, that would be a delightful revelation. Of course, if he could not, there was little to be done. The most crucial matter was to clarify whether he could indeed learn them. Gao Jianfeng chuckled. "So that is it. I have just what you need." Only then did Gao Chen notice that his father was holding a delicate jade box. Could it contain a secret manual? Gao Chen mused. "Let us step inside to discuss it," Gao Jianfeng replied with a smile. Once inside Gao Chen's room, Gao Jianfeng carefully opened the jade box and produced a book, stating, "This is our family's secret, the Dragon's Roar combat technique, a set of high-grade combat skills. Take a look at it. Although you lack internal energy for now, you can familiarize yourself with it." Gao Chen understood that combat skills in this world were categorized into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. The highest combat skills usually available in Imperial academies were of the Earth grade, while the Mysterious grade skills were the pinnacle of existence. The Heaven and Earth grade skills were virtually non-existent in the mundane world, existing only in the legendary cultivation realm. Of course, it was not the case that those who could not practice Earth grade skills were incapable of facing those who could wield Heaven grade skills. It ultimately depended on the user. However, if the same individual were to use a Heaven grade skill, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of an Earth grade skill. Eagerly, Gao Chen took the book, and as he opened it, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, do you wish to learn the skill, Dragon's Roar combat technique? Could this combat technique be learned like a skill book?" Just as he was about to choose to learn it, he hesitated, fearing that if he selected it, the book might vanish. Glancing at Gao Jianfeng, he found his father watching him with eager anticipation. In a state of apprehension, Gao Chen chose to pursue his studies, and just as he made this decision, the voice of the system resounded once more. "Ding. As this skill is not a system skill, practice is required. While practicing, you will gain a certain amount of experience. Would you like to practice now?" This voice was akin to celestial music. The prospect of acquiring experience was nothing short of delightful. It suggested that leveling up was no longer solely reliant on defeating monsters. Could there be any better news? Perhaps there could be. Yet at this moment, Gao Chen firmly believed this was indeed the best news. Naturally, he hesitated to choose practice. Who could ascertain what this practice entailed? If it were akin to cultivating internal energy, that would be acceptable, but if not, it would be difficult to explain. Moreover, the book had not vanished, which finally allowed Gao Chen to relax. in a state of excitement. It seemed he failed to notice the phrase non-system skill. He chose no and pretended to open the book, leafing through it page by page. Upon reaching a certain page, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Dragon's Roar combat skill level is insufficient. You cannot learn the next tier of abilities. Upon hearing the notification for an upgrade, Gao Chen closed the book and said to Gao Jianfeng, "Father, I believe I can learn this combat skill, but am I unable to cultivate magic?" Gao Chen asked earnestly. Although acquiring levels would grant him numerous mage skills, he was acutely aware, from his memories, of the formidable power wielded by NPC mages. After all, having more skills was always advantageous. Under Gao Chen's eager gaze, Gao Jianfeng replied, "This is a magic book containing low-level spells from various schools. Take a look and cultivate whatever you can." After saying this, he handed the jade box to Gao Chen. Upon receiving it, Gao Jianfeng continued, "Just have a look that I have matters to attend to. Remember, cultivation must be approached step by step. Do not rush." "Understood," Gao Chen responded. "I understand, father. You may go about your business." Gao Jianfeng turned to leave, pondering, "Whether you become a mage of all schools is entirely up to you." He then commanded, "Guard this place. No one is permitted to approach without authorization." It seemed he was addressing the air. Yet Gao Jianfeng knew his orders would be executed without fail. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Gao Chen eagerly picked up the thick magic tome and opened it as anticipated. The system's prompt followed. Ding. Would you like to learn the skill low-level 7 elemental magic? Of course, he chose to learn. After selecting to learn, another system prompt emerged. Ding. As low-level 7 elemental magic is a non-system skill, the system is processing. Please wait. After a brief moment, the system announced, Ding. Low-level 7 elemental magic processing complete. You have successfully learned the following magic skills: Fireball, Water Sphere, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Spatial Gate, Light Heal, and Dark Arrow. This is a non-system skill. Practice is required to gain experience. At last, he had learned 7 skills. It appeared that even NPC skills could be acquired. This revelation delighted Gao Chen. Although his current level remained low, it was sufficient for now. In his excitement, Gao Chen recalled the need for practice. He should begin immediately, but how should he practice? After a moment's thought, he opened the skill panel, only to see an additional list alongside Fireball, Healing, and Basic Swordsmanship. This list contained the skills he had just learned, evidently those acquired from NPCs. First, Gao Chen selected the Dragon's Roar combat skill, and just as he thought it, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Proficiency insufficient. Unable to use. Gao Chen was at a loss once again. Having made the selection, how was he to practice? Practice, then. He resolved to attempt practicing and thought of the Dragon's Roar combat skill. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system chimed in, Ding. Beginning practice of Dragon's Roar combat skill. Instantly, Gao Chen sat down on the ground, feeling something flowing within him that he mused. Could this be the legendary internal energy? At that moment, he noticed his experience began to increase, albeit gradually. It was not a 1-second increment, but rather one every 2 seconds. Nonetheless, this thrilled Gao Chen. Accumulating 30 experience points per minute was akin to the yield from slaying a wolf. Although he mused that dispatching a wolf would not take a full minute, such creatures did not conveniently line up for slaughter, did they? However, his experience was persistently rising, that in hours swiftly passed, during which Gao Chen garnered 1,800 experience points, propelling him to the next level. The next level required 2,700 experience points, which meant just an hour and a half of effort. Chapter 6. Unable to locate the warehouse. Where have all the players gone? The acquisition of 1,800 experience points exhilarated Gao Chen. Achieving such a feat in 1 hour, though meager in the grand scheme of future upgrades, marked a promising beginning. Furthermore, he was elated that this hour of cultivation left him feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. This indicated that he could dedicate his evenings to practice, effectively doubling his time compared to others. Today, he felt inclined to venture to the back mountain to hunt monsters. Experience seemed plentiful, but defeating monsters also yielded equipment and gold. Though the rewards were scant, they were certainly preferable to having none at all. Upon comparison, Gao Chen realized that the loot dropped from monsters was vastly superior to the equipment used by NPCs. Just earlier, he had examined a steel knife at the training ground, finding its attributes utterly unimpressive. Only 4 to 7 attack power, that a mere ebony sword surpassed it, boasting slightly higher attack and a modicum of magic. Though this additional magic seemed trivial, it significantly enhanced attack strength in the early stages, especially given the scarcity of available equipment. His own magical prowess was barely a point or two, thus, it was not unwarranted that the ebony sword was dubbed a divine artifact in the early game. After another hour, Gao Chen reluctantly ceased practicing the dragon's roar combat skill that if he continued to gain 30 points of experience per minute, it would have been bearable. Yet after this hour, he sadly discovered that the second hour yielded experience every 4 seconds. This was a futile use of time. Considering the daylight hours still remaining, Gao Chen resolved to hunt some monsters in the back mountain. Just as he prepared to step outside, he heard a conversation from beyond. A female voice asserted, "I have come to see the young master. Then on what grounds are you preventing my entry?" This voice was exceedingly familiar to Gao Chen, unlike the voices of Gao Jianfeng and others. This was one he had heard with his own ears, one of the first sounds he registered upon regaining consciousness the previous night. From his recollections, he knew this young woman was a maid of the Gao family. Unlike Xiao Yi, who had been with the Gao family since birth, she was an orphan taken in by the family before she turned 10, that despite this, the events of yesterday had made Gao Chen acutely aware that this young woman was far from simple. A single word sprang to his mind: undercover. Although she had entered the Gao family at a tender age, the time spent before she turned 10 was not insignificant. A male voice responded, "The head of the household has decreed that no one is to approach. Failure to comply will result in death." This cold, emotionless voice, particularly the finality of death without mercy, left Gao Chen with the impression that should this young woman insist on entering, she would be met with lethal force. However, Gao Chen understood that such thoughts were mere fantasies. They could not materialize in reality. He could sense the palpable aura of menace, and the young woman, facing such a presence, would undoubtedly feel it even more acutely than I anticipated, she replied. "In that case, I shall not enter, that I merely hope you can inform the young master that Meng Lian came to see him. I shall take my leave." Gao Chen pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to set this matter aside for now, planning to settle accounts with her when he had gained strength. He also recalled the name Marge, and was tempted to curse, finding it ridiculous that Marge had a name that sounded so similar to his. Glancing at his level, he noted he had just reached level 9. Still far from level 10 yet, he believed he could achieve level 10 today, as the experience required for the initial 10 levels was exceedingly modest at the game. Reaching level 10 marked the end of one's status as a novice. Unlocking numerous functionalities. At present, Gao Chen yearned most for the reconnaissance and map features. However, he suddenly recalled whether unlocking these features required specific conditions or the completion of a quest that seemed likely he would need to undertake a quest. But for now, he set such thoughts aside until he reached the requisite level. Rising, he made his way outside, addressing the guard stationed at the door. "I'm going out for a while. I may return after dark. If the head of the household inquires, do you know what to say?" One of the guards replied, "Understood, young master, safe travels." They did not relay Gao Chen's earlier conversation with Gao Meng Lian, for they were guards, not messengers. Nodding, Gao Chen ascended the mountain. Although he was curious to see if his belongings in the warehouse remained intact, he found no sign of a warehouse during his brief exploration of the city. While there were plenty of apothecaries and clothing shops, the absence of a warehouse left him feeling perplexed and disheartened. He now wondered what sorts of monsters might inhabit the mountain. For Gao Chen, it was uncertain how many familiar creatures had been altered by this new chapter, and he was acutely aware that this continent was inhabited by numerous magical beasts, although the classification of these beasts mirrored that of humans. Their physical prowess far surpassed that of humans within the same rank, that it was reasonable to assume that formidable magical beasts would be scarce in this mountain range, as it was the capital of the Flame Empire. The more powerful beasts had already been eradicated, and those that remained would not exceed the 4th tier. Of course, for Gao Chen at this moment, a 4th tier beast would still pose a significant threat, powerful enough to annihilate him in an instant. What he truly sought were beasts of the 1st or 2nd tier, anything beyond that would not provide him with the experience he needed. The capital of the Flame Empire was known as Dafa City, and to the west lay an endless expanse of forest known as the Hengduan Forest. This forest, whose true dimensions were unknown, was said to separate two worlds. That it was believed that traversing the Hengduan forest would lead one to the fabled realm of cultivation. Several seventh-tier experts had once attempted to cross the forest in search of this legendary world. But only one returned alive 2 years later. This individual never spoke of what transpired within the forest, and whenever questioned about it, fear would grip his eyes at the mere mention of the Hengduan forest, rendering him utterly speechless, as if cursed. Thus, the Hengduan forest became a forbidden zone on the continent, and the Flame Empire's capital capitalized on this natural barrier. Present, Gao Chen found himself on the periphery of the Hengduan forest, a necessary passage to enter its depths. Soon, he arrived at the location he had occupied the previous day. While navigating through the city, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Not a single player was in sight. Only NPCs. This puzzled him. Could there still be undisclosed maps within Waits? However, recalling the new chapter that was set to unfold, he soon felt at ease. The wolf carcass from the previous day had vanished, indicating to Gao Chen that it had been refreshed. The lingering scent of blood in the air brought to mind the events of yesterday. Under normal circumstances, wolves, as vicious creatures, would not appear in this vicinity. Their presence last night was merely a consequence of the blood's allure. Yet, the residual scent in the air suggested that at any moment, a wolf or another carnivorous beast could emerge. This realization compelled him to exercise heightened caution that 100 meters behind Gao Chen. Gao Menlian observed him intently, contemplating before she hastily approached and called out, "Young master, is that you?" Upon hearing her voice, Gao Chen turned to face her, and a sense of unease gripped him. How had this woman followed him? Did she intend to strike again after her failure yesterday? What manner of task was this? The narrative progressed, yet he had received no indication of any quest. While feeling vexed, Gao Chen remained acutely vigilant towards her. Despite his outward appearance of ignorance, that he calmly replied, "Menlian, what brings you here?" Gao Menlian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured, "I thought you were looking for me, as we often visit this place together, don't we?" Her words triggered a memory in Gao Chen. Indeed, they had frequently come here together at her behest. Initially, he had believed she harbored feelings for him, but now he grasped that he had been ensnared in her scheme from the very beginning. Observing her current demeanor, he perceived that she had fully immersed herself in the role she was playing. What an extraordinary actress she was, he mused. Gao Chen replied nonchalantly, "I intended to find you, but I saw you with Mag, so I thought nothing of it. When did you arrive? I didn't notice your presence at first." The mention of Mag caused a fleeting change in Gao Menlian's expression. Barely perceptible, yet noted by Gao Chen, who pondered whether she was affiliated with the Mag family. Although this thought crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing it, recognizing that doing so would yield no beneficial outcome. Gao Menlian, flustered, insisted, "Young master, you must be mistaken that I've been here the entire time. I was never with Mag." "Oh, is that so? I must have misjudged," Gao Chen replied, falling silent as he scrutinized her. Under his gaze, Gao Menlian felt a sudden wave of panic. Her previous facade was now stripped away, that a strange sensation enveloped her. Was this the same Gao Chen she had known, or had he transformed entirely? Had he truly become a different person? If Gao Chen were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly marvel at the uncanny accuracy of a woman's intuition. That moment, a voice pierced the air, causing Gao Chen's already heightened tension to escalate further. "Ah, the esteemed scholar, we meet again. How fortuitous it is. Your pairing with the fair maiden is indeed enviable." The voice dripped with condescension. Recognizing the unwelcome tone, Gao Chen's heart sank. He had anticipated only Gao Menlian's arrival, yet now Mag had also appeared, and his demeanor suggested ill intentions. Although the situation appeared dire for Gao Chen, he could not betray any signs of his wariness. With a smile, he inquired, "What brings you here, young Master Mag? And you were also present yesterday. Did you take a liking to our dear Menlian? By the way, when did you leave yesterday? I seem to lose consciousness and have no recollection of the events." Gao Chen's puzzled expression was convincingly genuine. As though he were completely unaware of the prior day's occurrences, that a barrage of questions momentarily stunned Mag, who then feigned surprise. "What?" Young Master Gao fainted. "We were walking and suddenly lost sight of you. We assumed you had returned." "But what exactly happened to you yesterday?" Mag's inquiry was far from mere pretense. He was genuinely curious about how Gao Chen had escaped what should have been a dire fate. For it was astonishing that a mere scholar was standing here and scathed after encountering a pack of wolves. Gao Chen internally scoffed while maintaining an expression of feigned lament. After all, I am the son of the National Protector General. How could I venture into such perilous territory alone? I heard that after I fainted, I was nearly devoured by wolves, that if only I possessed young Master Mag's strength. The feeling of being protected is truly sublime. With that, he shook his head, feigning regret over his lack of power. Mag, having been thoroughly convinced by Gao Chen's words, was not swayed by the authenticity of his expression, but rather by the events that had transpired during the morning court session. The National Protector General, Gao Jianfeng, had launched a series of vehement attacks against the Mass faction, including Mast himself. The blatant nature of this confrontation had raised suspicions, as Gao Jianfeng's assaults were exceptionally sharp and relentless, leaving Mast with no room to retaliate. Mag had learned of this from his father, and given that no other plausible explanation for Gao Chen's survival could be found, he had no reason to doubt him. Realizing that Mag now believed his words, Gao Chen felt a slight release of tension. However, unbeknownst to him, someone else was stirred by his remarks, Gao Minglian. Her thoughts aligned with Gao Chen's words, as they had achieved the desired effect of dissuading Mag from acting against him. Yet, she had overlooked one critical aspect. Herself, that as Gao Chen's words implied, had she not exposed herself. After pondering, she dismissed this notion. If she had truly been revealed, she would not still be standing here. Thus, she concluded that Gao Chen's statements must have been false. Why would he fabricate lies? The only conclusion was that he was aware of yesterday's events and was now fearful of Mag's potential hostility. There were many facets that Gao Minglian struggled to comprehend, especially how Gao Chen had managed to escape danger the previous day. But at this juncture, it mattered not how he had survived. Today, he must die. She resolved within herself, understanding that Gao Chen had begun to suspect her. Hence, she resolved to strike, for only the dead posed no threat. Her gaze towards him shifted, now brimming with murderous intent. As their eyes met, Gao Chen's heart sank. He recognized the danger in her expression. Although he had no understanding of her capabilities, he was acutely aware that Mag was a third-tier Earth mage, while he himself was merely at level 9. Far from even possessing first-tier strength, that if a confrontation were to ensue, what would become of him? Feeling uneasy, Gao Chen began to contemplate his own precarious situation. At that moment, he fervently wished that everything he had said was indeed true. How wonderful it would be if someone were secretly protecting him. Yet, deep down, Gao Chen knew that all of this was merely a ruse to deceive Ma Ge. Unbeknownst to him, there truly was someone safeguarding him in the shadows. Following the attribute test today, Gao Jianfeng had dispatched individuals to ensure his protection. Given Gao Chen's innate talent, his ascension to the saint level was undoubtedly attainable. Such potential, if left untempered, posed a significant risk. The continent had witnessed its fair share of prodigies meeting untimely ends, often due to various adversities that stifled their brilliance. How could Gao Jianfeng not take meticulous measures to protect such a treasure? Oblivious to all this, Gao Chen's thoughts remained focused on how to navigate the immediate challenges ahead. As the trio ambled deeper into the forest, they exchanged trivial banter. Gao Chen pondered the increased likelihood of encountering magical beasts within the depths, believing that his chances of survival would significantly improve in such an event. This was his sole opportunity. Conversely, Ma Ge contemplated the more formidable magical beasts lurking deeper within, hoping to see Gao Chen fall victim to one. Ideally, he would sustain some injuries himself, with Gao Minglian as a witness to testify that he had defended Gao Chen against the beasts, thereby rendering Gao Jianfeng powerless to retaliate. Although it was said that no magical beasts above the 4th tier would appear within 10,000 meters of the outer forest, the three of them were acutely aware that 3rd-tier beasts nonetheless posed a considerable threat. Suddenly, a rabbit appeared before them, but this was no ordinary rabbit. It bore 4 ears. 2 additional ear-like tufts of fur, differing in color from its body, sprouted behind its primary ears, giving the illusion of having 4 ears. The trio noticed it simultaneously. A 4-eared rabbit. How could such a magical beast appear here? Exclaimed Ma Ge in astonishment. Although the 4-eared rabbit was classified as a 4th-tier magical beast, it posed minimal danger. The one before them was merely a newly promoted 1st-star 4th-tier beast, equating to level 41 by Gao Chen's reckoning. Yet to the three of them, it was still overwhelmingly powerful. Despite being a docile creature that would not necessarily attack humans, its presence shattered the unspoken understanding among the trio, as they all simultaneously recognized an opportunity. All three entertained thoughts of exploiting the four-eared rabbit, albeit without a clear plan at that moment. Gao Chen spoke up, "A fourth-tier magical beast has appeared. I believe we should retreat. Fortunately, it's just a four-eared rabbit. Had it been another type of fourth-tier beast, we would be in grave danger." He feigned fear and, disregarding the other two, turned to leave him. Gu and Gao Mengyan exchanged glances before following closely behind him. Gao Chen pretended to walk hurriedly while remaining acutely aware of the movements of the two behind him. A sudden attack at this juncture would not be a mere jest, and he was certain that Ma Gu would strike. Indeed, after only a few steps, Ma Gu and Gao Mengyan made their moves. Gao Mengyan unleashed a wind blade aimed at the four-eared rabbit, while Ma Gu launched a soul shock attack directed at Gao Chen. Having sensed the impending danger while observing the two from behind, Gao Chen instinctively dropped to the ground, narrowly evading Ma Ji's soul shock. Alarmed by the potency of Ma Ji's soul attack, Gao Chen realized the peril he faced. Although he had successfully avoided Ma Ji's strike, leaving the two momentarily surprised, Gao Mengyan and Ma Gu wasted no time and dashed toward the forest's edge. Both had cast Gao Mengyan's wind swiftness spell, significantly enhancing their speed. The four-eared rabbit, struck by a wind blade, darted toward Gao Mengyan. However, its speed was slightly inferior to that of the two enhanced individuals, and it was likely that they would escape unscathed. As Gao Chen collapsed, a system notification chimed. Ding. Ma Gu has launched a malicious attack against you. You have 10 minutes to retaliate. Glancing at Ma Gu ahead, Gao Chen was astonished to see a red hue illuminating from above his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a fireball at Ma Ji's feet and promptly rose to his feet. Ma Gu, racing forward, suddenly sensed danger as the fireball struck his foot, causing him to stumble to the ground. At that moment, the four-eared rabbit lunged forward, its front claws transforming into a golden hue, its skill. Hardened body, rendering its claws capable of piercing through even the toughest armor. Just as Ma Gu was about to be caught, a tornado appeared around him. The powerful winds redirected the rabbit's trajectory, preventing it from seizing Ma Ji. It was Gao Mengyan who had intervened just in time. Chapter 8. Equipments for Killing. Is this still a game? Gao Mengyan's tornado had successfully deflected the four-eared rabbit's impending assault on Ma Gu, granting him reprieve. However, this act of magic only served to enrage the four-eared rabbit further. Although typically a gentle creature, it was still a fourth-tier magical beast endowed with a degree of intelligence. Upon reaching the sixth tier, magical beasts could rival human intellect, which is why the sixth tier was often referred to as the human tier. While the intelligence of a fourth-tier beast may not match that of a typical human, it certainly did not mean it was defenseless against aggression. The rabbit's eyes, already crimson, now glowed with an insatiable bloodlust as it fixated its gaze upon Gao Mengyan. Under the intensity of such scrutiny, Gao Mengyan's heart raced uncontrollably. Despite being a fourth-tier mage herself, and even possessing a higher star rating than the four-eared rabbit, she could not fathom why she felt a sense of trepidation under its gaze. Suddenly, the rabbit's golden claws began to shimmer, as if enveloped in rippling waves of golden light. Observing the four-eared rabbit's transformation, Gao Mengyan wasted no time and unleashed a wind blade aimed at it. This wind blade was considerably more potent than the previous one, as her earlier attack had primarily served to divert the rabbit's focus toward Gao Chen. The now golden four-eared rabbit displayed enhanced agility, leaping sideways before launching itself at Gao Mengyan. This creature, unique in its attributes, did not wield any magical spells. Rather, it was a fierce melee combatant. The golden transformation represented its mastery of the gold attribute. In this state, its offensive and defensive capabilities were magnified several-fold. The rabbit's attack method was straightforward. It would leap at its foes, claws poised to strike. Its movements, a blend of speed and precision, underscored its prowess as a fourth-tier magical beast. Gao Mengyan, a quintessential mage, understood that maintaining distance was a critical factor for victory in combat. She quickly cast another tornado toward the advancing four-eared rabbit and retreated in the opposite direction. Following this, she launched a series of wind blades and other wind-based spells at the creature. Being a 4th-tier mage, her arsenal consisted of only low-level spells, allowing her to conserve her magical energy for extended casting. The 4-eared rabbit desperately evaded the barrage of spells, employing various tactics to close the distance between itself and Gao Minglian. The disparity in levels between the two combatants was not particularly vast. At this juncture, one sought to engage in close combat, while the other endeavored to maintain distance. Should the 4-eared rabbit manage to close the gap, the outcome would be dire. Conversely, if it remained unable to reach her, it would inevitably face annihilation. As Gao Chen observed the unfolding battle, his anxiety mounted. Just how formidable was Gao Minglian? She was managing to hold her own against a 4th-tier magical beast for an extended period, seemingly without excessive exertion. Should the conflict culminate in a victor, the implications could be dire. If Gao Minglian triumphed, he would likely fall victim to her as well. Conversely, if she were to lose, the 4-eared rabbit would not spare him simply for abstaining from involvement. After all, it was a magical beast. Perhaps they would both be fatally wounded, yet Gao Chen dared not take that risk, as the stakes were far too high for him. But what was he to do? Flee? And what of Ma Go? This individual possessed an extraordinary talent for magic, capable of employing Soul Shock, a relatively low-level spell seldom wielded by anyone below the 5th tier. Such a feat required considerable mental fortitude. Though Ma Ji's execution may have diminished its effectiveness, the mere fact that he had conjured it indicated a significant level of proficiency, suggesting that he was likely at a much higher level than Gao Chen. Yet, at this moment, was retreat truly the only option? With thoughts swirling in his mind, Gao Chen gradually ventured deeper into the Crosscut Forest. Although he had encountered a 4th-tier magical beast here, he understood that the likelihood of such an occurrence was akin to winning a $1 million lottery. Thus, progressing further was, in fact, a relatively safer choice. Just as Gao Chen had taken only a few steps, Mag's voice resounded. I never imagined that Brother Gao was a mage. Today, I realize I was mistaken. But I wonder, where is Brother Gao headed at this moment? Surprised by the revelation that Gao Chen was indeed a magician, Mag felt a surge of astonishment. However, it seemed that Gao Chen's level was not particularly high, which bolstered Mag's resolve to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Gao Minglian was entangled in a fierce battle with the 4-eared rabbit, prompting Mag to contemplate that this confrontation between man and beast would not conclude easily. He deduced that he should deal with Gao Chen in the interim. That it was essential to note that even when Gao Chen was merely a scholar, the Ma family had regarded him as a threat. Now that he had acquired magical abilities, though his talent remained uncertain, allowing him to grow would undoubtedly lead to complications. Hence, Gao Chen must perish. Having made this decision, Mag spotted Gao Chen attempting to flee and began to speak. Observing the mocking expression on Mag's face, Gao Chen feigned helplessness and retorted, "What do you intend to do, Ma? If I were in your position, I would assist her instead of engaging in idle chatter with me. If she were to lose, we would both meet our demise here." "Haha, thank you for the reminder, Brother Gao. I truly shouldn't waste words. Let me send you on your way. It's time for you to die," Mag replied with a grin, as if conversing with a friend. Yet as Mag spoke, Gao Chen sensed something amiss. Indeed, as Mag finished his words, his demeanor darkened, and a spike erupted from the ground where Gao Chen stood, prepared for the assault. Gao Chen managed to evade the sudden strike, albeit at the cost of tearing his trousers. Seeing that Gao Chen had dodged his earth spike, Mag's fury intensified. "Let us see how long you can evade. You are doomed today." With that, another earthen wall manifested before Gao Chen. Initially intended to obstruct him, Gao Chen turned and charged toward Mag, a fierce and resolute expression on his face, shouting, "I'll fight you." Although his countenance appeared twisted with rage, Gao Chen remained remarkably calm, fully aware of his strategy, but he knew he had only 3 skills at his disposal. The fireball would hardly inflict any damage on his opponent, and healing magic was out of the question. The only skill left to conquer his foe was the basic swordsmanship of a warrior. Tio employed basic swordsmanship. However, he needed to close the distance, which was no simple feat against a mage of a higher level. In his charge, Gao Chen unleashed a fireball, not with the intention of harming his adversary, but to convince Mag that he was indeed a mage, thereby mitigating his response to Gao Chen's approach. Moreover, in close combat, Earth mages held a distinct advantage due to their formidable petrification defenses that, of course, in Mag's mind, there was no need for such defensive magic against a novice like Gao Chen. With a disdainful smirk, he sidestepped the fireball aimed at him, subsequently conjuring another earth wall behind Gao Chen, thinking, "Dare you approach again?" At that moment, Gao Chen had closed the distance to just a few meters, and a swamp appeared beneath his feet, causing his pace to slow considerably. For Gao Chen, merely avoiding a fall was a stroke of luck. Soon after, an earth spike erupted from the ground that a damage indicator of -60 floated above Gao Chen's head. This offered him a modicum of consolation. Though his cloth armor only provided a mere 2 points of defense, it had considerably bolstered his resilience. Without this armor, he believed that the damage he would have sustained might have exceeded 60, possibly even reaching hundreds, a death sentence for someone with only 71 health points. While he knew that a second hit could spell disaster, the sliver of life remaining afforded him a chance to turn the tide. In an instant, he equipped the ebony sword, executed basic swordsmanship, and lunged with a thrust aimed at Mag's neck, just as Mag was relishing the prospect of Gao Chen being struck by an earth spike. He was taken aback to find that Gao Chen had suffered no damage. The -60 indicator was invisible to him. This left him momentarily stunned, and when he noticed the wooden stick in Gao Chen's hand, confusion washed over him. However, what transpired next plunged Mag into a state of panic. He saw Gao Chen, wielding the unexpected wooden stick, thrusting it toward him. Although he doubted that Gao Chen could inflict any harm with such a weapon, instinctively, he sensed impending doom that in the midst of his alarm. Gao Chen's ebony sword found its mark on Mag's neck, and a damage indicator of -100 floated above him, instantly depleting Mag's health. The ebony sword boasted an attack range of 4 to 8. Whereas a steel knife in this world barely reached 4-7, that with no defense on his neck, it was a critical blow, compounded by the earlier fireball. Thus, Mag's life was extinguished as Mag collapsed. The system notifications chimed. You are protected under the rules of justifiable defense. You have defeated the level 35 Mage Mag and earned 7,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Ling Feng has been detected. These system prompts left Gao Chen in a state of shock. Defeated, rather than executed? At that moment, he recalled an aspect he had previously overlooked. His equipment seemed to have directly appeared in his inventory. Gazing at the seemingly unconscious Mag on the ground, Gao Chen felt a surge of panic. Could this not be a game after all? Chapter 9. Another kill to ascend from level 10 to 11. 6,000 experience points were required. The 7,000 experience points gained from defeating Mag allowed Gao Chen, who had only recently reached level 10, to level up once more, with an excess of 1,000 experience points. Gao Minglian had been acutely aware of the battle between Gao Chen and Mag, and upon witnessing Mag's fall, she was astounded. How could Gao Chen, merely a scholar, have achieved such a feat, regardless of the shock coursing through Gao Minglian's mind? Gao Chen was in turmoil. Upon reflection, he recognized numerous discrepancies. Firstly, the name displayed on his attribute panel was not his game alias, Expert, but his real name, Gao Chen. Furthermore, regarding survival points in the game, one would gain 10 survival points for every level from 1 to 10. Yet this point only appeared after 10 hours. Now, although he had leveled up, he had only gained 1 point. Additionally, Gao Chen realized that over a day had passed, yet his survival points had not diminished in the slightest. Where was the warehouse? Where were the other players? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. Could it be that this was not a game at all? In a moment of clarity, Gao Chen devised a method to validate his suspicions, by trying to contact a private player. The result was a series of failures. This was not a game, or at least, it no longer resembled the game he had played for 2 decades. Instead, it was a wholly different experience, one that defied explanation. At that moment, he yearned most desperately to increase his survival points above 100, to log out and ascertain the truth. Perhaps this was merely another game. Gao Chen reassured himself, yet deep down, he felt the reality of this being an entirely different world, not a game at all. Gao Chen, how dare you harm young Master Ma? Gao Minglian shouted angrily, genuinely fearing for Mag's well-being, that if he were to perish, she too would face dire consequences. You should worry about yourself, lest you be torn apart by the 4-eared rabbit. Be careful. Gao Chen retorted coldly, his mind swirling with questions, making it strange for him to maintain a pleasant demeanor. At that moment, the battle between Gao Minglian and the four-eared rabbit raged on intensely. Although he felt anger towards her, he did not wish for her to be eliminated so easily. With that, Gao Chen chose to ignore her, focusing instead on his own course of action, but he understood that Gao Minglian was nearly at her limit against the four-eared rabbit. Should they both sustain fatal injuries, he could reap the rewards as the victor. After all, these two creatures were of a significantly higher level than Mag, and the loot drop rates would be considerably better. Mag had just bestowed upon him a fine piece of equipment. What treasures could await from foes of even higher levels? While Gao Chen pondered the bountiful spoils these creatures might provide, he was acutely aware of the dangers they posed to him at present, but he had narrowly escaped being obliterated by Mag. A mere brush with these formidable opponents could very well lead to his demise. He could only wonder where he would respawn. Would it be a safe zone? The Gao family estate? Earth? He feared it would more likely be a descent into hell, determined to prioritize his survival. Gao Chen gritted his teeth and resolved to distance himself from danger. Uncertain whether this was a game or a reality, he could not afford to be careless, as it was a matter of his very life. Gao Chen hoisted Mag into a secure position upon his shoulder, deftly circumventing the battlefield where Gao Minglian clashed with the four-eared rabbit as he hastened toward the bustling city of Dafeng. The twilight was approaching, and in this desolate area, the onset of night could herald the emergence of untold beasts. Gao Chen pressed on, his departure igniting a sense of urgency within Gao Minglian, who yearned to pursue him and rescue Mag. However, the four-eared rabbit offered her no respite. Its temper had been roused by two relentless assaults, and it was well known that a cornered rabbit could be quite ferocious. This was no ordinary rabbit, but a fourth-tier magical beast, and its fury could spell disaster. Realizing that lingering too long could lead to her own demise, as Gao Chen quickly faded from her sight, Gao Mian channeled her wrath toward the four-eared rabbit, intensifying her attacks. Yet the creature's remarkable agility rendered her strikes futile. Understanding that this impasse could not persist, Gao Minglian devised a plan. She unleashed a tornado towards the rabbit, which, anticipating her move, effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Just as she prepared to strike again, she abruptly noticed Gao Chen sprinting away with remarkable speed. It dawned upon her that it was unnecessary to engage in a futile struggle with the rabbit. Even if she vanquished it, what would become of Mag? Should he meet an untimely fate, her own prospects would be dire. With this thought in mind, she resolved to flee, enhancing her speed with a wind swiftness spell, outpacing the four-eared rabbit significantly. Her thoughts were solely fixated on catching up to Gao Chen, who had vanished from view. Within mere minutes, she had left the rabbit far behind, contemplating how she might rescue Mag from Gao Chen's grasp, and how she would exact her revenge upon him. Meanwhile, Gao Chen was hastily making his way into the city when he suddenly halted, a realization striking him that if Gao Minglian decided to abandon her battle with the rabbit, her speed would far exceed that of the creature, and certainly surpass his own. The prospect of her catching up to him and launching a surprise attack was alarming. The more he pondered, the more he felt compelled to halt his flight. He certainly could not outrun Gao Minglian. Thus, he resolved to take a desperate gamble that he first removed Mag's clothing and donned it himself, then struck Mag's leg with his sword to smear his face with blood. Adjusting his hair to obscure his visage, he placed Mag head down on a tree branch and lay beneath, awaiting Gao Minglian's arrival. As anticipated, within a few minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps reached Gao Chen's ears. The target was approaching. Having evaded the four-eared rabbit, Gao Minglian was in frantic pursuit of Gao Chen. For her, Mag's safety was inextricably linked to her own survival. The Gao family would undoubtedly seek retribution if anything befell him, and the prospect of Mag's fate hanging in the balance was unbearable. If the Mag family turned against her, she feared for her life. Thus, the only course of action was to catch up to Gao Chen and rescue Mag. In her anxious haste, she sprinted, desperately hoping to catch sight of Mag. That moment, she spotted Gao Chen lying beside the tree. His stature was similar to Mag's, and with the bloodied clothing and disheveled hair. She failed to scrutinize the situation closely. The sight shocked Gao Minglian. Her mind raced with questions. How could Mag be lying there alone? Had Gao Chen truly harmed him? She rushed towards Gao Chen, her heart pounding in panic as she approached the bloodied figure. Was Mag truly dead? What would she do? Overwhelmed by fear, she neglected to observe Gao Chen closely. She reached out a trembling hand to check for a pulse. And upon feeling breath, her heart soared with hope. There was still a chance. However, just then, Gao Chen's eyes snapped open. Sensing her probing, his heart raced, and he knew he could not afford to make a mistake. The consequences would be dire. He attempted to steady his breath, but the rapid heartbeat was insurmountable to that moment. As Gao Minglian placed her hand under his nose, Gao Chen opened his eyes and, activating his ebony sword, lunged toward her throat. Realizing the peril, Gao Minglian was taken aback, but it was too late. Gao Chen's sword had already pierced her neck that a -90 appeared above her head. Despite her high level, she had not been slain instantly, which left Gao Chen feeling slightly disappointed, yet undeterred. "Mag is right above you," he shouted, thrusting his sword again. Struck by Gao Chen, Gao Minglian felt a surge of energy as she prepared to cast magic. But his furious shout compelled her to look up, and she was greeted by the sight of the naked Mag. Just as she sensed something was amiss, Gao Chen's sword struck her neck once more, a -100 floating above her head. Seeing she was still standing, Gao Chen quickly swung his sword again, in response. Gao Minglian unleashed a wind blade at him, but the proximity left Gao Chen no room to evade. The wind blade struck him, while simultaneously, his sword found its mark in her flesh. A 71 floated above Gao Chen's head. Thankfully, he had just leveled up. Otherwise, that blow could have been fatal. Meanwhile, Gao Minglian's damage was dismal, registering a mere -30, leaving Gao Chen feeling a wave of frustration. That he sprinted behind a tree, launching a fireball at her. Gao Minglian felt her strength waning from Gao Chen's earlier attack. She attempted to cast magic again. But just then, the fireball erupted against her, inflicting a -20 damage. Concurrently, Gao Chen heard the delightful chime of the system. Ding! You have slain the level 42 Gao Minglian, earning 10,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Ding! A ruby ring has been discovered. Leveling up restored some of Gao Chen's health, and the additional experience made him feel as if he were dreaming. The pace of his leveling was astonishing. More importantly, this experience would significantly reduce the time needed to learn a lifelong skill. Poisoning technique at level 14, greatly enhancing his capabilities. Gazing at the fallen Gao Minglian and the helpless Mag in the tree, Gao Chen felt at a loss at least he could carry Mag back. But what about the two of them? Leaving them behind was not an option. If a beast emerged at night to devour them, it would spell trouble. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a voice sounded behind him. Chapter 10. Activating the reconnaissance system. Startled by the sudden voice, Gao Chen turned. Though he had just defeated two formidable foes, he was still very much a novice, vulnerable to any passerby. Upon seeing the newcomer, a sense of relief washed over him. Though he didn't recognize the man, his attire indicated he was from the Gao family. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I never expected the young master to be so formidable. The newcomer, an unassuming middle-aged man, praised as he approached. From the way he walked, Gao Chen surmised that he was an adept. Realizing this man had come to protect him, he wished fervently for the reconnaissance system to be activated. You arrived just in time. I'm unsure how to handle these two. Please take them back and leave the rest to my father and the others, Gao Chen said casually, prioritizing his need to return home to train and accumulate experience. He was eager to level up, enhance his survival skills, and perhaps even discover if he could log out of the game. With someone else taking charge, there was no reason for him to linger. Young master, what about you? Do you not require my escort back? Gao Hua asked, puzzled by Gao Chen's calm demeanor. The road is quite safe. I can manage alone. I'll head back first. You should hurry, Gao Chen replied, dismissing Gao Hua's concerns and walking toward the city. Once home at the general's manor, he casually dined before retreating to his room to practice the dragon's roar technique. Experience points began to accumulate at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds. And he continued this training throughout the night. Upon reaching level 14, he was greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. As he reviewed the system messages, he discovered many notifications he had missed during the battle. Ding. Level 10 reached. Activating the reconnaissance system. Ding. Level 11 reached. Skill Fire Resistance Ring acquired. Ding. Level 12 reached. Skill Illusory Light acquired. Ding. Level 14 reached. Skill Poisoning Technique acquired. To Hai Chen's astonishment, the reconnaissance system had been activated, an utterly fortuitous development he had long awaited. The only remaining feature yet to be unveiled was the mapping function. With this capability, Hai Chen believed he would navigate with unparalleled ease. Not only would he be acutely aware of his own location, but he would also have insight into the whereabouts of everyone else. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hai Chen promptly abandoned his combat training. Eager to test the reconnaissance system, as he stepped outside, he happened upon Xiao Yi, who was tidying up the room. He activated the reconnaissance system in her direction, and immediately, her data flooded into his mind. Character: Xiao Yi. Occupation: made of the Gao family level. 8 skills. A cascade of information provided Hai Chen with a relatively detailed understanding of Xiao Yi. Though merely data, it illuminated her vulnerabilities, leaving Hai Chen astounded that in weights, the reconnaissance system had not exhibited such extraordinary capabilities. Was this a consequence of it being an entirely different game, or was it indicative of a reality far more authentic? Pondering these questions, Hai Chen could only entertain wild speculations, but one thing was undeniable. This was indeed a boon. Realizing the potential of the reconnaissance system, he resolved to return to his combat training. In this world, the options for evening leisure were far fewer than in his previous life, leaving only a handful of places to visit, none of which piqued Hai Chen's interest. Disrupting Xiao Yi was not his intention. Thus, he retreated to his room alone and commenced practicing the dragon roar technique. Soon, a minute had elapsed, and Hai Chen halted his training, having gained a mere 15 experience points. What could be the reason for this? Could it be due to his earlier interruption? After contemplating, he resumed practice, only to find that during the next minute, he earned a paltry 7 points. It appeared that he had indeed stumbled upon a pattern. The first session yielded 2 seconds per point of experience, while this time it took an hour. However, if he paused, it counted as a completion, having the experience for subsequent attempts. This was the conclusion Hai Chen had drawn. What to do now? Forgo training and retire for the night. That would be an utter waste of time. But he recalled the 7 spells he could practice. With a spark of determination, Hai Chen began training in Fireball. As he engaged in practice, it seemed as though he could visualize the elemental fire coalescing into a sphere, then dispersing and reconstituting, all within the span of a second. Each reformation granted him a modicum of experience, suggesting that practicing magic for a minute could yield as much as 60 points, an astounding 600 points in an hour. With 7 spells, each providing 600, that amounted to a staggering 25,200 experience points. It seemed he would level up several times. Lost in the euphoria of accruing experience, Hai Hua returned. "Master, I have returned," he respectfully announced to Gao Jianfeng. "The young master has returned. Has anything transpired?" Gao Jianfeng inquired. In the Gao household, the only communal meal was lunch, as everyone had their own affairs to attend to in the evening. Gao Jianfeng had just returned home when he encountered Hai Hua, whom he had assigned to protect Hai Chen's safety. "The young master has returned, and has even incapacitated Mag." Hai Hua spoke with a hint of excitement, for he had witnessed the entire event. It was noteworthy that the young master had yet to undergo training, and though Mag was not a prodigy, he held a respectable reputation among the younger generation of Defeng City. The fact that he had been rendered incapable of resistance by Hai Chen was astonishing. If defeating Mag had been a stroke of luck, a surprise attack, then the manner in which Hai Chen dealt with Gao Minglian could only be described as commendable. "What do you mean? Incapacitated Mag? Detail the events for me." Upon hearing Hai Hua's words, Gao Jianfeng's thoughts were consumed with concern for Hai Chen, rather than contemplating the truth of the situation. This was not due to a lack of trust in Hai Chen, but rather because the reality was too incredulous. Noticing Gao Jianfeng's concerned tone, Hai Hua chuckled and began, "Master, the situation is not as you imagine." It unfolded thusly, approximately 1,000 words omitted here. After recounting the tale, Hai Hua observed Gao Jianfeng's incredulous expression. Gao Jianfeng muttered, "Is everything you said true? Where is Mag now?" Upon hearing Hai Hua's account, he felt as though he had just been told a fantastical story. Yet he knew Hai Hua could not deceive him. Although he could not fathom how Hai Chen had undergone such a transformation, Gao Jianfeng resolved to verify Mag's condition firsthand, especially considering that Gao Minglian seemed to be affiliated with the Ma family and possessed considerable strength. An intricate matter indeed. "Master, I will promptly escort them both here," Hai Hua stated before departing, leaving Gao Jianfeng deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, Haihua returned with the now-conscious Mag and Gao Minglian before Gao Jianfeng. Mag, still bewildered, had yet to grasp the situation, but upon regaining consciousness, he realized his strength had inexplicably diminished by 1 tier. Confused yet unable to articulate his thoughts, he was brought before Gao Jianfeng, whereupon a flicker of realization crossed his mind, prompting him to speak. "General Gao, what is the meaning of this?" Mag understood that his life was not in peril, but being in the hands of the Gao family was certainly not favorable. Gao Jianfeng regarded him coldly, and the intensity of his gaze made Mag feel as though he were suffocating, despite the absence of any overt hostility. Fortunately, Gao Jianfeng swiftly turned his attention to Gao Minglian. Addressing her, "Minglian, I have heard you are a magician, and a formidable one at that. Is this true?" Upon seeing Gao Jianfeng, Gao Minglian recognized that her cover had been irrevocably blown, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. However, when faced with Gao Jianfeng's inquiry, she understood her fate was sealed. Resigned, Gao Minglian replied coldly, "Yes, I am currently a 4th-tier wind mage." "Ah, splendid. You entered our Gao family before the age of 10, and during your assessment, you were deemed lacking in magical talent. Yet now you have progressed to the 4th tier. Truly a genius. Such a young 4th-tier adept was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Regrettably, this talent did not belong to the Gao family." And Gao Jianfeng's tone was laced with disappointment. "You must be from the Ma family. Well, no more to be said. Haihua, take her to Lei Zhifa." With a wave of his hand, Gao Jianfeng dismissed her. Upon hearing the name Lei Zhifa, Gao Minglian's expression turned ashen, for she was well aware of the terror associated with him, having heard tales both in the Gao and Ma families. At this moment, Mag's expression was equally grim, yet he knew he had no authority to speak, merely watching as Gao Minglian was escorted away. "Mag, please wait here for a moment. I have already notified your father, and he should be here shortly to take you home. Rest assured, all will be well. Someone, please bring tea for young Master Mag." After Gao Minglian was taken away, Gao Jianfeng turned to Mag with a cordial demeanor. Though Mag was filled with animosity towards Hai Chun, he could not alter the outcome. What perplexed him was how he had lost consciousness. Could it be that, as Hai Chun suggested, someone had been protecting him from the shadows? It seemed increasingly plausible, and he pondered this notion. Suddenly, hearing Gao Jianfeng speak, he quickly replied, "Thank you, General Gao." Despite his resentment, politeness was still necessary, and the manner in which Gao Jianfeng spoke made it feel as though he were a guest in the Gao household. Gao Jianfeng smiled and replied, "Oh, there's no need for thanks. In fact, I should be thanking you, shouldn't I?" Gao Jianfeng genuinely felt as pleased as his expression suggested that an hour later, Ma Sida arrived at the Gao residence, and another hour passed before he departed with Mag from the general's estate. However, the expression on Ma Sida's face indicated that the hour had not been a pleasant one, while Gao Jianfeng wore a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Hai Chun remained blissfully immersed in the joy of his experience surge. Chapter 11. The Boss Teleportation Scroll. By the end of the night, Hai Chun had accrued an additional 25,200 experience points. While this amount seemed substantial, it was still insufficient for a level up, as progressing from level 14 to 15 required 30,000 points. Noticing this figure, Hai Chun recognized the pattern mirrored that of weights, where each subsequent level demanded approximately 1.5 times the experience of the previous one. Calculating further, he realized that the experience required for higher levels would become astronomical in past games. Various methods existed to gain experience, yet in this reality, though practicing combat techniques and magic could yield experience, the meager points earned per hour paled in comparison to the vast amounts needed for leveling up. Truly astronomical figures. Hai Chun increasingly feared that this was not merely a game. Yet what could he do? As the saying goes, life is akin to a relentless siege. If one cannot resist, one might as well savor the experience. If this is indeed not a mere game, then the most significant distinction from previous games lies in the fact that those could only be played for a limited duration each day, and none could be played for a lifetime. However, the situation is now different. If this is a real world, it is destined to be lived in for a lifetime. How many levels could one possibly attain in 100 years of progression? Would it be 100 or 200 levels? Such considerations are now irrelevant. The immediate goal is to reach level 20. The amount of experience required for each level is truly formidable, making the ascent to level 20 seem far from simple. After dining, Gao Jianfeng merely inquired about how well he had rested the previous night, and then fell silent. This was perhaps for the best, as Gao Chen had no desire to engage in conversation. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on venturing into the Hengduan forest to slay some monsters. Even if the experience gained was minimal, it would accumulate gradually over time from yesterday's events. Gao Chen was aware that his adoptive father had indeed dispatched someone to protect him. While this may result in a loss of some secrets, it was reasonable to assume that anyone sent by Gao Jianfeng could be considered an ally. Most importantly, Gao Chen was indifferent to exposure. In truth, he had nothing to hide. With his current level being so low, what secrets could he possibly harbor? Perhaps merely the fact that he was skilled in both magic and martial arts. In this realm, the dual cultivation of magic and martial prowess was not uncommon. Many individuals practiced such paths. Yet they either stood as absolute powerhouses or were merely subpar combatants, lacking the prowess of warriors in close quarters and falling short of mages in ranged combat. After all, mastering both requires not only talent in spellcasting, but also an indomitable will, as they must exert efforts far exceeding those of ordinary individuals to attain strength. Soon, Gao Chen returned to the location where he had defeated Gao Menglian the previous day. He knew that beyond this point he could not venture further. Although the likelihood of encountering a fourth-tier magical beast was slim, it did not mean such an occurrence was impossible, that if one did appear. And it was not a docile creature like the four-eared rabbit. It would certainly spell disaster for Gao Chen. At this distance, he moved sideways in search of prey, since the shop system had yet to be activated. Despite having learned the art of poisoning, he was unable to execute it due to the lack of poison. Thus, Gao Chen was eager to battle monsters in hopes of acquiring a couple of poison vials. Additionally, he contemplated whether the poisons of this world could be utilized in his poisoning techniques. At that moment, a wolf appeared before him. He cast a reconnaissance spell, revealing the following information. Wolf, level 10. Health 100. There was nothing else of significance that a level 10 wolf posed no threat to Gao Chen that he launched a fireball at it, causing a damage output of -70. Then, he rushed in with a basic sword technique, converting the wolf into experience. At this juncture, the wolf only provided a meager 20 points of experience. Gao Chen understood this was due to the significant level disparity. After some contemplation, he resolved to forego fireballs in favor of basic sword techniques when encountering wolves, as he still had a long way to go before mastering the latter. Thus, Gao Chen resumed his hunt for wolves, and soon the number of wolves that fell to his blade increased steadily. Along with the gradual enhancement of his proficiency in basic sword techniques that as he continued slaying, he unexpectedly encountered a level 15 wolf. Using his reconnaissance spell, he discovered that this wolf was indeed level 15. Yet it was still simply labeled as a wolf, which surprised Gao Chen. That he mused to himself, could it be that this wolf is an elite creature, akin to those found in previous games? While lost in thought, his hands continued their work without pause. He did not employ a fireball, opting instead for basic sword techniques. During the battle, Gao Chen realized that this level 15 wolf was vastly superior to ordinary wolves in all aspects. Boasting 300 health points, his basic sword technique only managed to inflict a mere 30 points of damage, indicating that he would require at least 10 strikes to convert this wolf into experience. Nevertheless, Gao Chen felt no discontent. Rather, he welcomed the presence of more such wolves, for ordinary wolves fell within 3 strikes at most, which was far too slow for practicing his sword technique proficiency. While honing his basic sword skills, Gao Chen also dedicated time to improving his agility. Initially, he could only face 2 wolves at once, but now he could confidently dispatch 3 simultaneously without losing a single point of health. However, this was no longer feasible, as the elite wolves exhibited significantly higher agility than their ordinary counterparts, moving nearly twice as fast. During one encounter, Gao Chen was caught off guard and sustained a loss of 20 health points. Yet he brushed off this minor injury without concern, foregoing even a healing spell, as it would restore at least 50 health points. Every little bit saved counted, especially since these lower-level wolves dropped no loot. A swift turn and counterattack felled the level 15 elite wolf, granting Gao Chen a generous 300 experience points. Yet this was not the source of his elation. More importantly, it yielded a piece of equipment. usable at the humble level of 15, along with a handful of gold coins. Gao Chen's anticipation for the appearance of such elite wolves grew even stronger, although the experience gained was modest. His proficiency in basic sword techniques soared rapidly. After several hours, his basic sword skill finally reached level 1, a true achievement. In the context of a game, reaching level 14 would have typically granted him at least 2 levels in this skill. Yet here, while the proficiency requirements were lower, his overall level remained frustratingly low. This left Gao Chen feeling a profound sense of helplessness, as he increasingly realized that this world was not a realm of endless monsters to slay. It appeared that the primary avenue for leveling up in this world lay in the mastery of combat techniques. Charging at wolves became second nature, and amidst his relentless pursuit, Gao Chen encountered several more elite wolves. Each yielded the same 300 experience points, though not every one provided equipment that on one peculiar occasion, he received a boss teleportation scroll, which left Gao Chen utterly speechless. While he was tempted to tear open the scroll to see if it would transport him to the fabled boss paradise, he ultimately decided against it that if it truly transported him there, he would undoubtedly face immediate annihilation, and if it resulted in random teleportation, who could say where he might end up? Having such an item was intriguing. Nonetheless, yet another elite wolf fell. A gust of wind sliced toward Gao Chen. The attack came so unexpectedly that he had no time to evade that a damage notification of -88 appeared above his head. Startling him, that he realized his health was already quite low. If 2 more hits landed, it could very well cost him his life. That he quickly darted to the side while casting a healing spell. Just then, he felt something lunging at him, and he retaliated with a fireball. Turning around, he discovered that the creature was yet another wolf, albeit one of considerable size, nearly as large as a cow. Casting a reconnaissance spell, he gathered the following information. Alpha Wolf, level 20, health 1000, skill, Wind Blade. Weakness. The reconnaissance spell, however, was still too low in level to reveal any weaknesses. Yet Gao Chen knew this information was invaluable, as it was far better than being entirely ignorant. Faced with this formidable beast, he dared not underestimate it.in games. Significant level disparities often resulted in damage bonuses for higher-level foes against those of lower levels. Although the difference here was merely 6 levels, the potential damage reduction was palpable. Thus, this wolf was undoubtedly far stronger than ordinary ones. A fireball only reduced the alpha wolf's health by 15 points, which left Gao Chen feeling quite disheartened. However, as long as he could inflict damage, he would not despair. What he feared most was being unable to bypass its defenses. Gao Chen had often asserted that as long as he could break through an enemy's defenses and avoid being instantly killed, no monster would be beyond his capability to conquer. Despite the uncertainties that accompanied his arrival in this world, such as whether death would result in respawning, Gao Chen felt a resurgence of confidence as he faced the alpha wolf's onslaught. With a shout, he unleashed another fireball as the wolf lunged toward him, sidestepping just in time to deliver a powerful slash at its flank. The fireball singed the wolf's fur, inflicting 15 points of damage. Enraged, the alpha wolf howled, its fury stemming from its inability to evade the fiery projectile that in its wrath. It charged at Gao Chen, but instead of landing a blow, it received yet another cut. Gao Chen's movements were executed with such precision that each of his evasive maneuvers allowed him to dodge the wolf's wind blades. The alpha wolf had no idea how many times it had missed its mark. It only knew that it had struck Gao Chen once. Meanwhile, Gao Chen continued to stab at the creature, each strike draining its vitality. The sensation of impending doom began to loom over the wolf, filling it with rage rather than wisdom. With no thought of retreat, its singular focus became the destruction of this audacious foe. As the alpha wolf's health steadily dwindled, Gao Chen felt as though he had truly returned to the realm of gaming, though he sustained a glancing blow that cost him several health points. He remained unfazed, allowing his healing spells to gradually restore his vitality, that in a brief span, life once again surged to its zenith. To Hai Chen's astonishment, his vitality was at its peak, yet this was hardly surprising to him, for he had performed even better in the game. Observing that the alpha wolf had merely 30 health points remaining, Hai Chen did not shy away from its advance, that he unleashed a fireball upon its head, diminishing its life by 14 points to 80. That moment, the alpha wolf lunged at him, costing him 120 health points. However, Chen retaliated with a swift strike, extinguishing the creature's final breath. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Ding. Golden ring discovered. Ding. Golden healing ointment discovered. A series of system notifications filled Chen with exhilaration. Yet, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Although his health was full, an overwhelming weariness clung to him. A testament to nearly 10 hours of relentless combat. Chen called out behind him. Hey, can we use this wolf's body for materials? If so, take it back. I must return. I'm utterly exhausted. Without waiting for a response, he strode towards the city, leaving a bewildered Chen in his wake, his face contorted with shock. Chapter 12. A grueling battle with a fourth-tier beast. By day, Chen ventured into the Hungduan forest to slay monsters. While by night he honed his combat skills and magical prowess, his experience was steadily accumulating. And after a month of such fruitful endeavors, he realized that he would not return to the forest for an extended period due to the impending start of classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Just as he prepared to depart, trouble found him. Perhaps as a parting gift for his imminent departure, that as time passed, Chen delved deeper into the realm where he had previously encountered the four-eared rabbit. Just as he pondered the possibility of another encounter with the creature, a fourth-tier beast emerged. Were it merely a four-eared rabbit, it would pose no threat, for their gentle nature meant they did not attack humans. However, today, he faced a lion-like beast, distinct from an ordinary lion due to its fiery red fur and a body 3 times larger than any he had encountered before. This creature was known as the Flame Magic Lion. The king among fourth-tier beasts, its name derived from its elemental attributes. Fire magic, one of the most potent forms of magic, was its forte. Unlike human mages, beasts could unleash fourth-tier magic in an instant. And their magical power was far superior that a fourth-tier human mage could cast only 3 fourth-tier spells before exhausting their magical energy, while a beast of the same level could cast 4 or even 5 spells. Furthermore, human mages could only instantaneously cast spells of 3rd tier or lower, with those capable of casting 3rd tier spells at the 4th tier being exceptionally rare talents. The most alarming aspect was that these beasts were formidable in both magic and physical prowess, their strength surpassing that of typical 4th-tier warriors. Currently, Chen was at level 18, in a gaming context. Encountering monsters of level 40 or higher at this stage would likely result in instant death. Yet in this world, the outcome remained uncertain, for he dared not entertain such a notion. Against foes of comparable strength or slightly superior, Chen would charge forward and overpower them. However, facing a creature capable of obliterating him in a heartbeat, his only option was to flee, as far and as fast as possible. Upon sighting the Flame Magic Lion, he turned to retreat, fully aware of the disparity between them, that he had employed a reconnaissance spell upon the beast. But all he gleaned was its name and level. Even its life points remained undisclosed. Although he believed he was escaping stealthily, he underestimated the Flame Magic Lion, rightfully dubbed the king of 4th-tier beasts. As he pivoted, he inadvertently attracted its attention, prompting it to unleash a fire blade toward him. Feeling the searing heat behind him, Chen realized stealthy retreat was now impossible. Fortunately, he was within the forest. He swiftly sidestepped behind a large tree, calling out, "Gao Hua, where are you? Could you assist me? Or do you intend to collect my remains?" As he shouted, the tree he hid behind ignited from the impact of the fire blade. In retaliation, Chen cast a lightning spell, dealing 30 damage to the Flame Magic Lion. That moment, he caught sight of its health, astonishingly at 2,000 points. Chen was left speechless. How could a 4th-tier beast possess such high vitality? In the gaming realm, monsters with over 1,000 life points were classified as mini-bosses, yet here was a 4th-tier beast boasting such resilience. Moreover, his lightning spell had only diminished its health by a mere 30 points. He realized it would take at least 70 strikes to defeat the creature, without even considering its potential for recovery. Given his current health, Chen surmised he would be obliterated in a single blow. The Flame Magic Lion, startled by his lightning spell, exhibited a flicker of fear. In the realm of magic, fire spells were the most destructive, yet lightning magic was rare, with very few lightning mages on the continent. Each a renowned powerhouse due to their unparalleled destructive capabilities. The look in the Flame Magic Lion's eyes reflected a blend of fear, rage, and a glimmer of bloodthirstiness. Beasts inherently feared lightning, enraged by Hai Chen's attack. The flame magic lion let out a thunderous roar and charged at him. Seeing the beast's massive form advancing, Hai Chen cast another lightning spell, then began to evade. As he turned, the flame magic lion opened its jaws, launching a fireball the size of a basin toward him. In that moment, Hai Chen realized that what he had envisioned as a mere bowl-sized fireball was a mere fraction of the true magnitude of the beast's assault. Changing direction, he dashed toward the flame magic lion, simultaneously thrusting his ebony sword toward its eyes. Contrary to his expectations of striking the beast, the flame magic lion raised its paw and swatted him away with such force that he had no time to react, sending him flying and displaying a damage notification of -150. Fortunately, he had not been slain outright. He quickly consumed a healing potion and cast a healing spell upon himself, cursing Gao Hua for his tardiness. At that moment, the flame magic lion charged again. Faced with the colossal creature, Hai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With such intensity, a single attack could easily be his undoing. How he wished for poison to aid him. Frustrated, he activated the shop system to acquire the level 19 blink skill, but alas, he was still at level 18, that though it seemed only a single level separated him, that level felt insurmountable. Without poison, he could not employ the poison skill, and reaching level 19 would grant him access to two formidable skills, the warrior's killing strike and the summoner's skeleton call. Yet, all this was mere aspiration, as he found himself powerless due to that single level disparity. Cursing Gao Hua inwardly, he stowed his ebony sword and equipped a short sword he had obtained at level 17, a quality weapon that granted an additional 2 points of magic. This brought a smile to his face. He then exchanged his attire for lightweight armor. Since retreat would likely lead to death, perhaps not fleeing would yield a better outcome. With all his gear donned, Hai Chen resolved to confront the insufferable flame magic lion. Just then, Gao Hua appeared, exclaiming, "Young master, I'm here." As he spoke, a glimmer of sword light pierced toward the flame magic lion, with its attention solely focused on Hai Chen. Gao Hua's strike landed with significant force, dealing -800 damage. Stunned by the sudden surge of damage, Hai Chen quickly cast another lightning spell at the flame magic lion. He had long known Gao Hua's level was merely 45. Could such a level yield such devastating damage? Hai Chen was perplexed, yet now was not the time to ponder the matter. Regardless, it was a fortunate turn of events. If they could land a couple more hits, this beast would become his source of experience. Yet, to level up, the required experience was exceedingly vast. While dreaming of vanquishing the flame magic lion, Gao Hua urged, "Young master, flee. I cannot withstand it. I can only hold it off for a moment." Hai Chen, bewildered by his words, replied, "If you could just land 2 more of those strikes, wouldn't it fall?" Seeing Hai Chen remain steadfast, confidence brimming, Gao Hua felt torn between relief and exasperation that he dodged the flame magic lion's attacks while anxiously insisting, "That move is a finishing technique. It cannot be used consecutively. You must retreat. It will not let me go." So, it was a matter of skill cooldown. Hai Chen mused, casting lightning spells as he fled. How long until you can use it again? In that moment, he noticed that Gao Hua's attacks were not substantial. Each strike dealt only 30 to 40 points of damage, indicating that his ultimate move had delivered tenfold the usual damage. However, the cost is that Gao Hua's current condition appears rather off, evident from his pallid complexion. Such an extraordinary technique must be learned. Is his state not right? A single vial of potion should suffice. Gao Chen mused internally. I don't know either. Previously, just using it once would resolve the opponent. Who could have anticipated the waiting time? You should leave quickly, Gao Hua urged Gao Chen anxiously, his face growing even more ashen. Just as he finished speaking, the flame demon lion struck him with a fiery blade on his shoulder. A consequence of his distraction during conversation, and a -130 damage notification floated above his head. That moment, Gao Chen noticed Gao Hua's health points, and to his dismay, there were only 300 left, hardly more than a mere mage. After being hit, Gao Hua dared not speak, and his attacks became increasingly feeble. At this juncture, he could only hope that Gao Chen would heed his advice, engaged in battle with the flame demon lion. Gao Hua, already wounded, felt utterly powerless. He wished desperately to turn and flee. If he had begun to run at that moment, he might have escaped unscathed. Yet he knew that if he fled, Gao Chen would be left with no chance of survival. And for Gao Chen's sake, Gao Hua vowed not to run. Just then, a surge of relief washed over him, almost causing him to cry out as he heard Gao Chen's voice. I know healing magic, do not fear. We cannot escape. Let us defeat it together. After casting 2 healing spells on Gao Hua, Gao Chen initiated a lightning attack on the flame demon lion, bolts of lightning crashing down upon the beast's head. The flame demon lion, tempted to rush at Gao Chen, found itself restrained by Gao Hua. While Gao Hua's attacks lacked power, their speed was remarkable. Gao Chen could unleash a lightning spell every second, while Gao Hua could strike with no fewer than 3 swords in that same span, with at least one piercing the flame demon lioness body. -30, -40, -35, -50. Damage numbers continued to rise above the flame demon lion's head. As the beast's health dwindled to below 100, it surprisingly turned to flee deeper into the broken forest. Intelligent magical beasts are indeed troublesome. Seeing the flame demon lion attempt to flee incited urgency in Gao Chen. After persevering to this point, if it escaped now, it would be a significant loss that he hurled a lightning bolt, rushing toward the lion, shouting, Gao Hua, we cannot let it escape. The flame demon lion, having been thwarted in its attempts to flee, became furious, roaring at the charging Gao Chen, and swung a colossal fiery blade that had grown considerably in size and turned a golden hue towards him. Gao Chen was taken aback at that moment. Avoiding the blow was impossible, and judging by the appearance of the fiery blade, he seemed incapable of withstanding such an attack. Just as he cursed himself for becoming overconfident, a figure stepped in front of him. Realizing the impending danger as Gao Chen charged forward, Gao Hua leaped to protect him, driven by a singular thought. Gao Chen must not be harmed. Swish-254. A blood-red number floated above Gao Hua's head. Chapter 13. Mission failed. Seeing the number above Gao Hua's head caused Gao Chen's heart to drop. Gao Hua's health was already low, and with this new hit, would he truly perish? Without a second thought, he cast a healing spell on Gao Hua. The healing spell reached Gao Hua. Another -1 appeared above his head, followed by 5-1. Observing this, Gao Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. He then struck at the flame demon lion, which, already weakened, now had less than 10 health points remaining. Enraged, the lion raised its claws to swipe at Gao Chen. That moment, Gao Chen disregarded the incoming claw strike, knowing it could not eliminate him in one hit. The flame demon lion, however, was on the brink of death, and he thrust his blade forward as Gao Chen was struck by the flame demon lion's claw. His weapon also found its mark on the beast. A -100 damage notification floated above Gao Chen's head, and simultaneously, his short sword pierced the lion's flesh, followed by several system prompts. In that moment, Gao Chen had no time to focus on the system notifications. There was not even a moment to cast a healing spell for himself. Instead, he quickly cast a few healing spells on Gao Hua, watching as his health bar gradually increased, allowing Gao Chen to finally relax. This moment, he felt a wave of fear. Due to his own actions, Gao Hua had nearly perished, and it was unclear whether this was merely a game. Even in games, NPCs do not respawn upon death. Seeing Gao Hua's health bar steadily rise, Gao Chen decided to set everything else aside, and he sat down on the ground, although the combat had not lasted long. Each decision weighed heavily, and a single miscalculation had nearly cost Gao Hua his life. Now that all was well, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Under Gao Chen's healing spells, Gao Hua's wounds slowly began to close, and his health bar incrementally filled. Minutes later, Gao Hua's health was restored to full, and his injuries had healed completely, as if he had never been harmed at all. As he gradually opened his eyes, Gao Chen cheerfully remarked, "It's good to see you awake. Now we can return home. For the foreseeable future, I doubt I will come here again." Gao Hua first examined his body, astonished to find not a single wound. And feeling remarkably well, he exclaimed, "I'm not dead." Noticing Gao Hua's frantic self-examination and his astonishingly blunt question, Gao Chen responded with a hint of exasperation. "Who said you were not dead? You have already died. This is the realm of the undead." After saying this, he burst into laughter. Gao Hua, momentarily stunned, then asked, "Why do I feel perfectly fine?" It was not surprising that Gao Hua was bewildered. In the instant he was struck by the lion, he felt as though he had truly met his end. Had Gao Chen's healing spell been delayed by even a second, Gao Hua would have perished. Yet now he felt completely unscathed, leaving him utterly perplexed. As long as I, your master, am here, provided you are not killed in one blow, your life is assured. Ignoring Gao Chen's boastful demeanor, Gao Hua continued, that flame demon lion is a fourth-tier magical beast. Its body is a treasure trove. Its magic core can fetch thousands of gold coins. And its hide and other materials are of the finest quality. Oh, is that so? Then all of this is yours. Take it back with you. I shall take my leave, Gao Chen replied, disappearing in a flash. To be honest, the spoils from the flame demon lion paled in comparison to what he had gained. Over 30,000 experience points. Moreover, he had acquired a piece of equipment. At that moment, Gao Chen glanced at the system notifications and discovered a new weapon that required level 40 to wield. Although he had yet to examine its attributes, it was of no concern since he had no immediate use for it. Thus, the magic core and materials that Gao Hua mentioned held no allure for him. But for Gao Hua, it was an entirely different matter. Gao Hua felt immense gratitude towards Gao Chen's generosity. Soon, Gao Chen returned to the general's residence, changed into a fresh set of clothes, had a meal, and then proceeded to the training grounds to practice the Dragon Roar combat technique. At level 10, he could begin training the second level of the Dragon Roar technique, but due to insufficient proficiency, he had remained at level 1 until just a few days prior when he finally reached level 2. Remarkably, level 2 of the Dragon Roar technique could not be practiced while seated. It required coordinated movements. From that point onward, Gao Chen began training the Dragon Roar technique in the training grounds. To Gao Chen's delight, the second level of the Dragon Roar technique granted him 2 experience points per second. Although this would decrease by half after an hour, it still thrilled him, as it indicated that higher levels of the technique yielded greater experience gains during practice. From that time forward, Gao Chen earned approximately 30,000 experience points each night from practicing combat techniques and magic. While this may not seem like much at first glance, the cumulative effect over days propelled Gao Chen to level 18. And with tonight's training, he was confident that he would reach level 19 by the following day. The anticipation of acquiring new skills at level 19 filled Gao Chen with enthusiasm. After 2 hours of practice in the training grounds, Gao Chen returned to his room to study magic. After all, magic could be practiced while seated, and he had become accustomed to this routine. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Ding! You have comprehended the skills of instant movement, killing sword technique, and summoning skeleton. Ding! You have learned instant movement. The shop system quest has been activated. Would you like to proceed to complete it? Amidst a flurry of system notifications, Gao Chen awoke. Excitedly checking the quest prompt, begin shop system. The shop has become lost in the chaotic flow of space. Utilize instant movement to enter the chaotic flow and locate the shop system. Numerous formidable creatures inhabit the chaotic flow. You must defeat them. Would you like to enter now? Glancing at the magical clock on the wall, he noted that dawn was still hours away. So Gao Chen chose to enter. The moment he made his selection, he cast instant movement, and a glowing circle enveloped him, which then shrank rapidly until it vanished, as the luminous orb completely vanished. Gao Chen found himself in a world awash with brilliance. Here, apart from the flickering white light, there appeared to be nothing else. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with an emptiness that left him disheartened. How was he to fulfill his mission? Based on the game's mechanics, he was supposed to eliminate the monsters within this space. But where could they possibly be? With a resigned sigh, he decided to wander aimlessly in search of answers. With this thought, Gao Chen began to walk in a particular direction. However, the moment he took a step, he felt as though the environment had shifted. That it was as if he had not merely taken a small stride, but rather traversed through a portal. This sensation resembled that of entering a teleportation array within the game, and before he could fully assess his new surroundings, a furious roar echoed towards him. Spinning around, he was confronted by a wolf-headed creature charging at him, brandishing a weapon that resembled the very embodiment of hell itself. Indeed, he had not mistaken it. The weapon in the wolf-headed creature's grasp was the Inferno from the game, sending a jolt of fear through Gao Chen. That Inferno boasted an attack power of 25 points. Should he sustain even a single hit, it would spell disaster for him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a lightning spell, followed by donning all his equipment. Gao Chen understood the need for utmost caution. Encountering such a formidable foe as his first opponent left him apprehensive about what might follow if a dragon-slaying behemoth appeared next. There would be no option but to flee. The lightning strike caused the wolf-headed creature to lose 50 health points, and from the health bar above its head, Gao Chen discerned that it possessed a total of 1,000 health points. While not an insurmountable figure, he was acutely aware of the creature's tenacity. Its weapon was the Inferno. After all, that a single blow from it could very well lead to his demise. Currently, he could only utilize the basic swordsmanship skills at his disposal. Although he yearned to experiment with his assassination sword technique, the present circumstances forced him to suppress that desire. The wolf-headed creature was undoubtedly capable of swiftly ending his life, and a single misstep could result in tragedy. Employing the basic footwork in conjunction with the lightning spells, a series of damage readings, 50-45-54, began to materialize above the creature, even as it seemed to possess a commendable regeneration ability, recovering approximately 5 to 10 health points every second. This rendered the encounter increasingly challenging for Gao Chen. Fortunately, he was only faced with a singular adversary. Had there been one or two more, he would have truly been in dire straits. After half an hour of relentless lightning bombardment, the wolf-headed creature finally knelt. As it fell, its Inferno weapon vanished, and at that moment, a system notification chimed, indicating that the Inferno had been discovered. The wolf-headed creature had indeed provided Gao Chen with a substantial reward, including a set of healing potions, and to his exhilaration, he had also acquired 2 bags of poison. While they were merely small packages with a usage limit of 50 times, this was precisely what Gao Chen had been yearning for. Once more, he resolved to forge ahead in a specific direction. And akin to his previous experience, he passed through another teleportation portal. Upon emerging, he was met with a lightning bolt, followed by an icy roar, which nearly depleted his health to 0, in a frantic rush. He consumed 2 healing potions and cast his gaze upon the monsters ahead. Immediately, he activated his instant movement spell, as soon as he executed the spell, Gao Chen found himself back in his room. Glancing at his health bar, he was horrified to discover that he had only 10 points remaining. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Fortunately, he had secured a set of healing potions, and he was grateful that he had fled upon encountering those 2 monsters. Otherwise, it would have truly been disastrous. What he had seen were 2 formidable foes. One was an ice demon wielding a bone scepter, while the other was a minotaur brandishing a blood-drinking weapon. If they had been non-magic creatures, there might have been some hope, but facing magic users was an entirely different matter. These monsters were clearly akin to those found in the game, utilizing spells that operated on the same targeting mechanism as his own. How was he to contend with them? At that moment, Gao Chen pondered whether he was truly within the confines of a game. It was then that he had the opportunity to review the recent system notification. Ding. Shop system activation failed. 2 attempts remaining. Would you like to enter now? Naturally, Gao Chen opted not to proceed. Just as he made this choice, another notification chimed. Ding. Next entry available in 1 year. Survival points reset to 0. Gao Chen exclaimed, "Damn it!" Chapter 14. Arriving at the Martial and Magic Academy, Gao Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him at the system's notifications. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. In his discontent, he decided against visiting the training grounds and instead began to practice magic within his room, although this would yield less experience. He could afford to squander a few thousand points at this stage. He was unconcerned. After diligently practicing various spells, the dawn finally broke. At that moment, Gao Tingjuan arrived at his door accompanied by her maid. Addressing him, "Today marks the opening of the Martial and Magic Academy. Allow me to escort you for registration." Seeing his aunt, Gao Tingjuan, come to accompany him took Gao Chen by surprise. He knew she was usually quite busy, so her presence today touched him after his initial astonishment. Bowing slightly, he inquired, "Aunt, why is it you accompanying me instead of father?" Gao Tingjuan replied, "Your father has gone to court. There have been disturbances at the borders, and it seems he will soon be deployed. War has broken out." This thought immediately conjured images of the unending enemies on the battlefield, each one representing potential experience and equipment that he longed to join the fray. Yet he knew such aspirations were mere fantasies. The soldiers of the Empire were at least second-tier warriors, with captains typically at 2-star 5-tier, while Gao Chen could handle 1 or 2 opponents in a duel. He understood that there was no such thing as one-on-one combat on the battlefield. The inability to fight alongside his comrades left him feeling somewhat disheartened. With a gentle sigh, he mused, "Generals die in countless battles. Heroes return after 10 years. How many survive the wars? Alas, I cannot join the battlefield to slay the enemy." Hearing Gao Chen's lament, Gao Tingjuan chuckled softly. "You are still young, my dear. Once you master your martial skills, you shall surely see battle. For now, we must head to the Martial and Magic Academy. Remember, you have always focused on academics. Beginning martial training now is somewhat late." Gao Chen smiled and asserted, "Even if I start my training now, what of it? I will undoubtedly surpass all my peers and become a figure they can only look up to. No, I aspire to stand atop this world, where all can gaze upon me in awe." As he spoke, Gao Tingjuan sensed a transformation in her nephew. He had grown confident, even proud, radiating an aura that belied his status as a novice. It was as if he embodied the spirit of a king, his self-assurance soaring to the heavens. Gao Tingjuan chuckled softly, reflecting that this was indeed the spirit of a Gao family man. She had no doubt about Gao Chen's words, despite the brevity of the time. He had already reached the pinnacle of first-tier warriors. For a 16-year-old, such an accomplishment was hardly remarkable, even bordering on mediocre. Yet Gao Chen was different. He had achieved this in merely a month of training, a rate of progress that was astonishing. Eagerly anticipating the academy he was about to enter, Gao Chen felt a sense of excitement that in his previous life, schools had ceased to exist, with all knowledge acquired through the internet. Institutions had transitioned to the digital realm, so the prospect of attending a traditional academy filled him with anticipation. The Martial and Magic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the Fire Empire. Having produced countless renowned figures, some were generals of the empire, while others were esteemed magicians revered by many. The academy's principal and vice-principal were household names. In the Fire Empire, one might not know who the king was, but no one could be unaware of the academy's president, Yi Tianding, one of the continent's only 4 Earth-tier magicians. Though rarely seen in public, the citizens of the empire recognized that their stable lives were greatly owed to his existence. Gazing at the towering gates ahead, adorned with the imposing characters of Martial and Magic Academy, Gao Chen felt a sense of awe. Though he had encountered far grander structures in his previous life, bolstered by advanced technology, witnessing such a monumental entrance in a world devoid of such advancements was undeniably impressive. The entire gate stood nearly 10 meters high, intricately carved with numerous reliefs that Gao Chen. These appeared as mere decorative embellishments. Had he known they concealed powerful, defensive magic formations, one could only imagine his reaction. Noticing Gao Chen's expression, Gao Tingjuan was unfazed. It was a common response for first-time visitors to the Grand Gates. She gently urged, "Let us go. We must find Grandpa Yi. He will make the necessary arrangements for you." Awakened from his reverie by her voice, Gao Chen nodded in silence, following her inside. In Great Wind City, few were unfamiliar with Gao Tingjuan, for her status as the sister of the National Guardian General was well known, and her own prowess and reputation were substantial within the imperial capital. Without encountering any hindrances, they entered the academy. The scenery within was breathtakingly beautiful, with buildings standing tall amidst a setting that rivaled the pristine nature of an untouched planet. The atmosphere, enhanced by an aura of serious study, added an extra layer of aesthetic appeal. Yet, the ambience was somewhat subdued, lacking the vibrant energy typical of a bustling environment, perhaps due to the recent opening and the absence of many students. At that moment, a voice pierced through the stillness. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Upon hearing that delicate and commanding voice, Gao Chen turned around. What manner of woman was this? The girl stood tall and graceful, her beauty striking, exuding a certain gallantry amidst her innocence. Yet her anger only served to amplify an almost heroic allure that a gust of wind swept through, tousling the strands of hair that cascaded over her forehead. And her ethereal, valiant beauty caused Gao Chen to nod in quiet approval that a woman of such caliber undeniably held a significant allure for him. However, having become accustomed to the breathtaking NPCs prevalent in the online realm, He remained relatively unfazed. Indeed, it was no surprise that the foremost academy of the War Flame Empire boasted such enchanting students. It seemed he had chosen the right institution before the girl. A rather unsavory male student appeared ready to utter something, but upon receiving a whispered remark from his companion, the two of them hastily lowered their heads and departed. Hearing the commotion, Gao Wan chuckled lightly and led Gao Chen over, stating, "Binger, you've arrived quite early." "Ah, Aunt Tingwan, you are here as well?" The girl named Binger promptly replied to Gao Wan. This voice, paired with her demeanor, starkly contrasted her earlier fierce attitude. It was evident she was a well-mannered girl. Gao Chen thought to himself, "It seems yet another enchantress graces us." Gao Wan smiled and remarked, "Chenner, do you not wish to pay your respects to the crown princess?" So, she was the crown princess. No wonder she possessed such an exquisite aura. While this thought crossed his mind, he merely replied, "Since we are within the academy, we are all merely students, and there exists no hierarchy among us." This response momentarily took Gao Wan aback. Was this the same timid nephew who once only focused on his studies? Just as she was about to speak, Binger interjected, "Indeed, there is no hierarchy among students. Your words are truly exceptional, but I am still your senior." Gao Chen pays his respects to his senior, Gao Chen said, clasping his hands together. "Binger, do come visit the general's residence sometime. However, I must now accompany Chunner to complete his enrollment process, so we must take our leave." With that, she guided Gao Chen toward the dean's office. Once Gao Chen and Gao Wan had walked a distance away, a male student lingering by Bing's side remarked, "Is this not the infamous talentless scion of the National Guardian General? Zhu Wenbing? Do not underestimate others, and certainly do not belittle the Gao family. Without the National Guardian General's campaigns, would you enjoy such a stable life? From General Gao to the present, the Gao family has made significant contributions," Binger replied earnestly. "Underrate the Gao family? No one in the entire empire dares to do so, least of all me. Yet Gao Chen is nothing more than a cowardly scholar. Am I mistaken?" Zhu Wenbing retorted. Binger chose not to respond further. Contemplating, can one truly be deemed a coward if they can face a princess with such poise? Zhu Wenbing, if you truly believe this, do not lament when misfortune befalls you. On their way to the dean's office, Gao Chen spoke, "Aunt, so this is the crown princess." Gao Wan smiled. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful." "Yes, very beautiful," Gao Chen replied earnestly. "Hee, beauty is indeed commendable." Gao Wan seemed to have more to say, but upon noticing her silence, Gao Chen refrained from inquiring further. Upon reaching the dean's office, Gao Wan knocked on the door, and a deep, authoritative voice called from within, "Enter." Gao Wan opened the door and led Gao Chen inside. Addressing the occupant, "Grandfather Yi, I have brought Chunner." Gao Chen pays his respects to the dean, Gao Chen said, bowing slightly to Yi Tianzhong. "Ah, Tengwan, welcome. Please take a seat. That it is truly regrettable for a son of the Gao family not to pursue martial arts. However, now that you are 16, it may be a bit late to start. Nonetheless, with dedicated effort, you could still rise to the rank of a great general," Yi Tianjing said with a warm smile. Indeed, he believed that a Gao family son ought to master the art of combat, and his demeanor reflected his satisfaction. Gao Chen vowed, "I shall strive to meet the expectations of my elders. Having chosen the path of martial arts, I will not tarnish the Gao family's reputation." Seeing Gao Chen's resolute demeanor, Yi Tianjing felt a surge of joy and replied, "Excellent. It's a bit late to start learning martial arts. But as an old friend, I shall arrange for Gary to guide you personally. After all, he has some free time lately." Overwhelmed by the prospect of having a dedicated tutor, Gao Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dean." Gao Wan opened her mouth to speak, but Yi Tianjing gave her a knowing glance, prompting her to swallow her words that in her heart. She mused, "Chenner, you must strive diligently. You must seek to redeem yourself." How could such a prestigious academy afford to have an idle mentor unless he was notorious for his rigorous training? Those who have undergone his tutelage are known to flee at the sight of him. Many parents have lodged complaints against him, which is why he presently has little to occupy his time. Unaware that Gary was indeed a relentless taskmaster, Gao Chen remained oblivious to the underlying implications of Yi Tianjing's kindness. The dean cheerfully remarked, "I believe in you. A son of the Gao family is never inferior to others. That is a given, Gao Chen replied earnestly, which only served to further lift Yi Tianjing's spirits. At that moment, Gao Wan interjected, "Chener, please step outside. I have matters to discuss privately with Grandfather Yi." "Then I shall take my leave," Gao Chen said, bowing slightly before exiting. Chapter 15. Mission triggered once Gao Chen had departed. Gao Wan expressed her concerns. "Grandfather Yi, is this truly appropriate? After all, Chener has not endured much hardship." "He, Tingwan, consider our relationship. Do you think I would harm him? Just because Gary is dubbed the demon instructor does not imply he is unworthy. Quite the opposite, he is a responsible mentor. It is merely that his standards are beyond what average students can meet. Gao Chen is starting his training rather late, but I can see from his eyes that he is a resolute individual. You should have faith in him. Rest assured," Yi Tianjing replied with a chuckle. What Yi Tianjing did not mention was that Gary's training methods were indeed commonplace within the realm of martial practice. After a moment's reflection, Gao Wan recognized that Yi Tianjing's perspective might hold merit, especially considering the steadfast impression Gao Chen left upon her. Nodding, she said, "Then I shall rely on you to look after Chener during his time at the academy. Do not worry. In a few years, the Gao family will welcome another talented warrior," Yi Tianjing assured her. This was not mere flattery. He genuinely perceived Gao Chen's extraordinary potential as a mage of the Earth tier and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. His ability to assess talent was certainly commendable. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. In years to come, Gao Chen would not become the general he envisioned. "Thank you, Grandfather Yi. I will now take him to his dormitory. I shall return shortly to bid you farewell," Gao Wan said, bowing slightly before exiting. The Martial Arts Academy operated under a closed educational system, allowing students to leave only during designated times each month. Though the Gao General's residence was nearby, students were still required to reside in the academy dormitories. As they walked, Gao Wan remarked, "Chener, training in martial arts is arduous. Since you have chosen this path, there is little for me to say. I only hope you practice diligently, but do take care of your health." Gao Wan's words of concern touched Gao Chen deeply. In his past life, he had been an orphan, devoid of familial affection, save for friendship. This feeling of care was profoundly uplifting. He resolved that since he had taken possession of this body in this world, its family would become his own, and he would protect them fiercely, that if anyone dared to harm them, he would ensure they paid 100-fold, even if they were mere NPCs in a game. "Mere data, Aunt, I understand. Thank you," Gao Chen replied, his gratitude sincere. Gao Wan chuckled, "Silly child. I am your aunt. There is no need for thanks, and remember to keep your magical talents a secret. No one must know until you have matured. Is that clear?" "Aunt, I understand. Do not worry," he assured her. The tragedy of a gifted individual being cut short was pitiful, and the threats posed by enemy talents must be eliminated before they could flourish. This principle held true in any world, especially in one governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevailed. Gao Chen's dormitory at the Martial Arts Academy was a separate small courtyard. Ensuring he could better safeguard his secrets, the Gao family would never allow him to share a large dormitory with others that in the academy. Even a single room was a rare privilege, but Gao Chen's circumstances were unique. Thanks to Yi Tianjing's close ties with General Gao and the fact that Gao Chen was the last heir of the Gao family, it was no surprise he had his own courtyard. Once the maid had tidied up the room, Gao Wan placed a stack of gold notes in Gao Chen's hands, saying, "This is your living allowance for the month. Remember to take good care of yourself, and will take her leave now." Gao Chen gazed at the gold notes in his hands, reflecting on how, despite his ability to command the winds and waves, accumulating such wealth was no easy feat in this world. However, it was merely a month's allowance, and no wonder everyone sought power and riches. Now, he could be considered a second-generation official, seemingly a rather formidable one at that. After sending Gao Tingjuan away, Gao Chen contemplated whether it was time to commence his training in combat skills. Although his spirits had been dampened by the recent mission's failure, he understood the necessity of honing his abilities, especially after experiencing the formidable nature of that task. Gao Chen's desire for strength intensified. Without power, nothing could be achieved. For others, a lack of strength might merely result in a slightly inferior existence. But for Gao Chen, it could be a matter of life and death. The repercussions of his mission failure instilled a sense of urgency in him, driving his relentless pursuit of improvement and the aspiration to reach the pinnacle of power. To discern whether this world was genuine or merely a game, possessing formidable strength was essential. A.S. Gao Chen prepared to practice his combat techniques. A thunderous voice called from outside the courtyard. "Hey, you inside? Get out here!" The sound reverberated in Gao Chen's ears like thunder, leaving him momentarily stunned. Irritated, he stepped outside to find a middle-aged man, the one who had shouted. Gao Chen flung the door open and retorted, "Who are you to make such a racket outside? Do you think being loud makes you impressive?" Upon hearing that a student was addressing him, Gary rushed over, brimming with excitement, yet he was taken aback by the rudeness of this young man. Gary thundered, "You? What about me? Don't lecture me. Just because you raise your voice doesn't mean you're polite. It merely indicates a lack of upbringing. Hasn't your teacher taught you about appropriate volume levels when speaking?" Gary attempted to respond angrily, but Gao Chen interrupted him, launching into a tirade that only fueled Gary's fury, to Gary's astonishment. Gao Chen finished and turned to re-enter the courtyard, inciting Gary's wrath to an unprecedented level. Just as Gao Chen settled inside, he suddenly heard a loud crash, followed by the system alerting him that he had been maliciously attacked by Gary, with permission to retaliate. Struggling to push aside the door that had fallen on him, he stood up, dusted himself off, and remarked, "Strength dictates respect, that if you dare, kill me. As long as I live, I won't forget today that if you possess courage, leave your name." With that, he ignored Gary, calmly wiping the blood from his lips and checking his health points, which, to his dismay, had dropped by half. He then cast a reconnaissance spell. Gary, level 56, that he felt a twinge of familiarity with the name Gary, but couldn't quite recall where he had encountered it before. Seeing Gao Chen's calm demeanor took Gary by surprise. He had expected more insults, yet here was Gao Chen, eerily composed. The sight of the blood at Gao Chen's mouth made Gary feel a bit guilty, realizing he had recklessly barged in and caused harm. Despite a flicker of remorse, Gary's pride would not allow him to back down. Gao Chen's indifference reignited Gary's anger. As a nearly 6th-tier powerhouse, being disregarded by a mere novice was intolerable. Gary bellowed, "I am your instructor. Do you not greet your mentor?" Finally, Gao Chen recalled that Gary was indeed the tutor assigned to him by the academy's headmaster. Yet the image of Gary before him was a stark contrast to his expectations of a refined mentor. This man seemed to embody anything but civility. Gao Chen understood why Gary was still unoccupied in such a vast academy. His explosive temperament would surely be intolerable to most students. "Greetings, mentor." Understanding the importance of respecting authority, Gao Chen bowed slightly and asked, "Knowing I am your student, why maintain such a tone? Are you seeking revenge?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gary felt anger rise at Gao Chen's demeanor, his words sharp and confrontational. "Indeed, I plan to take revenge, of course. If you fear that, then never mind." Gao Chen, incensed by Gary's tone, retorted, "If you wish to challenge me, then so be it. My name is Gao Chen. You are my mentor now, and I will not be intimidated by a coward's threats that if you believe I am weak, then let me switch mentors." Gary's voice remained loud. "If you're not a coward, then today, you will tie to your living quarters. Starting tomorrow, you will train an hour earlier than others. That do you understand? If you cannot comply, seek a different mentor." With that, he turned on his heel, disregarding Gao Chen's reaction. Watching Gary's retreating figure, Gao Chen felt a mix of frustration and determination that if he wished to stand atop the world, he understood that sacrifices were necessary. Defeating someone of Gary's caliber, level 56, would be an extraordinary challenge. In that moment, a notification chimed. Task triggered. Defeat Gary. Task description. Defeat mentor Gary within 1 year. Success rewards. Level up twice, 10 survival points. Weapon, open the heavens. Task failure. Drop 10 levels. Gao Chen felt despondent. How could he possibly defeat Gary within a year? This was absurd. However, he realized he could not refuse this self-initiated task. It appeared the academy had imposed this daunting challenge upon him without consultation, that if he could amass the strength to defeat Gary within a year, perhaps he could also tackle that shopkeeper's task. Having accepted the task, Gao Chen commenced a new round of combat skill practice. Chapter 16. Skill Fusion, Dragon's Roar Sword Technique. After Gary's departure, Gao Chen surveyed the door that Gary had damaged. Feeling a pang of annoyance at the destruction of his surroundings, he decided to rectify the situation, calling for a maintenance worker to repair the door. Upon offering payment, the worker declined, explaining that such services were included for the courtyard. This revelation struck Gao Chen as a testament to the privileges of power in the headmaster's office. Gary burst in, eagerly gulping down a cup of tea before exclaiming, "Master, that kid is just to my liking. Where on earth did you find him?" The headmaster snatched the cup from Gary's hands and scolded, "Do you understand the value of this tea? It's a premium blend from the snowy mountains. Don't waste it if you can't appreciate it." The headmaster was exasperated. He felt as if he were witnessing a pig gnawing at a flower. Gary, sheepishly smiling, replied, "I was just too excited. That kid is truly remarkable. You should tread carefully. He has a background in the arts," the old headmaster remarked, sipping his tea slowly. "Ah, so that's why he didn't dodge," Gary muttered under his breath, though loud enough for the headmaster to hear. "What do you mean he didn't dodge? What did you do?" "I entrusted him to you, hoping you would challenge him, but I do not wish for him to come to harm. Do you understand my concern?" The headmaster's eyes narrowed as he reprimanded Gary. Gary, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly reassured, "Don't worry, master. Despite his background, his resolve is strong, and I believe in him." The headmaster sighed. "To be honest, I hope he succeeds, yet I also wish for him to have a peaceful life. You must ensure nothing happens to him. Rest assured." He stated he wouldn't request a different mentor until he has defeated me, Gary hastily added. The headmaster, taken aback, spluttered his tea, exclaiming, "What did you say? He won't switch mentors until he defeats you. You are on the verge of breaking through to level 6. The headmaster was incredulous. Reaching level 5 was no trivial matter. Yet Gary affirmed, "Yes, that's exactly what he said, that I trust he is not one to speak without action." Had Gao Chen been present, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with Gary's sentiment. "What is going on here? You must tell me the truth." I refuse to believe he would casually make such a statement. The headmaster was convinced something significant had transpired. "Nothing much happened, master, that I need to devise a training plan for him. I must take my leave now." "Enjoy your tea," Gary said, seeking an excuse to exit swiftly. Having acquired a student, especially one with such determination, Gary was resolute in not allowing the headmaster to take him away. As Gary hurriedly dashed out, Yi Tian momentarily halted his motion of placing the teacup down, preparing to call out to him, but ultimately shook his head and set it down instead. Gao Chen pondered whether it would be more beneficial to train in martial skills or magic at this juncture. Although his current practice in magic merely involved gathering magical elements without casting spells, a careless misstep could lead to unwanted attention, resulting in significant trouble, while Gao Chen remained unaware of the formidable beings that inhabited this world. He recognized that it had developed over tens of thousands of years, that in contrast, humanity in his previous life had ventured beyond the solar system in less than 10,000 years. The evolution of martial and magical prowess over such a long span was undoubtedly complex, and he felt acutely aware of his own weakness. Gradually, Gao Chen came to the realization that this was perhaps not a game, but rather a tangible reality. "Kid, open the door." Gary's voice suddenly resonated from outside. Gao Chen opened the door, bent slightly, and said, "Greetings, mentor. Is there something you need?" "Nothing much. Just came to check on you. I wanted to inform you that training will commence tomorrow. Today will be your last leisurely day," Gary responded. Gao Chen felt a strange mix of fondness and irritation at Gary's calm demeanor. "Understood, mentor," he replied coolly, pondering whether Gary's voice could not be a tad louder. "What weapon do you wield, and what martial skill are you studying?" Gary inquired, his tone remaining consistent. "Any weapon will suffice. Currently, I am using a sword, and for martial skills, I have practiced the family heirloom, the Dragon's Roar technique," Gao Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. "The Dragon's Roar technique? Are you from the Gao family? The one with that renowned prodigy?" Gary asked, his expression one of astonishment. "Does the mentor not know?" Gao Chen mused, perplexed that Gary seemed entirely unaware. "The Dragon's Roar technique. I hope you do not tarnish its reputation," Gary stated, his tone turning grave and respectful. Gao Chen understood that Gary's reverence was directed towards the Dragon's Roar technique, or perhaps towards the esteemed warriors of the Gao family throughout history. "I am aware, and I shall not disappoint my family," Gao Chen replied calmly. Gary, however, detected the resolve in Gao Chen's eyes and silently nodded in approval. This was precisely the type of attentive disciple he desired. Why do you claim that any weapon will suffice? Selecting a fine weapon is essential for maximizing the efficacy of martial skills. It would be better for you to stick with the sword, Gary advised kindly. To remain unchanging amidst change. As long as one possesses the essence of a weapon in their heart, one can unleash their utmost power regardless of the weapon in hand. Relying solely on one type of weapon poses a significant risk should it be lost, Gao Chen countered. In his mind, he considered the multitude of potential weapons that could be obtained, realizing that the earlier weapons were relatively straightforward. If not a sword, then a blade. Yet he pondered the nature of weapons such as the Gentian or the Rage Slash. These must be classified as extraordinary artifacts. Furthermore, he was uncertain if the world operated similarly to the game, wherein only specific weapons dropped. The unpredictability of what might emerge with each level up was a mystery he could not disclose to Gary. To him, any weapon in hand was merely a tool. The true essence lay in the skills. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. However, it is often said that being proficient in one thing is better than being mediocre in many. If you possess the confidence to master all, then so be it. I shall take my leave now. I will come to awaken you in the morning, so do not fret, Gary concluded, turning to exit. As he reached the door, he absent-mindedly remarked, "The door is well installed. I had planned to call someone for assistance, but it seems unnecessary now." Watching Gary's retreating figure, Gao Chen mused that despite Gary's unimpressive demeanor, which fell short of his expectations, he appeared to be a responsible mentor. After closing the courtyard door, he began practicing the Dragon's Roar technique. Regardless, he resolved to focus on elevating his level first. After 2 hours of practicing the Dragon's Roar technique, he began to delve into magic. While Gao Chen's approach to magic resembled the meditative practices of the world's magicians, significant differences existed. Whereas the magicians communicated with the elements of space during meditation, Gao Chen's practice felt more akin to idling. As his thoughts wandered to various distractions that moment, he contemplated if the skills of this world could be fused with those from the game. For instance, what would happen if the assassin's killing sword technique were integrated into the Dragon's Roar technique? This world had evolved martial and magical arts over tens of thousands of years, far removed from the simplistic tales he had read in his past life, which featured mere brutes wielding raw strength. That it was inconceivable that, even if the inhabitants were somewhat dull, the techniques would remain devoid of sophistication after millennia of development. The Dragon's Roar technique he practiced was already replete with finesse, and when paired with the internal energy of the Dragon's Roar, it yielded astounding power. The destructive potential of the assassin's killing sword was exponentially greater, and he wondered about the results if applied to the Dragon's Roar technique. With these thoughts in mind, he paused his magical practice. After all, he was merely at level 1, gaining minimal experience. He deemed it acceptable to take a break and proceeded to the courtyard to practice the Dragon's Roar technique, while simultaneously executing the assassin's killing sword technique, done on his first attempt. He initiated with the Dragon's Roar technique, followed by the assassin's killing sword, a pause of less than half a second between them. Gao Chen realized this was ineffective. With each repetition, the interval between them gradually diminished, resembling a combo, yet he understood it still lacked any substantial effect. What he sought was to merge these two techniques into one cohesive form that he continued through the second and third attempts. The dawn gradually illuminating the sky, drawing ever closer to that sensation of success. However, despite his persistence, he had yet to achieve it. Still, Gao Chen remained fervent in his practice, feeling the exhilarating proximity to triumph. After an indeterminate number of attempts, a sudden enlightenment struck him that he swung the blade in his hand and shouted, "Dragon's Roar killing technique." The essence of the Dragon's Roar technique infused with the distinctive characteristics of the assassin's killing sword manifested before him. In that moment, Gao Chen recognized his success, and just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! The Dragon's Roar technique and the assassin's killing sword have fused to create the Dragon's Roar killing technique. This skill is not level restricted and possesses attributes of both techniques. Specifics must be explored further. Practice required. Current level, 0. Gao Chen erupted into joyous laughter within the courtyard, overwhelmed with exhilaration. His excitement stemmed not merely from the successful fusion of the skill, but from the newfound opportunities it presented. A luminous gateway had opened before him. He immediately commenced practicing the dragon's roar killing technique. To his delight, he discovered that this new technique granted him 5 experience points per second. Within an hour, that amounted to 30,000 points. This revelation only heightened his elation. There was hope for leveling up. Soon, an hour had passed, and just as he was poised to continue his practice, a howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed from outside. Chapter 17. The Ruthless Mentor. Gary, kid, get up. The voice rang out with resounding clarity. Igniting Gao Chen's irritation, he thought to himself how fortunate he was that his practice differed from others. Had he been like everyone else, Gary's bellow would surely have disrupted his focus. Though he felt frustrated and tempted to lash out, Gao Chen understood that venting his anger would yield little benefit. Resignedly, he opened the door. Gary frowned, addressing Gao Chen. "Why are you up so quickly? Have you been awake for long?" Gary felt puzzled, having assumed that this student would still be asleep. Typically, most trainees were still lost in slumber at this hour. Yet here was Gao Chen, already dressed and ready. "Greetings, mentored in the future. Could you refrain from such loud calls? It disrupts my training," Gao Chen respectfully remarked after bowing to Gary. "Disrupting your training? So you were practicing just now? Did you not sleep last night?" Gary's initial irritation at Gao Chen's request was superseded by curiosity upon hearing the latter's words. "Yes, mentor. Having chosen this path, I am prepared to endure hardship," Gao Chen replied, silently resolving to excel beyond the ordinary. Training is not a matter of mere days. Practicing all night does not exempt you from daytime training. Remember to balance your efforts and rest. You must recuperate at night to train effectively during the day. Understood? Gary remarked, impressed by Gao Chen's unwavering determination, but cautious not to encourage recklessness. "Understood, mentor," Gao Chen replied with respect. Gary led Gao Chen towards another direction of the academy gates. The Magic Martial Academy sprawled across an extensive area, replete with small hills and groves, that as they entered a small thicket. Gary remarked to Gao Chen, "This shall be your training ground henceforth." Gazing around, the early dawn's chill, not quite dispelled by the rising sun, imbued the grove with an eerie ambience. Several large tree stumps occupied the center of the grove, bearing the remnants of training marks. This place truly seemed an ideal setting for nefarious deeds. Gao Chen mused, contemplating that if one were to eliminate a couple of individuals here, it would likely go unnoticed. Yet as he glanced at Gary, whose formidable physique resembled that of a gorilla, a flicker of trepidation washed over him. Gary, meanwhile, surveyed the surroundings, though his intentions remained inscrutable. After a few moments, he sighed and addressed Gao Chen. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Gao Chen refrained from responding, and Gary continued, "Do you know what is most crucial in mastering battle techniques?" "I do not," Gao Chen replied after a moment's contemplation. To him, the essence of training lay in accruing experience. However, he could not voice such a simplistic notion to Gary, that in truth, Gao Chen was woefully ignorant of the fundamentals of this world. The most important aspect of mastering battle techniques is the cultivation of inner energy. Inner energy is the foundation that sustains these techniques, yet not everyone possesses the ability to cultivate it. Now, begin to circulate your energy and keenly perceive its presence, Gary explained, seemingly anticipating Gao Chen's ignorance. "But, Master, how can one truly sense the existence of inner energy?" Gao Chen inquired. Despite being on the cusp of reaching level 20 and having attained level 2 in the Dragon's Roar technique, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding how to perceive inner energy. Gary then meticulously elucidated the fundamentals of inner energy and how to sense it within one's body. This is what inner energy is. Gao Chen thought before speaking up. "But Master, what is it? I told you to feel it. Do you not comprehend?" Gary snapped, exasperated with Gao Chen's incessant questions despite having provided a clear explanation. "I understand, but Master, what is it? I told you to feel the inner energy, now go." Gary interrupted again, his voice rising in frustration that he pondered whether he had misjudged this youth or if he was indeed a hopeless case. Gao Chen's relentless inquiries, devoid of any common knowledge, had tested Gary's already limited patience. Seeing Gary's demeanor, Gao Chen inwardly lamented, "What kind of mentor is this?" Taking a seat on the tree stump, he began to practice the Dragon's Roar technique. Endeavoring to sense the flow of energy within himself, that moment, he contemplated the extraordinary strength exhibited by the people of this world. They bore no formidable equipment, yet displayed commendable offense and defense. The stunning swordplay of Gao Hua had left him in awe for an extended period, and he had sought to learn that technique, only to be thwarted by his insufficient level. Recalling Gary's earlier remarks regarding the application of inner energy, Gao Chen began to deduce why the inhabitants of this world could unleash such formidable attacks without equipment. It was indeed the inner energy. It struck him that the concept of inner energy had been refined to an astonishing degree in this realm. If he were to cultivate his own inner energy and combine it with his equipment, he would undoubtedly possess a significant advantage over them. Gary had mentioned that circulating inner energy would enhance the body, prompting Gao Chen to attempt the same. Resolutely, he began to control the inner energy coursing through his meridians. As the energy cycled through him, he felt his meridians strengthening, not merely in width, but also in resilience. Though the degree of enhancement was minuscule, so subtle, it was nearly imperceptible. Gao Chen was acutely aware that his meridians were indeed fortifying. An hour swiftly passed, and Gao Chen emerged from his meditation, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of comfort. Upon concluding his practice, he turned to Gary and declared, "Master, I believe I have felt it." "What? You felt it? Since when did you become a liar? If you wish to abandon your training and admit to being a coward, then go seek another mentor from the dean," Gary bellowed, genuinely vexed. Initially, he had thought he had found a promising disciple, but who could have predicted this turn of events? "I'm not a coward. I truly felt it," Gao Chen retorted, his voice rising in protest. "Thump!" Gary kicked Gao Chen off the tree stump and shouted, "Do you think inner energy is something you can just claim to feel?" Startled by the sudden kick, Gao Chen sprang to his feet and exclaimed in anger, "Is this how you treat your students? No wonder no one wishes to be taught by you. I would rather do without such a mentor." Infuriated by the kick, Gao Chen's ire flared. "What kind of mentor is this? He is nothing short of a brute." Observing Gao Chen's intention to walk away, Gary noted the genuine fury etched on his face, sensing that he was not deceiving him, which prompted a flicker of belief, albeit reluctantly. Gary pondered aloud. "Did you truly feel it? Didn't I just say that you do not believe me?" Gao Chen replied, irritation evident in his tone. "Very well, sit down and circulate your energy once more." "I shall observe," Gary instructed earnestly. Compelled by Gary's insistence, Gao Chen resumed his position on the stump and began practicing the dragon's roar technique. Gary placed his inner energy-laden hand upon Gao Chen's abdomen. As Gao Chen completed a cycle of energy and opened his eyes, Gary stepped back, bowed slightly, and said, "I misjudged you, Lord Gao Chen. I apologize. Master, there is no need for such formality. I am unworthy of your apology," Gao Chen replied hastily, his thoughts reflecting on the true essence of a man, one who takes responsibility for his actions. Noticing that time was of the essence, Gary advised Gao Chen, "Now that you can sense inner energy, ensure to incorporate it into your battle techniques during training, for only then can you unleash formidable power." "Understood, Master," Gao Chen acknowledged, having developed a measure of respect for this mentor, albeit acknowledging his excessive aggression. As dawn broke, they ceased their training, and Gary guided Gao Chen towards the dining hall. Upon entering, Gary instructed Gao Chen to take a seat while he went to place their orders, though Gao Chen offered to fetch the food himself. A sharp glare from Gary silenced him, compelling him to remain seated. Gary's booming voice drew the attention of a few patrons, who quickly averted their gazes upon recognizing the source of the commotion. Gao Chen mused on Gary's formidable reputation. Shortly thereafter, Gary returned, seated across from Gao Chen, accompanied by a server who began bringing forth an impressive array of dishes: several pounds of beef, 10 chicken legs, 10 eggs, and 10 buns, divided into 2 portions. Gao Chen, taken aback by the sheer volume of food before him, inquired, "Master, is anyone else joining us for this meal?" Gary remained silent, claiming 1 portion for himself, while pushing the other towards Gao Chen. Uttering a single command, "Eat! How can you possibly consume all of this?" Gao Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Your constitution is rather frail. You must eat more to sustain your training, which demands considerable energy." "You must finish it all today," Gary insisted earnestly. Recognizing the futility of arguing, Gao Chen picked up a chicken leg and began to eat. That as he chewed, Gary continued. Once you finish your meal, you will attend class in the Level 1 training group. The Magic Martial Academy comprised 4 grades, teaching levels 1 through 5 that those who reached level 5 were regarded as formidable within this continent, though this was merely the common perception. Gary believed that since Gao Chen was just commencing his training, it would be beneficial for him to attend the Level 1 class to learn some theoretical knowledge. Gao Chen contemplated mentioning that he was on the verge of reaching level 2, but ultimately decided against it, stating instead, "But I do not know the way." "Do not worry. I will guide you after your meal," Gary assured, resuming his focus on the food before him. Reluctantly, Gao Chen steeled himself and continued to eat. After consuming 3 chicken legs and a pound of beef, Gao Chen realized he was truly full that moment. The sight of the remaining food on the table filled him with a sense of nausea. However, given Gary's unwavering gaze, it was clear that he would not be permitted to leave until the table was cleared. The chicken legs and buns now appeared less as delicacies and more like refuse dredged from a sewer. The thought of eating them made him feel ill. With a bitter smile, Gao Chen turned to Gary and said, "Master, I genuinely cannot eat another bite. Look, my stomach is about to burst. Is it possible for me to stop?" "Absolutely not. You must eat every last morsel. You shall not leave this dining hall until you do," Gary declared, his tone brooking no argument. After forcing down another chicken leg, Gao Chen recognized that he could not possibly consume any more. He began to devise a plan that if he had to eat all of this, he would surely burst. But how could he avoid finishing it? Perhaps he could stash the food in his backpack. But then there was the issue of disposing of the bones. That truly was a conundrum. After a moment's thought, Gao Chen finally devised a solution. Hearing the rustling sound of someone eating, Gary looked up to find Gao Chen seemingly relishing his meal. However, there was something oddly peculiar about the way Gao Chen consumed his food in Gary's eyes. Gao Chen tore off a substantial piece of chicken leg and shoved it into his mouth without even a hint of chewing. He continued this voracious assault, dispatching an entire chicken leg in mere moments before reaching for another. Where on earth does all that food go? Gary finally couldn't contain his curiosity, as Gao Chen's eating habits struck him as exceedingly strange. "Of course. It goes into my stomach. What else could it be? Hurry up and eat, mentor," Gao Chen replied with a feigned innocence. Feeling quite smug internally, it turned out that this young man was stealthily stowing the meat directly into his backpack after tearing it off with his teeth, causing the chicken legs to vanish before Gary's eyes. Although Gary sensed something was amiss, he felt utterly powerless, having witnessed Gao Chen actually consuming the food. The meal concluded amidst Gao Chen's ravenous tearing and Gary's bewilderment. Rubbing his round belly, Gao Chen expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Mentor, experts say one should only eat until 7/10 full for optimal health. Besides, how can I attend class in this state?" "Why ever not? If you wish to take a leave of absence, go speak to the dean. I have no authority to grant you a day off," Gary retorted, still pondering where Gao Chen had concealed the meat from those chicken legs. "Must we always eat so much?" Gao Chen asked, realizing skipping class was not an option. Although he had devised a way to avoid truly consuming everything, the mere sight of the food was becoming increasingly unappealing. "I assure you, it's imperative to eat this much to withstand the demands of your training. I don't care how you manage it, but if you don't leave the cafeteria with a full belly next time, you won't be allowed to leave," Gary declared, seemingly having devised a strategy to deal with Gao Chen. "You think you can just sneak food away? Well, let's see if you can manage to fill your belly. If you can, I might just concede defeat." "No, it can't be like this." Gao Chen found himself at a loss for a solution. It appeared he would indeed have to eat. Cursed chicken legs, cursed beef, cursed gorillas, he silently cursed within. "You go ahead and find a seat. I'll fetch your mentor," Gary said, quickly leading Gao Chen to a classroom before heading toward the mentor's office. Upon entering the classroom, Gao Chen noticed around 20 students present, with plenty of available seats. He casually chose an empty spot, but just as he settled in, a younger male student approached and barked, "Hey, that's my seat. Move over." Gao Chen stood up and relocated to another empty spot. However, the boy followed him, asserting, "Don't you know this is my territory? You can't just sit down without paying your respects. So you're claiming this place is yours, and I can't sit here?" Gao Chen retorted, suppressing his anger, as he was already feeling uncomfortably full and merely wanted to rest for a moment. You can only sit if you acknowledge my territory first. Call me boss and pay a monthly protection fee, and we'll be good." The boy smugly replied, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Gao Chen refusing. The other students looked on, most with sympathetic expressions, making it clear this behavior was not a first for the boy. "What if I refuse to get up? What will you do?" Gao Chen asked nonchalantly. Bam! Without a word, the boy seized a nearby stool and slammed it down onto Gao Chen. Caught off guard, Gao Chen was knocked to the ground, unsure whether the stool was simply flimsy or if his own physical prowess was exceptional, as it shattered upon impact, picking up a piece of the broken stool. Gao Chen swiftly stood, employing basic sword techniques to strike at the boy with fervor. While the students in the first-level class were all novice martial artists below rank 2, Gao Chen stood at the peak of rank 1. Coupled with the sharpness of his basic swordsmanship, the boy was left utterly defenseless. Never expecting Gao Chen would dare to retaliate, in just a few exchanges, the boy found himself on the ground. While Gao Chen, still feeling uncomfortably full, struck the boy mercilessly with the stool leg, all the while shouting, "This is your territory. How old are you? Just because you claim it as yours doesn't mean it is. Imagine if you were older. What would that mean? Stop it." Just as Gao Chen was enjoying himself, a female voice interjected, and the other students called out for Min'er Wang, turning to see a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. Her face flushed with anger only enhanced her allure. Upon hearing her voice, Gao Chen immediately halted his actions. Wang Yujie glared at him and demanded, "What is going on here? Why are you fighting?" "Mentor, it's like this. He claimed this as his territory, and I merely wanted to inform him that no land belongs to anyone but the Emperor. He may think this is just a game. But if such notions take root, and he begins to enjoy the benefits of claiming land, it could lead to trouble in the future. As a fellow student, I can't just stand by and watch him make a mistake. Don't you agree, Mentor? Am I wrong?" Gao Chen asserted, growing increasingly convinced of the righteousness of his stance. Outside the classroom, Gary stood dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "My disciple is something else. He can argue so confidently even while fighting." Exchanging a glance with Wang Yujie, he shook his head and departed, still mulling over where Gao Chen had hidden the meat from those chicken legs, a mystery he was destined never to solve. Noticing Wang Yujie in silence, Gao Chen adopted a tone of faux seriousness, addressing the boy. "Do you now understand your mistake? You can't just claim territory that isn't yours. Remember, this vast land belongs to the Emperor. Got it?" "You're right. This land belongs to the Emperor," the boy mumbled, lowering his head like a chastised child. "Mentor, look, this classmate acknowledges his mistake," Gao Chen exclaimed with triumph. "In that case, everyone take your seats. We're about to begin class." Wang Yujie shot Gao Chen a warning glance but said nothing further. Walking to the front of the room, turning to Gao Chen, she instructed, "Since you're new here, introduce yourself to the class." "Hello everyone, I'm Gao Chen." Gao means expert and Chen means time. "I'm new to the academy and will be a part of this big family from now on. I hope to receive your guidance, and if any of you make mistakes, don't worry. I want to just stand by and watch. If you notice someone erring, come to me and we'll correct it together. We must strive to rectify our mistakes. Thank you." Gao Chen calmly concluded, taking his seat amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. The class then commenced, focusing on the transformation of internal energy and its applications. While these methods could be found in books, the mentor provided unique insights that would save the students from many pitfalls and help them grasp concepts they might otherwise struggle to understand. The guidance offered by the mentor was far more accessible and comprehensible than mere textbook knowledge. The boy who had been struck by Gao Chen glared at him, plotting his revenge against the son of a powerful figure in the now dominant Fire Empire. He was used to having few dare to challenge him. Yet today, he suffered a significant defeat at Gao Chen's hands, a bitter pill to swallow. However, as he observed Gao Chen attentively listening to the mentor, as if nothing had transpired, his frustration only deepened. He vowed to himself that he would make Gao Chen beg like a dog for mercy someday. Just then, Gao Chen turned to him, flashed a grin, and softly said, "I want to just stand by while you make mistakes. Focus on the lesson." With that, he ignored the boy and returned his attention to the front, leaving the boy seething with anger, yet powerless to retaliate. When Wang Yujie shot him a disapproving glance, he feigned seriousness, though he absorbed none of the lesson. Chapter 19. Extreme Physical Training. The day's lessons swiftly passed, at least in Gao Chen's perception. The beautiful mentor's explanations transported him into a realm of understanding, enlightening him on many aspects of training, making time seem to fly. After class, as Gao Chen reflected on the mentor's teachings and prepared to resume his training, Wang Yujia suddenly spoke up. Gao Chen, please accompany me to the office. The rest of you are free to go. With that, she walked out, and Gao Chen followed closely behind, his gaze drawn to her gently swaying form, provoking a range of thoughts within him. He wondered why her movements were so captivating, while a man as similar gait might lack the same appeal. Particularly with this beautiful mentor, the more he looked, the more enchanting she appeared. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Focus solely on the view of the alluring figure in front of him. Gao Chen suddenly heard a remark. Is it really such a big deal just to glance at your backside? He murmured softly. What did you say? Repeat that. The voice escalated in volume, causing the beautiful instructor's cheeks to flush slightly, which only added to Gao Chen's temptation that he thought to himself, yearning to steal a kiss. No, I didn't say anything. Instructor, is there something you needed me for? Gao Chen asked cautiously, sensing that the beautiful instructor appeared ready to explode. If he truly angered her, he would be the one to suffer. Why did you start a fight as soon as you arrived? Do you realize that the person you struck today is the son of Lord Zhu? Although her voice was loud, Gao Chen could discern the underlying concern in her words. No matter who he is, one cannot simply bully others, and I am not the type to endure blows without retaliating. Gao Chen replied earnestly. Do you think being a member of the Gao family makes you exceptional? Let me tell you, in the Magic Martial Academy, no one is allowed to extend their hand recklessly. Do you believe you are strong here? Today, you managed to defeat Zhu Zhihao, but do you think you could take on his brother, Zhu Jiwen, in Class 3 as well? The more she spoke, the more the beautiful instructor seemed to fume. Yet Gao Chen could see her concern for him. Does that mean senior students can bully their juniors at will? Gao Chen inquired incredulously. To be honest, he had not regarded that fellow from Class 3 as a threat. He merely found it perplexing that such behavior went unchecked in the academy, although it was not uncommon for seniors to bully juniors. It was surprising to hear it acknowledged by an instructor. You cannot bully others indiscriminately, nor can you do so in secret. What kind of brain do you have? She said, pointing at Gao Chen's head. Kid, you're in trouble, Gary chuckled as he entered, looking thoroughly entertained. In trouble? I think it is you who should be reprimanded. Gao Chen would never have acted this way before. Is it merely because he attended your class for a few hours? Truly, the quality of the instructor reflects on the students. The dean must have erred in allowing Gao Chen to learn from you, Wang Yujia said, incensed by Gary's gleeful demeanor. Just yesterday, Gao Tengjuan had asked her to look after Gao Chen. Yet in a mere instant, he had landed himself in such significant trouble. Wang Yujia. This was indeed a considerable predicament, given the Academy's closed management system. Sister Yujia, that is where you are mistaken. In half a day, what could I possibly teach him? Gary replied, sounding a bit aggrieved, fearing that Yi Tianjin would not allow him to continue instructing Gao Chen. Instructor, each person is responsible for their own actions. This has nothing to do with Gary. Although I do not wish to cause trouble, I am not one to shy away from it either. Gao Chen interjected before Wang Yujia could speak. Indeed, that kid truly deserved a beating. Sister Yuj, do not take it too much to heart. After all, Gao Chen is now my disciple, and I shall see who dares to lay a finger on him, Gary remarked, casting a glance at Gao Chen, indicating his approval, before addressing Wang Yujia nonchalantly. Very well, I shall not intervene further. Just do not cause more trouble. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a precarious situation, she warned, adopting a fierce expression directed at Gao Chen. Enough of this chatter. It's time for training after lunch, Gary said, having come specifically to escort Gao Chen. He was unwilling to waste even a moment, especially after being reprimanded. With that, he pulled Gao Chen outside. Instructor, rest assured, I shall be cautious that I must take my leave now, Gao Chen replied, recognizing the genuine concern in the beautiful instructor's words as Gary led him away. Seeing the two depart, Wang Yujia turned and left, heading to the general's residence, feeling compelled to inform her dear sister Gao Tengjuan of today's events. Gary brought Gao Chen back to the dining hall, ordering the same dishes, and remarked sternly, "Don't even think about leaving until your stomach is full, understood?" His booming voice attracted the attention of every student in the hall, though they quickly returned to their meals. The once lively dining area fell into a hush, punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery. Gao Chen did not respond, but focused intently on his food, consuming 2 pounds of beef and 5 chicken legs. He then resorted to the technique of tearing into chicken legs, and as his stomach bulged, Gary said nothing, allowing them to finish their meal before returning to the training grove. Meanwhile, outside the dining hall, Zhu Zhihao glared at Gao Chen with a menacing expression, akin to how one would regard a sworn enemy. That a male student beside him spoke up. "Zhu, I heard you were bullied by a newcomer today. Is that true, or just baseless gossip?" His tone was earnest, as if genuinely concerned, yet Zhu Zhihao spat. "Magua, do not mock me that I will have my revenge for this. It is a pity your brother and the others are out. Were they here? That kid wouldn't he dare to act so brazenly. What a shame," Magua lamented, causing Zhu Zhihao's expression to darken further. Just then, several female students approached the dining hall, prompting Magua to rush over and flatter one of them. "Feng Lanwan, are you here for a meal too? What a coincidence, I haven't eaten yet. Let us dine together." "Magua, please address me by my name or as classmate. Do not call me Feng Lanwan, it's quite distasteful," Feng Lanwan replied coldly. As the imperial princess, her status alone drew many admirers, and coupled with her stunning beauty, she was undoubtedly one of the most sought-after female students at the Magic Martial Academy. "Lanwan, are you also here for a meal? Allow me to treat you today," Zhu Zhihao chimed in, cleverly addressing her as classmate to gain favor, which was certainly better than Magua's approach. "Zhu Zhihao, what happened to your face?" Feng Lanwan inquired, noticing the mark Gao Chen had left on him, eliciting a slightly comical appearance from Zhu Zhihao. "My face? I injured it during training today, but it's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Lanwan," he quickly replied, determined to prevent Magua from interjecting. "Oh, is that so? Has your class begun practical training already?" Feng Lanwan asked, intrigued. "No, I injured myself while training," Zhu Zhihao explained awkwardly, as a girl accompanying Feng Lanwan whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Feng Lanwan's expression shifted to one of mild amusement, particularly in how she regarded Zhu Zhihao, which made him feel as though she were mocking him that moment. Everyone was aware of what the girl had said, intensifying Zhu Zhihao's embarrassment as he shot a glare at the girl, who ignored him entirely. "Lanwan, shall we dine together?" Magua proposed once more, altering his approach. "I am sorry. I have classmates waiting for me, that I must take my leave," she replied, leading several other girls into the dining hall. Once she departed, Zhu Zhihao and Magua scoffed in unison before entering themselves. "Princess, you have no idea how ferocious that newcomer is. That he was mercilessly striking Zhu Zhihao with a bench leg if it weren't for instructor Wang Yuji's arrival. Who knows how long it would have continued," the girl from earlier exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly. "That person actually dared to strike Zhu Zhihao. However, Zhu Juan will surely not let this go unpunished," Feng Lanwan remarked. The conversation shifted to trivial matters. Meanwhile, in the grove, Gao Chen was performing various extreme exercises. For an ordinary person, attempting these movements would likely result in exhaustion after a single attempt, but Gao Chen was able to endure them repeatedly. He appreciated the advanced methods of physical training in this world. After thousands of years of development, the techniques to reach peak physical condition had been thoroughly researched. Gao Chen was currently engaged in a series of exercises known as extreme physical training, taught by Gary. After completing the first set, the already level 19 Gao Chen collapsed to the ground, only for Gary to kick him back up and shout, "Haven't you eaten? You can't be this weak. Get up and do it again." Gritting his teeth, Gao Chen rose again, sweat soaking his clothes. Yet he did not stop. It wasn't that he wanted to quit. It was simply that if he slowed down even slightly, Gary would berate him with insults. "Useless. Are you really this worthless?" The indignation stirred within Gao Chen compelled him to push on. Watching the sweat pour from him, Gary showed no signs of sympathy. After several sets of exercises, he kindly allowed Gao Chen a 10-minute break. Just as Gao Chen was about to lie down, Gary interjected. "If you want your previous efforts to be more effective, now would be the time to circulate your inner energy for greater results." Knowing that Gary would never harm him, Gao Chen promptly began to control the circulation of his inner energy. After a full cycle of inner energy movement, he felt a remarkable improvement in his body. The energy flowed rhythmically within him, and the muscles that had been strained from exercise were rapidly healing and strengthening. While others might struggle to focus solely on regulating their inner energy, Gao Chen was different. He could maintain a detached concentration, akin to being in an idle state. When he opened his attribute panel, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Chapter 20. The increase of attribute points at that moment. All of Gao Chen's emotions were instantly replaced by excitement, that he noticed that, without his prior awareness, both his defense and magical defense had increased by 1 point, and his life force had risen by 5 points. Although this seemed minimal, it signified a crucial development. His attributes were no longer solely dependent on equipment and leveling up. This was undoubtedly splendid news that if such a rate of growth could persist, or even accelerate, he would find himself, despite a low level, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Finally, Gao Chen understood why individuals in this world appeared so powerful without relying on equipment. He had previously assumed it was due to inner energy. But it seemed there was more to it. This revelation filled him with anticipation for the future. As the rest period came to an end, he resumed the previous set of movements, this time aiming for 10 repetitions. Just after completing 10 cycles of energy circulation, Gary's thunderous voice jolted Gao Chen back to reality. Gao Chen had barely managed 2 repetitions earlier, leaving him utterly exhausted, yet now Gary was demanding 10. This shift caused Gao Chen's expression to falter. If given the choice, he would gladly tackle 100 repetitions, for the allure of increasing his attribute points was as enticing as leveling up. However, based on his recent experience, he knew such an endeavor was beyond his current capacity. It was akin to asking a novice runner to complete a 5,000-meter race, which they might manage with effort. But to demand 50,000 meters would surely lead to collapse on the course. Are you admitting you're worthless? You can't even handle this. I trained hard to reach where I am today. If you're a useless wretch, then you needn't bother training or practicing combat techniques. You might as well return home and pursue a life of leisure. Gary's harsh words cut deeply, showing no kindness towards Gao Chen. I am not worthless. 10 repetitions. I'll do it. Even if it kills me, I will finish. Gao Chen retorted, his anger ignited, but he knew Gary's words might not reflect the truth. Perhaps Gary had struggled just as much in his early days. But that mattered little now. Others might falter, but he would prevail. Gao Chen rallied himself inwardly, contemplating how many attribute points he could gain by completing the 10 repetitions that he then began the set of movements Gary dubbed extreme body training. After the first repetition, his clothes were already drenched with sweat. Before he could catch his breath, Gary bellowed again. Are you truly that pathetic? Are you even a man? If you are a man, hurry up and continue. Don't stop. Gao Chen might have accepted other insults, but being called less than a man ignited a fury within him. While being labeled worthless was one thing, the implication that he lacked masculinity provoked a profound anger. Yet, it was clear that his wrath had no effect on Gary, who remained unfazed. Gao Chen seethed internally, vowing that a year from now, he would make Gary regret underestimating him. Upon completing the second repetition, Gao Chen pressed on without pause, launching into the third, and he executed it with even greater speed. This was the power of his anger. Gary, observing from the side, nodded in satisfaction. His lifelong ambition was to cultivate an exceptional disciple, and this desire made him exceedingly strict with all his students. The result was not only a reputation as a fearsome mentor, but also a recent lack of satisfactory students. None had met his expectations, nor had he found satisfaction in any of them, leaving him to lament their lack of vision while yearning for a capable pupil. With Gao Chen's arrival, however, he felt his aspirations were finally within reach. Both in will and character, Gao Chen impressed him immensely, and now he was performing increasingly faster in fact. As Gao Chen completed 3 repetitions, he began to wonder if there might be alternative methods, that if he persisted in this manner, he feared he might actually exhaust himself to the point of collapse. His body continued its relentless movements, yet his inner energy began to circulate more slowly. Though it lacked the vigor of full throttle, it was still in motion, invigorating tired muscles and alleviating fatigue wherever it flowed. Thus, he was able to accelerate further, although this did not mean he could indefinitely maintain such speed. The toll on his body was severe, and he finally understood why Gary urged him to consume so much food. There was indeed some logic behind it. Well done. You managed to circulate your inner energy while performing the movements. You have not disappointed me, Gary praised, genuinely pleased with Gao Chen. It was not merely a matter of having no students to teach. Rather, it was Gao Chen's unwavering determination that truly delighted him. Gary had always believed that regardless of innate talent, anyone willing to work hard and endure hardship could achieve success. Gao Chen's perseverance made it clear that a diligent genius was even closer to success. Thank you for your praise. Mentor, should I now meditate to cultivate my energy? After several hours of relentless effort, Gao Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. He recognized that, despite Gary's harshness, he was undeniably a responsible mentor. What thrilled him further was the increase in his attribute points. Indeed, now, after circulating your inner energy for one more cycle, we shall conclude today's training. That I will take my leave. But remember to eat. I will order your meal first, Gary stated, satisfied, before departing without a second glance at the seated Gao Chen. Following another cycle of inner energy circulation, Gao Chen checked his attribute panel. Although his defense and magical defense had not increased, his life force had once again risen by 5 points. It appeared that enhancing defense and magical defense was indeed a challenging endeavor. But Gao Chen understood this, that in the realm of gaming, players were often willing to pay exorbitant prices for even a single point of attribute, underscoring the immense value of each. Thus, having gained 10 points in life force, and 1 each in defense and magical defense, was no small feat. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Gao Chen noticed a table piled high with food at the spot where they had dined that morning. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of a nearby young man, "Whose food is this?" "Isn't it from Mentor Gary, specifically ordered for you? He said if you don't finish it, you'll have to confess to the dean that you're a useless wretch," the young man replied with a broad smile. Gao Chen suppressed his anger, choosing not to lash out. He could feel the young man's curious gaze upon him as he took a seat and began to devour the food. Halfway through his meal, a voice rang out in the dining hall. "Look, this guy is truly a glutton. How can he eat so much? Is he some kind of pig?" Recognizing the voice, Gao Chen immediately identified its owner, Zhu Zhihao, the very individual he had confronted earlier. His words prompted a chorus of laughter from his friends. "Has the pain from your earlier beating subsided? Or are you simply so masochistic that you crave being beaten? Is it uncomfortable for you unless someone is hitting you?" Gao Chen replied slowly, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. As his demeanor suggested, he was ready to charge at Zhu Zhihao again. "Gao Chen, let me warn you not to be so arrogant. You won't have a good ending if you cross me," Zhu Zhihao said, his bravado faltering under the weight of Gao Chen's fierce determination. He was acutely aware that he held no advantage in strength against Gao Chen, who was prone to act on impulse. "Do not disturb me while I eat, or else you know what will happen," Gao Chen retorted, making a threatening gesture before resuming his meal. Zhu Zhihao had intended to say more, but recalling Gao Chen's earlier ferocity made him hesitate, and he swallowed his words, muttering, "You'll regret this." He then exited the dining hall. As Zhu Zhihao departed, Gao Chen continued to tackle the food on his table, seemingly unfazed by the earlier confrontation. In a corner of the dining hall, Gary nodded in approval before making his exit through another door. After finishing his meal, Gao Chen returned to his small courtyard, only to discover that the door was ajar, which surprised him. Had a thief entered? He distinctly remembered closing it when he left. Was it possible for there to be thieves within the martial arts academy? Cautiously, he stepped into the courtyard and saw a woman standing with her back to him. Recognizing her silhouette, he called out, "Aunt, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I come? I wanted to see you." The figure turned around, revealing Gao Chen's aunt, Gao Tingjuan, who spoke softly. Her voice held a certain resonance in Gao Chen's ears, one that evoked a sense of elderly care and concern. "When did you arrive, Aunt? Please make yourself comfortable in the inner room," Gao Chen spoke. Gradually, he began to feel a sense of belonging with his family, cherishing these relatives in his heart. "There's no need for that. I heard about your morning escapade from Mentor Wang. Could you elaborate on what transpired?" As she uttered these words, Gao Tingjuan's tone turned serious. Perhaps all parents were alike, wishing to shield their children from trouble. "It was nothing significant. Let me explain." Gao Chen recounted the events in full detail, cautiously observing Gao Tingjuan, for he harbored a genuine fear of inciting her anger. Chapter 21. Frenzied Cultivation. "I am already aware of the circumstances. I merely wish to ascertain whether you comprehend your actions. Gao Tingjuan listened intently as Gao Chen spoke, her expression grave as she inquired. Of course, I understand. What should I do in Ant's eyes? Should I refrain from retaliating or responding to insults? I cannot abide by that, since I resolved to train in combat techniques. I vowed that no one would bully me if I were to endure this incessantly. What would be the point of learning any combat skills? They do not merely seek to torment me. They aim to trample upon the prestige of the Gao family. How could I possibly tolerate that? Gao Chen declared, his voice perhaps inadvertently amplified after spending so much time with Gary. Very well, that we merely wish to gauge whether you acted impulsively, since you were aware of your own actions. What can I, as your aunt, say? Just exercise caution. Remember, Zhu Zhihao has two brothers, and their strength is formidable. Most importantly, your own power is still insufficient, Gao Tingjuan observed, sensing in Gao Chen's demeanor a reflection of their father and brother commanding legions upon the battlefield. A spirit of unwavering resolve that epitomized the Gao family's essence. Indeed, as Gao Chen stated, if one were to act timidly, what purpose would there be in learning combat skills? It would be far better to become a scholar. Gao Tingjuan felt a deep sense of pride, yet she felt compelled to impart a few words of caution to Gao Chen. I have heard about Zhu Zhihao's brothers. They have yet to return. But when they do, will I still be this weak? Of course, these thoughts remained unarticulated to T.O. Gao Tingjuan, he assured. Aunt, rest assured, as a Gao family man, I can handle this minor issue. With that said, I shall be at ease. Remember, you are a Gao. The Gao family is your support. Gao Tingjuan was taken aback by her own words. Was today not meant for persuading Gao Chen? How had it transformed into encouragement? Perhaps it was the truth in Gao Chen's statements, or perhaps it was her own admiration for his confidence that led her to such thoughts. Once Gao Tingjuan departed, Gao Chen commenced his training. He faced two choices: practice the Dragon Roar attack technique to gain experience, as he was on the verge of reaching level 20, or engage in extreme physical conditioning to cultivate internal energy, thereby enhancing his attributes. This was indeed a challenging decision that if only internal energy could circulate freely within his body, he would not need to exert control and could gradually increase his attributes, albeit slowly. Yet even if it were merely 1 or 2 points per day, after a year he would possess a formidable accumulation of attributes. Suddenly, Gao Chen realized that his enhancements had primarily been in defense and vitality. With little increase in offensive power, he was certain there existed methods to augment his attack attributes, but he had yet to devise them. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to practice the Dragon Roar attack technique, aiming to attain level 20 by the following morning. This would mark the completion of a significant milestone in Gao Jianfeng's expectations, with commendable rewards awaiting him, including an increase in magical attack power, rendering his lightning strikes even more potent as he diligently accrued experience. Just before dawn, Gao Chen achieved level 20. As his level increased, a system prompt echoed. Ding. Mission Gao Jianfeng's expectations completed. Achieved Tier 2 within 1 year. Please report to Gao Jianfeng for the next mission and claim your reward. It appeared that only upon earning Gao Jianfeng's approval would he be entitled to rewards. Coming to this realization, Gao Chen sighed inwardly. Awaken, you useless one! A voice called from outside the door. I am not useless, Gao Chen retorted as he opened the door, addressing Gary with deliberate clarity. Oh, not useless. Let us see when you can defeat me, Gary responded nonchalantly, disregarding Gao Chen's expression. For now, you are stronger than I am. You may say whatever you wish, but remember that one day, I will compel you to apologize. Gao Chen recognized that any protestations were futile. Did you not sleep at all last night? Gary queried, noticing Gao Chen's prompt emergence, fully dressed, which seemed inconsistent with someone just rising from slumber. Meditation cultivates energy akin to rest. There is nothing unusual about it, Gao Chen replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary matter. Well then, let us commence today's training. Observe my movements carefully. You must replicate them to reach that grove, Gary instructed, demonstrating a peculiar gait. After observing, Gao Chen began to mimic Gary's movements. Initially, he struggled. But after a few steps, he found his footing, albeit at a considerably slower pace. After several corrections from Gary, Gao Chen was soon able to execute the movements flawlessly. Gary felt a surge of excitement. His disciple not only possessed enviable talent, but also demonstrated an unparalleled work ethic. If success is the product of talent and diligence, then Gao Chen was already well on the path to triumph. Gary envisioned Gao Chen standing at a lofty pinnacle, though he could never have imagined just how high that position would be. Upon reaching the grove, Gao Chen felt as if he had traversed an immense distance. His legs weighed down as if burdened by lead. This moment, Gary produced a lavish breakfast that would astonish the average person. After finishing the meal and circulating his internal energy, Gary rose and declared, "Now, let us begin today as training. Since you aspire to master various weapons, you must understand that it requires 100-fold effort compared to others." Gao Chen remained silent, listening attentively. Sensing Gao Chen's earnestness, Gary continued, "If you choose to wield a single weapon, you only need to familiarize yourself with its characteristics. While it is true that losing this weapon would greatly diminish your strength, focusing solely on mastering it will allow you to cultivate your skills more swiftly than if you were to attempt mastering multiple weapons. Do you grasp my meaning? Mastering one is more advantageous than being acquainted with many. I comprehend that. However, have you considered what to do if one wields a knife but acquires a legendary sword?" Gao Chen countered, "Are legendary weapons so easily obtained? Across the entire divine martial continent, how many exist? If you truly hold such an attitude, I advise you to stick to mastering one weapon." Gary replied earnestly that a steel blade with an attack range of merely 4 to 7 indicated the primitive state of weapons in this world. "I stand firm in my choice," Gao Chen asserted calmly. He could not articulate to Gary that at level 25, he would desire to wield the axe known as the Hellish Reaper, then switch to the knife called the Moon in the Well at level 28, followed by the Wolfang Club named Judgment at level 30 and the Dragon Slayer at 34, along with Blood Drink and others. Such complexities were beyond Gary's understanding, and Gao Chen could not reveal them. "Since you have made your decision, what weapon shall you begin practicing with?" Gary inquired, having discerned Gao Chen's resolve. "I shall start with the sword," Gao Chen replied as he retrieved the horse-slaying blade from his backpack. Gary felt no surprise at the sudden appearance of the blade. Only envy stirred within him. Such was the privilege of a prominent family to possess a spatial ring. Although he himself owned one now, at Gao Chen's age and level, the distance to such a spatial ring felt like a chasm between heaven and earth. Understanding the existence of spatial rings allowed Gao Chen to freely use his backpack before Gary, for in Gary's eyes, they were indistinguishable. Gao Chen already possessed a spatial ring. To master a weapon, the key is to maximize its potential. Yet in this world, speed is paramount for combat techniques. Do you know how to unleash the sword's full power? Gary inquired, glancing at the horse-slaying blade in Gao Chen's grasp. Reflecting inwardly that it was indeed a commendable weapon. While not a legendary artifact, few weapons on the divine martial continent could match the horse-slaying blade's attack power. "I believe it involves slashing," Gao Chen stated, executing a basic slashing technique with the blade. Indeed, slashing is correct. That strike was commendable, capable of harnessing the sword's power, yet it has not reached its maximum potential. Furthermore, how many strikes can you deliver in a single second? Upon witnessing the deft swing of Gao Chen's blade, it was clear that the finesse displayed was far beyond that of a mere novice in martial arts. Gary began to harbor doubts, questioning whether this young man was truly the scholarly talent he had purported to be in the past. Throughout the ensuing training sessions, Gary meticulously guided Gao Chen in each stroke of the sword, instructing him on how to maximize the weapon's potential and enhance the swiftness of his strikes. Initially, Gao Chen's maximum blade speed reached 40 to 50 swings per minute, but after just an hour, this escalated to between 50 and 60. After 2 hours, it settled between 55 and 60. The continent's swiftest swordsman, Fu Hongxue, could cleave a person in two before they even realized it, performing an astonishing 48,000 swings daily. To master various weapons, one must be prepared to invest immense effort. "Are you ready for that?" Gary asked, his tone grave. "I have long been prepared for such a challenge," Gao Chen replied, his hands tirelessly wielding the broadsword, oblivious to the number of swings he had executed. Half an hour later, Gao Chen was swinging with even greater fervor. having noticed a slight increase in both his attack and agility attributes. This revelation invigorated him further. After all, those 2 points were invaluable. Observing Gao Chen's diligent efforts, Gary felt a mix of emotions. Was it joy or concern? This disciple seemed fundamentally different from the others. He appeared to be a true training fanatic. Gary now worried whether Gao Chen's body could endure the strain. Chapter 22. Yu Qianjun. Once Gao Chen had allowed his internal energy to circulate for a full cycle. He ceased its movement and stood up, contemplating how beneficial it would be if his internal energy could operate autonomously. This would save an immense amount of time, and most importantly, his attributes would gradually enhance on their own. This was Gao Chen's deepest desire. But how was such a feat achievable? What is the young lad pondering? Seeing Gao Chen rise, yet lost in thought, Gary, thoroughly satisfied with his disciple's progress, inquired with concern. "Oh, nothing, mentor," Gao Chen replied instinctively, but soon realized that while he was at a loss. Perhaps his mentor had insights to offer that he quickly asked. "Actually, is there a way for internal energy to circulate on its own? If so, wouldn't that significantly accelerate the training process?" "What did you say? Autonomous circulation of internal energy? I am intrigued by how you arrived at this notion. While it is not impossible, achieving such a state is no small task," Gary stated, pausing for effect. "Is there truly a method? Please, mentor, do share," Gao Chen urged, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of a solution that could exponentially increase his attribute gains. To enable internal energy to flow autonomously, one must first ensure that all meridians are unobstructed, Gary explained, casting a glance at Gao Chen. However, achieving this requires at least a mystical level expert. Essentially, when one successfully clears all meridians, they're on the cusp of advancing to the mystical level. Do you understand? Gao Chen reflected on this, recalling that in the ancient martial world of his previous life, those who could open the run and do meridians were termed innate masters, while those who could clear all meridians were revered as grandmasters of martial arts. Although the internal energy cultivation in this realm differed from the true qi of his past life, the underlying principles were not vastly dissimilar. If a comparison had to be made, one could argue that the internal energy system here was more refined, having evolved over millennia, while the true qi of the ancient martial world had only undergone a relatively shorter development. Is there truly no means to achieve this below the mystical level? Gao Chen inquired, still clinging to hope. The mystical tier, after all, was the 9th stage, a realm that seemed almost legendary. There may be possibilities in the future. Anything is conceivable. However, as far as I am aware, no such methods exist at present, Gary replied, surprising Gao Chen with his unexpected humor, leaving him momentarily speechless. Today's training concludes here. Return tomorrow. You should rest now. Unlike other students, Gary would not typically permit such an early departure. Did I end the beginning? Gao Chen had to train until dusk. However, given Gao Chen's evident dedication, Gary felt assured that he would not neglect his training at home. After bowing to Gary, Gao Chen returned to his quarters. Noticing that it was still early, he decided to practice the Dragon Roar attack technique, for leveling up was paramount. Only then could he wield more advanced equipment, while others struggled without it. For him, superior gear would be plentiful in his inventory. Meanwhile, Gary shook his head as he walked away, uncertain whether to feel delighted or concerned. Other mentors feared their disciple's lack of diligence, whereas he worried that his disciple was too industrious. An hour later, having freshened up, Gao Chen prepared to head to the dining hall, as mealtime had arrived. And no sooner had he stepped out of his quarters than he heard a voice from behind him. Why does Junior Gao not greet Senior Sister upon seeing her? It was a melodious voice, far more enchanting than any he had encountered in his past life. However, Gao Chen was not inclined to engage, fully aware of his current limitations, if he were to rely on the Gao family's influence. That would be a different matter entirely, yet he had never entertained such thoughts. Senior Sister, I am well aware of your presence behind me. It is merely that I have no intention of greeting someone I cannot see, Gao Chen replied coolly, turning to find himself face to face with the stunning Feng Lanwu. Oh, now you see me, do you? For reasons unknown, Feng Lanwu seemed to delight in teasing Gao Chen each time they met, perhaps due to the lasting impression he had left during their first encounter. After all, first impressions are often the most memorable. Gao Chen sends his regards to senior sister, she remarked playfully before turning to leave, as she deemed further conversation a waste of precious time. He was busy, after all, and had no time to squander. Why the haste? Are you truly that busy? Feng Lanwu inquired, intrigued by his hurried demeanor. Indeed, I must eat, Gao Chen replied nonchalantly, not turning back as he continued towards the dining hall. Feng Lanwu paused, momentarily taken aback. Many would go to great lengths to converse with her, striving for her attention, yet this young man seemed to find even a few words an inconvenience. However, she had no doubt about her allure, evidenced by the glances from the male students nearby. Upon entering the dining hall, Gao Chen did not need to place an order. He simply took his seat, and the servers promptly brought his meal, a familiar mountain of food. Just then, Feng Lanwu entered, approached him, and said, "Are you planning to treat me to a meal, young Master Gao?" To be frank, that was not my intention. However, if you truly wish to dine, I can assist you in ordering. I shall cover the cost, Gao Chen replied, tearing off a piece of chicken leg and speaking in a muffled voice. Avoiding eye contact with Feng Lanwu, this only served to further vex her. "Princess, why are you here? Come, sit with us," a female student who often accompanied Feng Lanwu called from another table, puzzled by Feng Lanwu's unusual behavior. "Lana, today I shall eat here. Someone is treating me," Feng Lanwu replied as she took a seat. Noticing Gao Chen's continued indifference as he focused solely on his meal, she asked, "Are you particularly famished? Consuming so much food?" "Lana, you may not know this, but he is a glutton, consuming such quantities every time." A disagreeable voice chimed in before Gao Chen could respond. "Indeed, princess. How could you sit with someone like him? It tarnishes your reputation," another voice chimed in. "Why must I encounter you two everywhere? Your presence reminds me of a rather peculiar creature. Zhu, would you like to know what it is?" Gao Chen lifted his head to address Zhu Zhihao. Recognizing him and the other, Ma Guwu. "What creature?" Ma Guwu asked. "A fly, buzzing incessantly, utterly bothersome," Gao Chen replied, returning to his meal. Both Ma Guwu and Zhu Zhihao's expressions darkened. "You are deliberately provoking us, aren't you? Let me remind you that this is not your general's estate," Ma Guwu retorted angrily. The laughter of Lana only deepened his humiliation. "Provocation, you," Gao Chen said, sizing up Ma Guwu and shaking his head. "You aren't worthy of such a title. Get up." Ma Guwu, enraged by Gao Chen's dismissive demeanor, was furious as the son of a noble. He was accustomed to being treated with respect. Gao Chen's behavior was a blatant insult. Had Feng Lanwu not been present, he might have succumbed to the impulse to retaliate. Could it be that just a moment ago you claimed this is not your family's general's residence, and now it is transformed into your own lord's mansion? A voice drifted in from outside the door. Gao Chen turned his head to see a man with a dark complexion, walking steadily with a smile. Upon seeing this person approach, Ma Guwu's expression shifted, and he remarked, "Yu Qianjun, do you intend to stir up trouble?" "Stir trouble? If you perceive it that way, then I, Yu Qianjun, am more than willing to oblige." Yu Qianjun replied nonchalantly that he was the son of another general from the Fire Beacon Empire, his father, Yu Tianzhan, having once been a comrade of Gao Jianfeng. Although they now led separate armies in the empire, the two families maintained a close relationship. "Just remember this that we're leaving," Ma Guwu said, seething as he exited with his subordinates. They dared to confront Gao Chen only because they knew he was previously a scholar, now newly trained in combat with little strength, seeking to bully him. Defeating Gao Chen would grant them a sense of pride, as they could boast of having bested a member of the Gao family. However, in the face of Yu Qianjun, such thoughts dissipated, while they might relish the idea of stepping on Yu Qianjun if given the chance. The latter was a prodigy in martial arts, already a third-tier expert at a young age. It would be folly to challenge him. Rather, it was prudent to retreat. "Thank you, brother Yu, for your assistance. Please, join me for a meal. This one is on me." Gao Chen courteously invited Yu Qianjun. "Then I shall graciously accept." Yu Qianjun replied without pretense, taking a seat that he then remarked, "It is truly delightful news that Brother Gao has begun training in martial arts. I look forward to fighting alongside you on the battlefield. Opportunities will arise. Will they not? But for now, let us enjoy our meal." Gao Chen casually responded, confident that he would eventually see battle. "Brother Gao, your appetite is indeed impressive," Yu Qianjun said, admiring the spread before Gao Chen. "If one does not eat their fill, how can they summon the strength to train?" Gao Chen chuckled. Chapter 23. Unobstructed Meridians. This meal was undoubtedly the most enjoyable one Gao Chen had experienced since arriving in this world. However, as all feasts must eventually come to an end, after returning to his small courtyard for a brief rest, Gao Chen resumed practicing the Dragon's Roar assault technique. Then an hour later, he began to study magic, only to realize that the 7 spells he had learned remained at the first tier. He pondered how, during the day, he had improved his blade skills to enhance his physical attacks, but how could he augment his magical prowess? In games, the strength of magical attacks was not equivalent to that of physical attacks. And in this world, magic proved significantly more potent than martial techniques. Gradually increasing his magical power would yield far better results than focusing solely on physical strength. Moreover, how could he enhance his mental prowess? Was it merely a matter of relying on gear and leveling up? As in games, there had to be a solution. He simply had yet to discover it. Gao Chen recognized a critical dilemma. Possessing skills from 3 different professions could be a blessing or a curse. Should he focus on mastering just one, it would be a waste of his 3 attributes. Yet, attempting to cultivate all 3 appeared daunting. Presently, though it seemed he had little to occupy himself with, Gao Chen understood that the reality was quite the opposite. Perhaps when he accepted the next main quest, he would find himself overwhelmed with tasks, and main quests were not something one could refuse. The penalties for failure were particularly harsh, leading to a complete loss of survival points that if this truly was a world, it would essentially equate to being obliterated. This fear motivated Gao Chen to continuously elevate his strength. From level 1 to 10, each level gained him 1 survival point. From 10 to his current level, each elevation granted him 10. Thus, he now possessed precisely 100 survival points. While in games 100 points might represent 1,000 hours of play, Gao Chen noted that his survival points had yet to diminish, leaving him uncertain of their actual value. Should he fail a shop task, he would lose 10 points, a considerable sum. More importantly, he was acutely aware that at any moment, he could receive another unavoidable task. Failure would again cost him survival points. Gao Chen had observed that regardless of the task, rewards invariably included survival points. Successful completion yielded 1 point, while failure resulted in a deduction of at least 2, if this were merely a game. It would be said that the rules were excessively stringent for him, and yet he had no choice but to engage. After an hour of magical practice, Gao Chen ceased, for he realized he had never attempted to open the meridians in his body. According to the realm's classification of strength, he should have unblocked at least 1 or 2 by now, yet he had not opened a single one. To be precise, he had never even attempted to do so. Now, Gao Chen resolved to make an effort to open his meridians, that he began circulating his inner energy, recalling the teachings from his books about the flow within the meridians. Soon, he felt his inner energy complete a full circuit. Then, Gao Chen discovered a shocking revelation. His meridians appeared to be entirely unobstructed. There was not a single blockage throughout his body. How could this be? Wasn't it said that only those above the Xian level could achieve such fluidity in their meridians? Yet here he was with open meridians. He understood his own strength, and previously, Gao Chen had been merely a frail scholar incapable of unblocking his meridians. What could possibly explain this situation? Furthermore, Gao Chen uncovered an even more alarming issue: his magical talent. In this world, most individuals lacked any innate magical ability, and only those with exceptional capabilities could practice magic. Those capable of dual-element cultivation were already deemed geniuses. Yet here he stood, capable of wielding 7 elements. Initially, he attributed this to his mage profession, but it was becoming increasingly clear that it was more than that. What could be the source of this anomaly? He decided to abandon the contemplation. Some questions simply had no answers. Since his meridians were open, he should be able to allow his inner energy to flow naturally. However, Gao Chen lacked experience in this area and was hesitant to experiment recklessly. Any misstep could lead to complications. After several more hours of magical practice, he glanced at the magical clock on the wall and stood to head toward the training grove. Starting today, Gary would no longer be the one to summon him. "Master, you have arrived," he said upon finding Gary seated on a tree stump. Gao Chen greeted him respectfully. Ah, well done. How was your rest last night? Gary inquired, noticing Gao Chen's seemingly vibrant demeanor. I rested well. May I ask, Master, how does one open the meridians? Gao Chen was aware that his fully unobstructed meridians set him apart from others, and this distinction was a serious concern that if word spread in this world, many would undoubtedly take an interest in him, making it imperative to keep this a secret, much like his crossing over, a secret known only to himself. Starting from the second tier, one can unblock 1 or 2 meridians at each level. After unblocking a meridian, you must subsequently fill it with inner energy. While filling the meridian, you must continuously strengthen it to enable it to accommodate more inner energy and facilitate better usage. If the meridian lacks resilience, many martial techniques will be unusable. Of course, they can be forcibly employed, but doing so risks damaging the meridian, Gary explained slowly. Master, I feel I have reached the peak of the first tier. What should I do next? Gao Chen inquired. What? You are at the peak of the first tier. Gary scrutinized Gao Chen closely, his expression one of surprise. The first tier primarily involves body training. You do not appear to have reached that pinnacle yet. I am curious how you arrived at that conclusion. Gao Chen was at a loss for words that he couldn't exactly say. I am already level 20, having reached the second tier. You've only just begun your training. Experiencing such a rapid increase in strength is quite normal. Nonetheless, focus on your body training, Gary reassured him, mistaking Gao Chen's expression for disappointment. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen quickly understood why Gary believed he had not yet reached the first tier's peak. It was due to his physical attributes still being insufficient, namely, his health points, defense, magic resistance, and even attack power. That it seemed that only by enhancing these attributes could he truly be considered at the second tier. Thus, Gao Chen resumed his rigorous physical training regimen. Regardless of his damp clothing, he and Gary headed to the dining hall. Now, the dining hall patrons were well aware of the 2 new bottomless pits, as these 2 individuals possessed an appetite capable of astounding the average person. Accompanying Gary to the dining hall meant Gao Chen was spared from confrontations. After finishing their meal, they exited. Gao Chen was off to class, while Gary's destination remained a mystery. I can't believe that in just a few days, he has become so robust, a girl whispered to her companion in the classroom. I heard he is training with a devilish instructor, that if you joined him, you too could achieve such a physique, another replied quietly. I came to learn martial arts, not to bulk up. Besides, I have no desire for that kind of physique, she retorted. What did you say? He is training with a devilish instructor. Can he endure it? She exclaimed in astonishment, while the girl next to her shot her a disdainful glance and fell silent. For at that moment, the beautiful Mentor Wang Yujie had already taken her place at the podium. Wait a moment, Mentor Wang, Gao Chen hastily called out as he rushed out after class. Is there something you need? Gao Chen? Wang Yujie inquired, her expression tinged with concern for her friend's nephew. It's nothing urgent. I simply wish to visit the library, but I am unsure of the way. Would you be so kind as to accompany me? It wasn't that Gao Chen intended to trouble Wang Yujie. Rather, he found himself unfamiliar with any of the classmates, having spent his free time training in Garlina, and during class, his intense focus had prevented any notes from reaching him. You wish to go to the library? Very well, I shall guide you, Wang Yujie replied with a smile. Thank you so much, Mentor. Gao Chen expressed his gratitude and followed her, secretly admiring the graceful sway of her figure as he thought to himself. These past days in Garlina have been quite satisfactory. Do you have any inquiries for him, or for me? What prompts your desire to visit the library? Wang Yujie asked as they walked. I am not seeking knowledge about combat techniques. Rather, I wish to explore other subjects, Gao Chen replied, telling a small fib. Oh, should you have any questions regarding combat techniques, do not hesitate to seek me out, Wang Yujie said earnestly, convinced that Gao Chen would not deceive her on this matter, though he truly had no means to inquire. I shall, thank you, Mentor, Gao Chen replied respectfully, as every responsible individual deserves admiration, and the role of a mentor is particularly commendable. Before long, they arrived at the library of Magic Martial University. Here, one need not produce any identification to read. As only mentors and students were permitted entry, anyone could browse the shelves. However, books could not be borrowed by anyone other than mentors. The library was expansive. And as Gao Chen gazed around, it appeared to house volumes of every kind imaginable. Only the limits of one's imagination could restrict what one might find as he searched for texts related to combat training, which posed a significant challenge for him, as most available literature dealt only with insights and information pertaining to levels below the 5th tier, while Gao Chen sought tomes of the profound tier, which belonged to the realm of legend, if not mythology. Gao Chen lost count of how many books he had perused, ultimately conceding defeat, not from a lack of will, but due to an overwhelming headache. It seemed that these books operated like skill manuals. Merely holding one and selecting a topic was sufficient to learn its contents. While this expedited his learning, Gao Chen felt that if he attempted to study another, he might very well faint from the effort. Reluctantly, he decided to return to tea that moment. He mused that if practicing combat techniques could not restore his mental acuity, he would be in trouble. Chapter 24. The Paralysis Ring. Exiting the library with a heavy head, Gao Chen pondered whether his mental state would improve through combat training. His exhaustion was palpable, and he walked with his head down, following the path back to the courtyard, oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, he collided with someone ahead of him, a girl, similarly distracted, and heading toward the library. Thud. Gao Chen felt an impact, accompanied by a startled gasp, but in his dizzy state, he could not discern the situation until a sharp voice cut through the haze. "What is wrong with you? How can you walk like that?" The girl, whom Gao Chen had bumped into, demanded angrily. They had both been so engrossed in their thoughts that they collided head-on. "Oh, I apologize, it was unintentional," Gao Chen replied, realizing he had indeed collided with someone, specifically a girl that he hastily offered an apology and then, seemingly struck by a thought, asked, "Why didn't you move aside when you saw me approaching?" "What do you mean by that? Are you saying you have a right to collide with someone?" Anya retorted, feeling somewhat wronged. She too had been lost in thought. Otherwise, she would never have run into someone. After all, it was her misfortune. Moreover, who was this person? Instead of helping her up after knocking her over, he merely stood there. "I never claimed to be right. I've already apologized. You should get up now," he said, extending a hand to assist her. "Humph. I can stand on my own," Anya replied, rising independently. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. I am quite busy," Gao Chen remarked casually as he walked past her toward the courtyard. Seeing his retreating figure, Anya felt her anger boiling over. What sort of person treated a girl in such a manner? Fuming, she called after him, "Tell me your name." "My name is Gao Chen. If you wish to see me, you'll have to wait. I am truly busy today," he replied, turning back with a hint of exasperation before hastily departing. Anya was left dumbfounded. What sort of person was this? He suggested finding her, but didn't he even ask for her name? Clearly a mere pretense. Upon returning to his courtyard, Gao Chen eagerly began practicing the Dragon Roar attack technique. But he chose this technique not only for its extensive experience, but also because he was curious about the potential power of a higher-level Dragon Roar attack. It could very well become his most formidable offensive move. However, after just a few minutes, he found himself forced to stop. That he had not anticipated that this technique would not only fail to restore his mental state, but would actually leave him feeling even more fatigued. "Do I truly need to sleep? What a waste of time," Gao Chen thought with resignation. Yet, the dizzy sensation compelled him to lie down. After 2 minutes on the bed, he sprang back up, since combat techniques proved ineffective for recovery. Why not experiment with magic instead? He promptly began to practice magic spells. The results were gratifying. After an hour, Gao Chen distinctly felt his mental clarity improving significantly. Additionally, he experienced an unexpected boon. His magic levels had finally advanced. And astonishingly, 7 magical skills had simultaneously reached the 2nd tier. This thrilled Gao Chen, for he understood that the combined power of these spells far surpassed that of any individual magic. He was eager to test his newfound abilities in the Crosscut Forest. Yet he was confined within the walls of the Magic Martial Academy. Only through practical experience could he venture out, but being only at the 1st tier, how could he accomplish that, despite his belief that he could triumph over 3rd-tier monsters? Being unable to leave rendered it all moot. This was indeed a vexing predicament that as twilight approached, Gao Chen resolved to practice magic for several more hours, pondering how many experience points a 2nd-tier spell could yield in just a minute, and how he might enhance his magical attack power. "Chener, are you there?" At that moment, a voice broke through his thoughts, causing Gao Chen to pause before hurriedly opening the door. "Auntie, What brings you here? He was greeted by the familiar figure of Gao Tingjuan, and his delight was evident. Having become truly immersed in his identity as Gao Chen when interacting with his family, he found it easy to manage his emotions in their presence. I have come to bring you home, Gao Tingjuan smiled, noting the significant changes in her nephew since their last meeting. Within, she felt a twinge of concern for him, as the rigorous training under the daunting mentor was not something one could endure lightly. A frail scholar like Gao Chen had managed to persevere, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at his resilience. Home. Did something happen at Annie's house? Gao Chen asked curiously. The academy had strict rules against leaving during class hours, but he knew that rules could be bent under special circumstances. Yes, your father is departing for battle tomorrow, so I have come to take you home for dinner, Gao Tingjuan explained. Departing for battle? Why the sudden urgency? Gao Chen inquired, intrigued that if General Gao Jianfeng was being called to arms, it suggested that the situation was far from trivial. The empire was not lacking in generals. Otherwise, the others would have sufficed. Since Gao Jianfeng was involved, it implied that their adversary was no ordinary foe. Let us discuss this further once we return home. I have already informed the dean. Now, let us be on our way, Gao Tingjuan said as she stepped outside. En route, Gao Chen learned that the conflict had been instigated by the Tianan Empire, claiming that the troops of the Fenghua Empire had crossed borders and harmed their civilians, a straightforward justification for war. The true circumstances, however, remained unknown to him. Moreover, the enemy commander was none other than the legendary Flying General, known across the continent, who was renowned for his invincibility in battle. As the situation at the border escalated, their forces remained stationed outside Yinfeng City without launching an assault. This was fortuitous. Otherwise, the city would have already fallen. Upon hearing the news, the emperor promptly appointed Gao Jianfeng to lead the charge, for he was the only one capable of confronting the Flying General. They had faced each other in numerous skirmishes, with Gao Jianfeng narrowly claiming victory each time. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, they soon arrived at the general's residence, where the family awaited Gao Chen's return. As he entered, the family feast commenced. Chener, how have you fared these past few days? Gao Jianfeng inquired of Gao Chen, who was well aware of everything that had transpired within the Magic Martial Academy. In response to father, I am doing well. I have now advanced to the second tier. Upon seeing Gao Jianfeng, Gao Chen realized that his new task was imminent. Fortunately, the rewards from this mission would allow him to level up and also provide survival points and equipment. The rewards for this main quest were indeed incredibly generous, although the penalties for failure were quite daunting. What? Chener, you have already reached the second tier, Gao Jianfeng asked, astonished. Indeed, Gao Chen replied. As they spoke, Gao Chen donned his equipment, knowing that by the standards of this world, his physical level had yet to reach the pinnacle of the first tier. However, once equipped, he would undoubtedly rival those of the second tier. Gao Jianfeng scrutinized Gao Chen carefully before bursting into a hearty laugh. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, mission completed, rewards granted. Ding. The next phase of the main quest, Gao Jianfeng's expectation, has commenced. Within 2 years, attain the rank of general in the Fire Beacon Empire. Mission rewards: Paralysis Ring, 10 survival points, and 10 million gold coins. Mission failure: 100 survival points deducted. The revelation that the mission's reward included a special ring left Gao Chen in shock. In the game, such rings possessed extraordinary powers, and in this world, they would be even more formidable. His heart raced with excitement. He now regarded this main quest as a task to acquire equipment, for he had never contemplated failure. Such a notion was simply unacceptable. Amid his astonishment at the mission rewards, Gao Jianfeng spoke again. What a pity you did not cultivate from a young age. Otherwise, how could you possibly be merely at the second tier now? If you were at the third tier, you could accompany your father onto the battlefield. In his voice, there was a sense of pride, tinged with regret. Elder brother, now that Chener is already at the second tier, what more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Sooner or later, he will follow in your footsteps onto the battlefield, Gao Tingjuan interjected. I am merely expressing a sentiment. Now, everyone should rest. We must rise early tomorrow. Chener, I am already aware of your activities at the academy. You must not approach cultivation with such recklessness. Do you understand? Gao Jianfeng said with a smile. Yes, father, I understand. Gao Chen replied respectfully, yet in his heart. He thought, I must push myself relentlessly, otherwise I might lose my life. However, this was a sentiment he would never voice aloud. As night fell, the general's residence was ablaze with light. Yet in a secluded corner, Gao Chen slipped away. Having finally emerged, he was eager to test his strength and, more importantly, he was desperate to procure some high-level supplies. Not for himself, but for his dear father. The dangers of the battlefield were unpredictable. And should anything unfortunate befall Gao Jianfeng, it would spell trouble. Avoiding the guards of the estate, Gao Chen swiftly made his way to the Hengduan forest, taking a deep breath as he commenced his treasure-hunting expedition. Chapter 25. Battling the wolf pack once again in the Hengduan forest, Gao Chen felt a profound change from his previous visits. This place was where he had first arrived in this world. Effectively his birthplace. Back then, he had been as weak as an ant. Though he still felt somewhat like an ant now, at least he was a sturdier one, endowed with a lethal venom. Such an ant would be far more fearsome than an elephant. Gao Chen's intent was to gather some equipment and potions, not for his own use, as he knew it was still too early for him to need potions, but rather for Gao Jianfeng. Throughout history, how many warriors have returned from the battlefield? Even though Gao Jianfeng was a legendary military god, generals were not immune to falling in battle. Gao Chen was genuinely fearful that if Gao Jianfeng were to venture forth, he might never return, and that would be a true tragedy that I end this world. Potions were not non-existent, but they were often the stuff of legend that I end the mundane realm. A single bottle could fetch an astronomical price and was often unattainable. Therefore, possessing a few potions would significantly enhance one's safety. At present, the area was teeming with wolves, beasts that could not yet be deemed magical creatures, from ordinary wolves of over level 10 to 5-tiered magical wolves. They all roamed about. Naturally, magical wolves would not be found in close proximity. As darkness descended, the beasts began their nocturnal revelry. Upon entering the Hengduan forest 2,000 meters in, Gao Chen encountered a small pack of wolves, comprising about 10 individuals. While dispatching these 10 wolves was not an insurmountable challenge, the critical issue lay in the fact that the howling of the wolves would attract more formidable ones. One wolf posed little threat, but a pack of wolves was truly terrifying, especially in the Hengduan forest, where the number of wolf packs remained a mystery. With a single wolf's howl, all wolves within earshot would converge. And soon, Gao Chen would find himself facing not just these 10, but many more. Not to mention, even a 4th-tier warrior would be compelled to flee, gazing at the experience and equipment just within reach. Gao Chen felt a thrill of danger, yet was resolute in his determination not to back down. Of course, casting magic in the darkness would be an exceedingly foolish act. A single bolt of lightning would surely attract thousands of beasts, turning him into fodder. Charging in recklessly was also out of the question. So what should he do? Gao Chen directed a confusion light at the lead wolf. This skill, in the game, caused the enchanted pet to perish once logged out, rendering it rather redundant. Yet in this reality, it transformed into an extraordinary ability, confusing creatures of lower levels into his pets. Was this not an incredible skill? At present, Gao Chen's confusion light was still at level 0. While he himself was at level 20, the lead wolf was also at level 20. What were the chances of success? After 2 minutes of attempts, Gao Chen finally conceded. The idea was promising, but reality proved harsh. He had aimed to confuse the lead wolf into becoming his pet, while primarily testing the skill to see if it worked on creatures of the same level. The outcome, though anticipated, still left Gao Chen with a tinge of disappointment and frustration. Since the lead wolf was unyielding, the others should pose no problem. Gao Chen proceeded to cast confusion light on the remaining wolves. Within a minute, one wolf became his pet. After ensuring it remained still, he focused on the others. 10 minutes later, 5 wolves from the small pack were now under his control. The assault commenced. Gao Chen commanded his 5 pets to charge at the lead wolf while simultaneously employing basic swordsmanship to swiftly close the distance. The pack hesitated as his 5 pets attacked the lead wolf. That moment, seeing a human rush in, they let out a furious howl and lunged at Gao Chen, skillfully evading the incoming wolf claws. Gao Chen executed the dragon roar killing technique, his blade glowing with the unique radiance of the skill as it struck the lead wolf. under the sudden onslaught from Gao Chen's 5 pets. The lead wolf's health rapidly diminished, in mere moments. It succumbed to Gao Chen's assault, transforming into experience points for his level up. Perhaps today was Gao Chen's lucky day, or perhaps fate knew he needed potions for the morrow. The fallen wolf provided him with 2 items, the warrior's weapon, Ling Feng, and a set of intermediate healing potions. Thrilled, Gao Chen equipped Ling Feng and directed his 5 pets to engage the remaining wolves. The lead wolf had been vanquished, igniting the fury of the survivors, who turned their wrath upon Gao Chen's 5 pets. However, Gao Chen commanded them to focus their attacks on a singular target. With equal levels and attributes, 5 against 1 was a fair fight. Moreover, he instructed his pets to forego defense and dodging, solely attacking. This reckless strategy was not due to a lack of value in his pets, but rather because sustaining minor injuries merely meant losing a bit of health, easily restored with a healing spell. Such was the advantage of being a full-time practitioner. With his feet grounded in basic footwork and Ling Feng in hand, Gao Chen began to strike at one of the wolves. His level had increased, attributes had risen, and with new equipment, his attacks were significantly more potent than during his previous visit. Minutes passed, and the remaining wolves fell, transforming into experience points needed for his level advancement. Reflecting on his experience, Gao Chen could not help but marvel. Leveling up was indeed faster through monster slaying. The experience gained in those few minutes far surpassed what would be acquired through a lengthy practice of combat skills. And here, there was equipment to be obtained. Checking his pet's health, he noticed their vitality was dangerously low, but with a swift healing spell, he restored them completely. Realizing that the previous battle had attracted the attention of many magical beasts, it was imperative to leave quickly. Otherwise, escape would become impossible. After 2 hours of combat, Gao Chen leveled up to 21, and 2 of his pets evolved into lead wolves, filling him with excitement. In the game, confused pets could level up 7 times, and these wolves had already gained 5 levels on their first evolution. Does that mean I can level up 35 times? Gao Chen was so elated that he struggled to find the words to express his joy. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence, was it not? It considerably accelerated Gao Chen's pace in hunting wolves in no time. He had ventured 3,000 meters into the Hengduan forest, where 4th-tier magical beasts were known to appear. Clad in formidable gear and accompanied by 5 head wolves, Gao Chen seemed to have lost interest in dealing with 3rd-tier magical beasts. His current objective was to confront 4th-tier magical beasts, as engaging in battles beyond his level promised exceptionally high experience rewards, which was precisely what Gao Chen desired. Soon, a familiar magical beast appeared before him. It was the 4-eared rabbit, a creature known for its docility during the day. It would not initiate an attack. However, to Gao Chen's surprise, as he spotted the 4-eared rabbit, it simultaneously noticed him, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sharp blade hurtling towards him. Startled, Gao Chen narrowly evaded the sudden onslaught of the 4-eared rabbit and instinctively commanded his 5 pets to attack. These head wolves, having evolved from ordinary wolves, exhibited remarkable speed and ferocity, far surpassing that of typical head wolves. As the 5 pets charged forward, Gao Chen joined the fray, wielding his frost blade, imbued with the distinctive radiance of the dragon roar sword technique. Aimed at the 4-eared rabbit, the head wolves' advance frustrated the 4-eared rabbit. In the realm of magical beasts, lower-tier creatures rarely dared to engage higher-tier ones unless their lives were in peril. Yet the actions of these 5 head wolves bewildered the 4-eared rabbit. Gao Chen remained acutely observant of every movement the 4-eared rabbit made, should its attack be directed at his pets. He would remain indifferent. His sole intention was to cast a healing spell on the pet that had been targeted by the 4-eared rabbit. However, if the attack was aimed at him, he would have to dodge desperately. Although he possessed healing spells, the sensation of being slashed by its claws was undeniably painful, and Gao Chen prided himself on not having a penchant for pain. The life force of the 4-eared rabbit was steadily dwindling, despite its high level granting it considerable vitality and offensive power. It remained merely a magical beast that relied solely on instinctual attacks and defenses, which were trivial to Gao Chen. With 5 meat shields in front of him, all he needed to do was wait for the opportune moment to strike and heal his pets, ensuring that the creature did not escape. Everything else was a breeze. Gao Chen was enjoying himself immensely, blissfully unaware that chaos was erupting in the general's manor. Shortly after Gao Chen had departed, Gao Jianfeng arrived at his room, anxious as they were about to embark on a campaign that if all went well, it would be fine, but should any mishap occur, it would be disastrous at this moment. Gao Jianfeng merely wished to see his son, who had become a source of pride. Indeed, Gao Chen had filled Gao Jianfeng with pride. During his scholarly pursuits, he had been a renowned talent amidst the turmoil. And now, after merely a month of training in martial arts, he had already reached the second tier. What parent wouldn't feel proud of such a son? "Come in, everyone. Get in here." The voice emanating from Gao Chen's room was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire general's manor. Upon entering, Gao Jianfeng found no sign of Gao Chen, which puzzled him. How could Gao Chen be missing at such a late hour? However, upon discovering Gao Hua lying on the floor, an ominous feeling washed over him, followed by an explosive roar. Chapter 26. The teleportation ring. Upon hearing Gao Jianfeng's voice, Gao Tongjuan and others rushed into Gao Chen's room. The first to enter, Gao Jianjiang, anxiously inquired, "Brother, what happened?" "Gao Hua has been knocked unconscious, and Chen'er is missing," Gao Jianfeng replied in a cold tone. His imposing presence caused the nearby guards to tremble in fear. After all, Gao Jianfeng was a seasoned warrior with a formidable aura that few could withstand. "What? Chen'er is missing. What are you all doing? How could you not notice he was gone?" Upon hearing Gao Jianfeng's words, Gao Jianjiang's voice rose in anger, his expression revealing an impulse to strangle those present. "There's no need to question them. This bunch of useless fools knows nothing. Hurry up and find him." Gao Jianfeng's last words were nearly a bellow. Meanwhile, Gao Chen, deep within the Hengduan forest, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the general's manor. As for how Gao Hua had ended up unconscious in his room, it was the handiwork of the young Master Gao. Gao Hua was merely a lowly assassin-type character with a pitifully low life force, even less than that of a sorcerer. When Gao Chen proposed a friendly duel, he had not anticipated that a few moves utilizing Gao Chen's Dragon Roar Sword technique would leave him sprawled on the ground. This was not to say that young Master Gao was now so powerful. Rather, it was that Gao Hua had dared not unleash his more potent attacks. As the four-eared rabbit's life force dwindled to its last remnants, Gao Chen delivered the final blow to his astonishment. This encounter yielded an unprecedented bounty, surpassing the spoils from his previous encounter with the Fire Flame Lion. Most thrilling of all was that the four-eared rabbit had bestowed upon Gao Chen a remarkable ring, the teleportation ring. This discovery filled Gao Chen with immense excitement. Although he was currently incapable of utilizing the instantaneous teleportation it offered, fearing he might inadvertently end up in an unknown location, having acquired the teleportation ring made everything manageable. From now on, he could train in the Hengduan forest even while at the academy. What a splendid prospect! Like an extraordinary loot drop in a game, this four-eared rabbit had provided Gao Chen with a treasure trove of equipment that nearly filled his inventory. Feeling utterly satisfied with this excursion, he began to organize the usable gear and store the items he no longer needed in his spatial ring. In this world, each piece of different equipment occupied a single slot, while identical items could stack infinitely within one slot. Therefore, Gao Chen opted to place these items in his spatial ring. Originally, his objective for this journey had been achieved, and he could have returned home. However, with the teleportation ring in hand, Gao Chen felt he had gained a means of self-preservation and decided to delve deeper into the forest. Accompanied by his 5-head wolves, Gao Chen advanced, slaying everything in his path, be they first-tier or fourth-tier beasts. Perhaps fortune was indeed fickle. He soon encountered several fourth-tier magical beasts, yet disappointingly, apart from experience, they yielded only a modest amount of gold. The gold drop rate in this world was astonishingly high, and Gao Chen marveled at his luck. Over the course of a single night, he had amassed over 100,000 gold coins. If such rates were achievable in a game, the value of gold would plummet to unimaginable depths. Fortunately, in this world, gold still held significant value. As dawn approached, the horizon began to glow, and Gao Chen felt immense satisfaction with his night's haul. Not only had he acquired the legendary teleportation ring, but he also possessed a piece of exquisite equipment in the realm of games. Equipment was categorized into 5 tiers: ordinary, exceptional, fine, legendary, and divine. Exceptional gear offered a slight increase in attributes over ordinary items, while fine gear provided a 2 to 3 point boost. Legendary items enhanced attributes by 4 to 6 points, and divine gear boasted a 7 to 9-point increase. Legendary equipment had a chance of possessing hidden attributes, while divine gear always contained such hidden qualities. Typically, hidden attributes surpass the base properties of the equipment itself. For example, the Deathbringer gloves had a base attack of 1-2, with exceptional quality offering 1 to 3. Fine quality 1 to 4 to 5, legendary 1 to 6 to 7, and divine 1 to 9 to 10. Of course, in games, the drop rates for ordinary items were quite low, let alone for the others. Exquisite gear, and it was heavy armor that he could don immediately. This was akin to being offered a pillow when one felt drowsy, or a refreshing soda in the desert. The only lament was that he had yet to reach level 22, although he was tantalizingly close. It appeared that returning the following night would guarantee leveling up to 22. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Chen activated the teleportation ring and instantly returned to his room. "Young master, you. As Gao Chen flew into his room, Xiao Yi pushed the door open, stammering repeatedly before darting out in a flurry. This left Gao Chen puzzled, scratching his head in confusion over the sudden commotion. "Chener, you truly have returned." Just as Gao Chen settled into his thoughts, he heard Gao Jianfeng's anxious voice, and moments later, Gao Jianfeng burst into the room, followed closely by Gao Tingjuan and Gao Jianjia. "Father, what is going on?" Gao Chen stared wide-eyed at Gao Jianfeng, a look of bewilderment on his face. He was internally questioning why everyone was up so early. Had he returned late, despite the fact that it was still dark outside? Young master, he truly has returned." A flushed Xiao Yi rushed back in, breathless, but upon seeing everyone, she quickly fell silent. "Chener, where have you been all night?" Gao Tingjuan was the first to speak, her voice tinged with concern that Gao Chen recognized as familial care. Gao Chen genuinely struggled to find the right words. Revealing the truth would be implausible. Yet fabricating a lie proved equally challenging. "Xiao Yi, you needn't worry about anything. You may leave. Everyone else, stand guard outside the door and allow no one to approach. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences." The latter part was directed toward Gao Hua and the other guards. "Chenel, now you may speak." Once everyone had exited, only the Gao family remained in the room, and Gao Jianfeng prompted him to share. "Father, I truly do not wish to deceive you, but the truth is difficult to believe." Gao Chen pondered for a moment before speaking, then retrieved his frost blade and a vial of healing ointment from his ring. Upon witnessing the array of items presented by Gao Chen, the members of the Gao family were left in a state of bewilderment. "What is this? Are you conversing with us, or have you merely drawn forth a sword mid-sentence?" One could almost hear the unspoken queries in their glances. Furthermore, what mysteries lay within those small vials? In a fleeting moment, Gao Chen devised a strategy to divert their attention. "This sword is named Ling Shuang. Though it may not be a divine weapon, it is undoubtedly a formidable blade that I noticed father wields a sword. Hence I prepared this for him." With that, he handed the sword to Gao Jianfeng. Gao Jianfeng gently accepted Ling Shuang, his fingers caressing the blade, feeling the chill emanating from its surface. "Indeed, this is a remarkable sword," he murmured. Gao Jianfeng's previous sword, which Gao Chen had examined, possessed a mere attack power of 7-10, that though his sword was not considered a legendary weapon in this realm, it was certainly worth a fortune. Ling Shuang, in contrast, boasted an attack power of 10 to 13, an impressive enhancement of 6 points that left Gao Jianfeng astounded. Yet the astonishment did not end there. This vial contains a potion that, when consumed post-injury, will enable instantaneous recovery, regardless of the severity of your wounds. While this vial may not match another I possess, it will still facilitate gradual healing. And by gradual, I mean merely a matter of seconds, Gao Chen explained, gesturing towards the healing elixir before pointing to the wound salve. "What did you say?" Gao Jianfeng exclaimed, taking both vials from Gao Chen's hands for a closer inspection, as the entire Gao family stood in awe. What sort of restorative elixir was this? If Gao Chen's claims held true, the potential market value in gold coins or the wealth of goods it could procure was staggering. Gao Chen himself was perplexed by the potion's ability to restore such a significant amount of health and mana. 500 points. an impossibility in his previous gaming experiences, despite later iterations offering even greater restoration. However, those were not labeled as healing potions. Chinner, are you certain of this? Gao Jianjiang was the first to break the stunned silence. Uncle, would I deceive you? With father poised to enter battle, I only wish for these items to aid him in vanquishing more foes, Gao Chen replied. Though his words held semblance, deep down, everyone understood that a general's prowess in battle could not solely rely on a fine weapon. It was an impossibility. One could only slay so many, and the battlefield was teeming with adversaries. Chinner, how did you come by these items? Gao Jianfeng inquired solemnly. Father, it's not that I wish to withhold information, but rather, I genuinely seek to avoid deceiving everyone. Please refrain from further questioning, Gao Chen replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Brother, let's not press him. I see no malice in this, and even if there were, we would be powerless to alter it, Gao Jianjiang interjected, though his tone betrayed an ambiguous sentiment. Alas, Chinner, I must depart today. You must diligently hone your martial skills. The future of our Gao family rests upon your shoulders. I have faith you will not disappoint us, Gao Jianfeng earnestly advised, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Father, I understand. When we fight side by side as father and son, we shall carve our names in the annals of battle, Gao Chen declared confidently, envisioning the battlefield as a vast expanse brimming with opportunities to confront humanoid foes. How could he not make his mark there? Splendid. This is the spirit of a true Gao son. Gao Jianfeng's excitement was palpable, filling the room with warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 27. A pretext for unblocking meridians. Gao Jianfeng set forth on his expedition. Yet Gao Chen did not accompany him, for Gao Jianfeng believed that farewells paved the way for more meaningful reunions. Gao Chen paused, nodding thoughtfully, and after the silhouette of his father faded from view, he too rose to depart, his destination set for the Magic and Martial University. Young man, your father has left, Gary remarked as they trained in the serene grove. Indeed, the specter of war looms, Gao Chen replied, a hint of wistfulness in his tone, though his thoughts wandered to the notion of how splendid it would be to partake in the conflict himself. As a soldier, facing adversaries on the battlefield is an obligation. Worry not. General Gao is a seasoned victor. I trust he will return triumphant once more, Gary reassured him, assuming Gao Chen's melancholy stemmed from the departure. Mentor, I truly appreciate your concern, Gao Chen responded gratefully, touched by Gary's genuine care. You have reached the second tier? Gary suddenly inquired after observing Gao Chen's training. Gao Chen's swift advancement astonished him, considering how little time had elapsed since Gao Chen began his journey. Yes. I achieved that breakthrough yesterday at home, Gao Chen replied, concealing the fact that he was already nearing level 22. He had slain even fourth-tier monsters, indicating that he could stand against a fourth-tier expert, provided he utilized magic and equipment. However, he was determined to keep his magical abilities hidden until he had amassed sufficient strength. At present, he had not donned any equipment, and his physical prowess merely reflected that of a newly ascended second-tier individual. Your progress is impressive. Now, you may attempt to open your meridians. Achieving this at the second tier will expedite the circulation of your internal energy and enhance the potency of your martial techniques. At the first tier, the contribution of internal energy to martial techniques is minimal, while the primary distinction between the first and second tiers lies in the application of internal energy. If the first tier is merely about nurturing energy, the second tier allows for its utilization. Do you comprehend? Gary elaborated meticulously. But mentor, how exactly do I incorporate internal energy into my martial techniques? Gao Chen inquired, realizing that this should have been common knowledge among practitioners of martial arts. Yet, his previous ignorance rendered him unaware of such fundamentals, as he had never engaged in martial training before. You are unfamiliar with this? I see. Gary initially found it strange that someone could lack such basic understanding. Yet he quickly recalled that Gao Chen had only recently embarked on this path, having previously been an academic rather than a martial artist. Subsequently, Gary began to explain the crucial aspects of unblocking meridians, noting that assistance from others, while possible, would yield different results. Though someone could aid in unblocking meridians, the internal energy utilized would be theirs, lacking the capacity to strengthen one's own meridians. Unblocked meridians would merely accelerate the flow of internal energy. Should one employ their own internal energy to unblock the meridians, it would reinforce both capacity and resilience significantly. Yet, many chose to seek help because attempting to unblock their own meridians could consume tenfold, or even more time. For some, self-attempts could lead to failure altogether, and the time wasted would drive anyone to madness. Moreover, unblocking one's meridians before reaching the sixth tier did not guarantee superiority over others, as the sixth tier was an insurmountable peak for the vast majority of practitioners. Thus, while those who successfully unblocked their own meridians might not become unrivaled masters, the true masters undoubtedly did so themselves. Now that you have reached the second tier, I shall request time off to assist you. Focus on unblocking your meridians, and remember, should you struggle, allow me to help, Gary proposed. Gao Chen resolutely insisted on attempting it alone, and Gary did not oppose. For no one would truly believe they could not succeed. Thank you, mentor. I merely wish to know how long it took you to unblock your meridians, Gao Chen queried, intending to gauge the time frame Gary had mentioned to time his own success. Well, why do you ask? Gary hesitated before responding, a hint of irritation in his voice. Did someone assist you in that process? Gao Chen suddenly realized, astonishment threading through his words. Is it shameful to seek assistance? Let me tell you, if you cannot unblock your meridians within a month, I shall step in to help, Gary barked, seemingly offended, before turning sharply to leave. Thank you, mentor. I will not let you down, Gao Chen called after him. Knowing he had been granted a month of freedom, that it was safest to attempt unblocking his meridians at home. And under these special circumstances, the Magic and Martial Academy had approved his request to return to the general's residence. In the dean's office, Gary took a hearty gulp from Yi Tianjing's teacup, savoring its flavor before remarking, Master, that young lad from the Gao family is truly a promising talent. He has already reached the second tier and is now beginning to unblock his meridians. I've told you countless times not to drink my tea, Yi Tianjing retorted, reclaiming his cup, reflecting on the achievements of his friend's progeny with a sense of relief. Do you believe he can manage it on his own? That remains uncertain, but I have faith in him, Gary replied after a moment's contemplation. Regardless, ensure he has the necessary potions prepared that if he cannot succeed on his own, you should assist him. With these potions, even if it does not equate to his own effort, the results will still be markedly beneficial, Yi Tianjing remarked, taking another sip of tea. Understood. I shall prepare them, Gary affirmed. Having spoken, he slowly retreated, savoring the exquisite tea that Yi Tianjing had offered. Upon returning to the general's residence, Gao Chen meticulously recalled the direction in which Gary had instructed him to harness his inner energy. And then he commenced his experimentation. While utilizing combat techniques, Gao Chen realized that he had never truly employed any martial skills. His prior endeavors were merely the application of abilities. However, after listening to Gary's elucidation, a revelation struck him. If he could wield his inner energy as they did, would not his offensive capabilities be significantly enhanced? With this newfound notion, Gao Chen proceeded with his trials. The Dragon Chant combat technique indeed contained methods for cultivating inner energy. Yet after numerous attempts, he reluctantly conceded defeat. While he could harness inner energy to fortify his body and strengthen his meridians, applying it to combat techniques proved elusive. That moment, he pondered a critical question. Did he need to activate the internal martial arts system within the game to utilize it? Following a string of failures, the number of which he could scarcely tally, Gao Chen resigned himself to the realization that this might indeed be the case. Chener, why have you returned at that moment? Gao Tengzhuan's voice resonated from outside. Aunt, I have advanced to the second tier, and my mentor has instructed me to cultivate my meridians at home, Gao Chen replied. What else could he say? Was he to confess that he merely wished to practice in the family residence for the convenience of traversing the forest of broken swords? Is that so? When did you embark on this journey? Although Gao Tengzhuan was a sorceress, she was not unfamiliar with the classification of warrior ranks, for sorcerers often faced warriors as adversaries. Starting this evening, for the next month, I kindly request that you and the others refrain from approaching the training grounds, so that I may focus on my meridian cultivation, Gao Chen articulated, fearful that a repetition of yesterday's events would unfold. Now with the teleportation ring, reaching that location was exceedingly convenient. However, the sudden disappearance and reappearance in front of others was rather difficult to explain. Very well, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to communicate them to us. Understood, Gao Tengjuan inquired with genuine concern, aware that meridian cultivation was no trifling matter. The anguish experienced during this process was beyond the comprehension of sorcerers, yet she had heard that warriors often endured tremendous pain, with many failing due to their inability to withstand it. That I understand. Thank you, Aunt. Gao Chen felt a surge of gratitude for his family's concern that as Gao Tengjuan departed, a smile graced her face, although she had appreciated his previous delicate and courteous demeanor. In a world where strength reigned supreme, what value did anything else hold? After numerous failed attempts to persuade Gao Chen to cultivate martial skills, she harbored a flicker of frustration and regret. Yet the current Gao Chen evoked her utmost admiration. With remarkable talent for cultivation, coupled with a measure of ingenuity, he embodied the ideal of both literary and martial prowess, all while maintaining respect for his elders. Gao Chen resolved to cease his experimentation with inner energy. Presently, his inner energy could autonomously circulate within his body, although the increase in attack power was not as pronounced as during the initial hours of practice. Over the past 2 days, he had accrued an additional 2 points of attack. This advancement had propelled his attributes, at level 21, far beyond those of a level 30 character in the game. Even excluding equipment, his health points also surpassed those of a level 21 character in the game by a full 100. That during his recent level-ups, Gao Chen discovered an exhilarating fact. The health points he gained upon leveling were nearly 10 points greater than in the game. Initially, the increments had mirrored those in the game, so why now did he experience an increase of nearly 10 points? It appeared that this was the effect of extreme physical training. Now, Gao Chen no longer needed to focus solely on meridian cultivation. The experience garnered from practicing combat techniques was substantial. Nevertheless, spending equivalent time in the Forest of Broken Swords yielded even more experience, while simultaneously enhancing his skill proficiency during monster encounters. By day, Gao Chen diligently practiced extreme physical training, and when fatigued, he would hone his magical skills to restore his energy. As night fell, he would teleport to the Forest of Broken Swords to engage in combat, where a wealth of equipment awaited him. Chapter 28. The legendary Black Iron Head. As night descended, Gao Chen donned the finest armor available to him at that moment. His equipment included medium armor with a defense rating of 1-1, a weight of 1, and a broken soul weapon that required level 20, boasting an attack range of 8-13 and accuracy of 2. Additionally, he possessed a black crystal ring and a snake eye ring, both requiring level 20 with minimal attack capabilities. Though these items were of modest quality, for Gao Chen at his level, even superior equipment would offer little advantage. Moreover, the exceptional broken soul weapon would suffice until he reached level 26, at which point he would transition to the Inferno. Although this ensemble lacked a helmet and did not fill all 4 equipment slots, it nonetheless instilled Gao Chen with immense confidence. Armed with this gear, he believed he could take on any 4th-tier magical beast. Coupled with 5 wolf pets, he felt invincible. But he first teleported to the location he had returned to yesterday, where 4th-tier beasts no longer piqued his interest. Instantly reappearing at the previous site, he marveled at the convenience of the teleportation ring. Signaling his 5 wolf pets, they materialized before him. During his previous return, he had allowed his pets to roam freely within the forest. Upon receiving his command, they vanished from sight, leaving even Gao Chen bewildered as to their whereabouts. Seeing his 5 pets, Gao Chen called out to commence their journey, leading them deeper into the forest. Now he felt no trepidation at the prospect of encountering formidable magical beasts, as long as they were not capable of dispatching him in an instant. He could retreat unscathed. Such was the power of the teleportation ring. Before long, Gao Chen identified his first target, a beast resembling a rhinoceros. That he initiated a reconnaissance spell, and the beast's data materialized before him. Giant demon rhinoceros. Level 45, health 10,000, skills including charge, petrifying skin, and collapse. Astonishingly, he could discern its skills, a testament to the upgrade of his reconnaissance ability. Although he could not see its weaknesses, this was still within acceptable bounds. However, that staggering health pool was far from negligible. and given its skills, it was likely a tank-type monster, which Gao Chen was not particularly fond of due to the time consumption involved. Yet, facing a foe 20 levels above him was a different matter entirely. Typically, 4th-tier magical beasts boasted health not exceeding 5,000. Yet this creature had an astounding 10,000. Even if it were a tank-type monster, it defied convention, indicating it was an elite. Such creatures were highly sought after in the game for their exceptional drop rates. He commanded his 5 pets to charge forward, intending to gauge the creature's attack power, and followed closely behind them, the giant demon rhinoceros. The territory within a mile radius belonged to it alone. Even the 4th-tier king, the flame lion, could not encroach upon its domain, that it roamed freely, undeterred. Unbeknownst to Gao Chen, his defense had reached formidable levels, rendering his companions unable to challenge him. Even the flame lion would find it challenging to breach his defenses. This fostered within him a profound sense of confidence. However, today he found himself incensed. A head wolf from the outskirts of the forest of broken swords dared to charge at him and attack, provoking the ire of the giant demon rhinoceros. Having the audacity to challenge its authority meant facing the consequences. With a thunderous roar, the giant demon rhinoceros charged at one of the head wolves. Gao Chen, wielding the broken soul weapon and enveloped in the radiance of the dragon chant sword technique, struck at the creature's neck, causing a damage figure of -300 to materialize above it. Simultaneously, the 5 pets pounced upon the giant demon rhinoceros. Yet their combined damage was pitifully low, dealing only 50 to 100 points per hit. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, but this was hardly sufficient. The wolf that had been struck by the giant demon rhinoceros lost a third of its health, startling Gao Chen. If this continued, he risked losing a pet in merely 3 hits. Reacting swiftly, he cast a healing spell on the injured pet. Just as he turned away, the giant demon rhinoceros lunged at him with its horn. In that moment, Gao Chen managed to deliver another strike as he spun around, while the 5 pets continued to assault the beast's back. Though their individual attacks were meager, their sheer numbers meant their collective damage was greater than Gao Chen's. The giant demon rhinoceros, preoccupied with attacking Gao Chen, was simultaneously bombarded by the 5 pets. In a fit of rage, it pivoted to confront the head wolf. Yet as it turned, Gao Chen's broken soul weapon found its mark deep within its flesh. Each time the creature turned, Gao Chen was able to inflict several hundred points of damage. If it remained stationary, the relentless assaults from the 5 pets would drive it into a frenzy. The giant demon rhinoceros was no slouch in terms of attack power. Its defense was unparalleled among 4th-tier magical beasts. However, its speed left much to be desired, with each turn and attack. Gao Chen adeptly evaded its strikes, rendering its attempts futile. This scenario transported him back to his gaming days, facing a colossal creature. Although this beast was perilous, its sluggishness was its fatal flaw at most. A pet could withstand only 2 of its attacks, and that was under the condition that Gao Chen commanded them to attack without evasion, that if only his wisdom could improve just a fraction, allowing him to understand the importance of resolving issues one at a time. Then perhaps Gao Chen's 5 pets might have been of some assistance. However, his limited intellect compelled him to focus solely on attacking the source of his greatest pain. When Gao Chen struck him with a blade, he furiously turned to eliminate Gao Chen, but each of Gao Chen's precise movements allowed him to narrowly evade the colossal rhinoceros's assaults. Meanwhile, the 5 pets continued their relentless onslaught without a moment's respite. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, the rhinoceros pivoted to engage the head wolf among the pets. In no time, the giant rhinoceros's health had plummeted to a mere 2,000 points, while Gao Chen had only suffered a single hit thus far. Although that singular blow had nearly brought him to the brink of defeat, Gao Chen had not even consumed a potion. Instead, he relied on a few healing spells to restore his vitality and press on. Astonishingly, the 5 pets, though reduced to a sliver of health during the perilous encounter, quickly regained their strength under Gao Chen's healing spells, resuming their ferocious assault. This unnerved the giant magical rhinoceros. Typically, such relentless attacks would have resulted in the demise of the 5-head wolves multiple times over. Yet they appeared utterly unscathed. The dwindling health of the rhinoceros instilled a sense of dread within it, compounded by an overwhelming rage that in its eyes, it faced 6 formidable creatures, 6 seemingly immortal beings. Fear consumed its heart, transforming its fury into a desperate desire to flee from these indomitable foes. With this realization, the giant rhinoceros bolted deeper into the dense forest, seeing that the giant magical rhinoceros had only 1,000 points of health left. Gao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such a meager amount could easily be dispatched within minutes. Just then, the rhinoceros unexpectedly turned to flee, leaving Gao Chen momentarily stunned before he gave chase. It would be a shame to let it escape after all the time he had invested. He could not allow it to slip away now that victory was within his grasp. After all, he stood to gain level 45 equipment and experience. Without a second thought, Gao Chen launched himself, leaping onto the back of the giant rhinoceros, reminiscent of his past life riding atop a train. Yet, at that moment, he pushed aside such nostalgic musings. Securing his rightful equipment took precedence. Raising his weapon, the Soul Breaker, he thrust it fiercely into the back of the colossal beast that in pursuit, the five-head wolves lunged at the rhinoceros's legs, tearing away chunks of flesh to devour before attacking again. The life force of the giant magical rhinoceros rapidly dwindled, unable to shake off the persistent Gao Chen on its back, that if it had not been so singularly focused on escaping, it might not have perished so swiftly. Now, Gao Chen unleashed his attacks with reckless abandon, the Soul Breaker glowing with the brilliance of lethal strikes, repeatedly plunging into the rhinoceros's back. 2 minutes later, the beast's life force reached zero, and it collapsed onto the cold ground. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications flooded Gao Chen's ears. 50,000 experience gained, Black Iron Helmet discovered, War God Armor discovered. Just as Gao Chen had anticipated, a significant bounty had emerged. But what truly quickened his heart was the sight of the Black Iron Helmet. With an attack rating of 46, defense between 4-7, magic resistance of 2-3, additional attack of 0-3, magic of 0-3, and a weight of 20. It surpassed ordinary gear by an additional 3 points in both attack and magic. Such equipment, while merely a modest enhancement in the game, represented a different reality for Gao Chen. To him, it was legendary. Glancing at his attack rating, Gao Chen believed he would be able to equip it by the time he reached level 30, significantly boosting his strength. As for the 2 tasks he had undertaken, he could almost see the rewards awaiting him. Though the newly acquired gear was not immediately usable, it was merely a matter of time. After all, his current level was still quite low, making the unavailability of such equipment unsurprising. After organizing his inventory, Gao Chen stored the entire carcass of the giant magical rhinoceros in his bag. It was a valuable find. Its hide could be crafted into leather armor, its horns fashioned into weapons. And not to mention the magical core and the meat from a 4th-tier magical beast, all of which could fetch a handsome sum of gold. Though these items might seem of little use to Gao Chen at present, they were nonetheless currency. He restored the health of his 5 pets and ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 29. The trifling 3rd tier is not worth noticing. A month swiftly passed, during which Gao Chen's strength saw considerable enhancement, that he had now ascended to level 26, donning the formidable gear acquired after his trials, with the exceptionally powerful Black Iron Helmet upon his head. His defense and magical resistance surged, elevating his physical capabilities significantly. His attack power soared to an impressive 49 points, rivaling that of a typical 4th-tier powerhouse in this realm, that if he were to unleash all his gear's potential, he might stand a chance against Gary, and he felt confident in defeating him should he employ magic. However, many aspects remained concealed for the time being, and the rewards he had acquired were not yet applicable. So he refrained from completing that task. "You're back. Did you successfully channel your energy?" Upon returning to the Magic Martial University, Gao Chen sought out Gary. Noticing Gao Chen's return, Gary inquired with a hint of casualness, though Gao Chen could discern his underlying concern through his tone and expression. "Yes, it was successful, and I owe much to your guidance, mentor," Gao Chen replied respectfully. "Good. That's all I needed to hear. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Now that you've successfully channeled your energy, you can attend your classes," Gary said with palpable relief and satisfaction. "Mentor, it's time for lunch. Shall we go together?" Glancing at the clock, Gao Chen suggested to Gary. Although he had not truly undergone the energy channeling, Gary's concern warmed his heart, perhaps due to the absence of such care in his previous life, making him easily touched in this world. "I won't join you. You should go ahead," It's essential to have your weapon in hand to foster camaraderie, Gary reminded, noting Gao Chen's empty hands. Understood, mentor, Gao Chen acknowledged, retrieving the soul breaker from his possession. Why have you switched weapons again? Gary asked, noticing the soul breaker in Gao Chen's grasp, that in his mind, a warrior should specialize in a single weapon. Yet Gao Chen's reasoning seemed sound, so he did not press the matter, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Gao Chen's frequent weapon changes in such a short time. Indeed, mentor, this is the weapon I currently wield, Gao Chen responded calmly, feigning ignorance of Gary's discontent. Soul Breaker, a fine name for a fine weapon, though it seems a pity to see it in your hands, Gary remarked. A hint of regret lacing his tone, that he could perceive the weapon's exceptional quality, yet he was uncertain how long it would remain in Gao Chen's possession, leading to his slight disappointment. Every weapon I have wielded is cherished. They are testaments to my growth, Gao Chen explained, aware that individuals in this world held a sentimental attachment to their weapons, a sentiment he struggled to comprehend that in the gaming realm. Weapons were typically discarded unless they could be utilized in the future. And this ordinary soul breaker clearly lacked collectible value. His statement was merely to prevent Gary from forming a negative opinion about him regarding this matter. The purpose of a weapon is to engage in battle, not to be admired. Enough talk. Go eat. Gary refrained from voicing his thoughts that Gao Chen's actions were an affront to the weapon in his hands, opting instead to maintain silence. Gao Chen bowed and exited, filled with frustration. His circumstances were fundamentally different from those in this world, rendering many things inexplicable. With the soul breaker in hand, Gao Chen strode into the dining hall, ordering a lavish lunch before devouring it ravenously. Upon entering, Feng Lan glanced over and immediately spotted Gao Chen, who was engrossed in his meal. She took a seat beside him. Gao Chen looked up, recognizing her. "Sister Feng, are you here for lunch as well?" he inquired. "Yes. I heard you were channeling energy this past month. Did you succeed?" Feng Lan asked casually, though Gao Chen sensed a hint of concern in her tone. "Thank you for your concern, sister. I was fortunate enough to succeed," he replied candidly. "Is this your weapon? May I take a look?" Feng Lan asked, her curiosity piqued by the soul breaker resting beside him. "That won't do. A weapon exists for battle, not for display," Gao Chen replied without hesitation, echoing Gary's earlier words. "Is it truly so impressive? A mere broken weapon. The princess is merely granting you some courtesy. Don't mistake it for respect. Do you really consider yourself someone of importance?" Before Feng Lan could respond, an insufferable voice rang out from behind. Recognizing the voice, Gao Chen knew precisely who it belonged to, whose pants were left unzipped, allowing you to spill your nonsense. Gao Chen retorted coldly, his newfound confidence at level 26 emboldening him. His words elicited shock from those present. While Zhu Jihao's fury reached its zenith, incensed that Gao Chen had openly disregarded him, fueled by anger, he truly wished to hurl Gao Chen deep into the Hengduan forest, reducing him to a mere pile of excrement. Feng Lan, astonished, gaped at Gao Chen, incredulous that such repugnant words could spring forth from the lips of a talented scholar. "Gao Chen, I challenge you to a duel," bellowed the enraged Zhu Jihao, his face flushed with fury. "Zhu Jihao. Enough. Do not disturb my meal." Feng Lan interjected coldly before Gao Chen could utter a word. "Princess, fine, I shall take my leave. We are not finished, brat," he spat, storming out with palpable resentment. "Thank you, princess, to express my gratitude. Allow me to treat you to this meal," Gao Chen remarked with a smile directed at Feng Lan. After finishing their meal, Gao Chen returned to the classroom he had not visited for a month. Under the murderous glare of Zhu Jihao, he resumed his seat, viewing the diminutive Zhu Jihao as nothing more than a clown. Engaging with him would be a disgraceful endeavor. There is a saying that to gauge a person's accomplishments, one must consider their rivals. With Gao Chen's prowess having soared, Zhu Jihao no longer qualified as his opponent. If he ever had, the disdainful glance Gao Chen cast upon Zhu Jihao ignited a sense of madness within him, compelling Zhu Jihao to secretly vow that Gao Chen would pay dearly. Meanwhile, the classmates observed Gao Chen's exaggerated display of confidence and whispered amongst themselves. Just then, their instructor, Wang Yujie, entered the room, casting a glance at Gao Chen before commencing the lecture. Gao Chen attentively absorbed every detail of Wang Yujie's teachings while simultaneously practicing magic, his experience continually expanding. Fortunately, they were in the warrior class. Had it been the mage class, the advanced sorcerers might have detected the discrepancies in magical elements. Gao Chen, come to my office, Wang Yujie called out as class ended, halting Gao Chen in his tracks. Following her, Gao Chen couldn't help but admire the sway of Wang Yujie's figure, his mind wandering. Just then, she inquired, "What are you staring at?" "At nothing. I wasn't looking at anything," Gao Chen stammered, realizing too late that his response was ill-timed. As if on cue, Wang Yujie kicked at him. Instinctively reacting, Gao Chen caught her foot in his hand. And in a moment of unintended intimacy, his fingers grazed her leg. "Release me at once. Do you wish to perish?" Wang Yujie's face turned crimson, and she exclaimed in anger, "I won't let go if I do. What if you kick me again, instructor?" As he spoke, he leaned forward, their proximity creating an even more ambiguous atmosphere. "Let go now, and I won't kick you," Wang Yujie commanded, her voice cold. That it was not that she desired to exert force. Rather, she feared injuring her friend's nephew. Realizing she was genuinely angry, Gao Chen quickly released her foot and stepped back. "Come inside," she ordered sternly once they reached her office. Reluctantly, Gao Chen entered. "Is this how you treat your instructor?" Wang Yujie's cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether from anger or embarrassment. "I assure you, it was merely a reflex, not intentional," Gao Chen defended himself. "I know whether it was deliberate or not. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient," she retorted fiercely. "There won't be a next time. I promise to refrain from holding on to you, and you can kick me freely," Gao Chen replied solemnly, recognizing that Wang Yujie was genuinely upset. "Be cautious. Do you know why I called you here?" Wang Yujie inquired, not wanting to linger on the previous matter. "I do not," Gao Chen answered honestly. "You don't? Is it not enough trouble already? You went and provoked Ma Guwu, who is now at the second tier. Is one Zhu Zhilong not enough for you to contend with?" Wang Yujie's tone was markedly different from before, her earlier anger still palpable. "When trouble comes, I shall face it. What is there to fear? I merely wonder when Zhu Zhilong will return," Gao Chen replied dismissively. "Oh, from your demeanor, do you still underestimate him?" Wang Yujie's voice rose again. "Absolutely not. I know I was wrong, instructor. Could you please lower your voice?" Gao Chen implored. "I will speak as loudly as I wish. I tell you, within a month, Zhu Zhilong will return, that he possesses third-tier strength, and then we shall see how you cope. That do not presume that just because you possess some strength, you are invincible." Wang Yujie finally moderated her tone. "A month, you say? That is quite reasonable," Gao Chen mused, calculating the time. Even now, he felt no fear of Zhu Zhilong. In a month, he might very well be able to defeat him effortlessly, he thought. "What? From your expression, it seems you still do not regard third-tier strength seriously," Wang Yujie observed, perplexed by Gao Chen's nonchalance. "That trifling third tier does not concern me," he declared, noticing Wang Yujie's expression shift. "Instructor, I believe it is time for a meal. Allow me to treat you," he suggested. "Someone treating me to a meal is splendid. Let us go," Wang Yujie acquiesced, her earlier irritation dissipating as she saw Gao Chen's unwavering confidence. Perhaps she would have to wait until he learned his lesson, Wang Yujie mused. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they encountered Gary, who was also present. After sitting down, Gao Chen promptly ordered their meals. Shortly thereafter, the server delivered 3 generous portions of food. "Ordering so much, do you think you're feeding pigs?" Wang Yujie exclaimed in surprise as Gao Chen divided the food into 3 portions, pushing one toward her. "Actually, I usually eat this much with Instructor Gary. I feared you might not have enough, so I ordered plenty. Please enjoy at your leisure. If you can't finish, just discard it. We are not short on funds," Gao Chen explained while eating. "Humph. That is more like it. Oh, you not know that most women do not eat much," Wang Yujie retorted before finally taking her share. Gao Chen and Gary continued to eat in silence. While Wang Yujie's appetite was modest, and her pace was slow to be by the time she felt satisfied, Gao Chen and Gary had already devoured their meals. Observing this, Wang Yujie remarked, "You two are truly gluttons." "Yujie, How can you say such a thing? Without sufficient sustenance, how can one muster the energy to train? If everyone ate as little as you, one would be too famished even to walk, Gary replied. Smacking his lips, Wang Yu just shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Gao Chen, saying, "You only know how to create trouble. Are you intent on offending every student here? I must inform you that while you may still refuse challenges now, the year-end competition is mandatory for all, that I shall see how you manage then. Instructor, when the time comes, I shall return the challenges in kind that as a man, I cannot live in fear of every little thing. I would rather hone my skills as a scholar," Gao Chen countered, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Such ambition. Men ought to think this way. When the time comes, simply retaliate against all provocations, Gary chimed in. Gary, what kind of instructor are you? No wonder Gao Chen behaves this way. It is true that like attracts like, Wang Yuji commented, displeased with Gary's interjection. Rest assured, instructor, I am fully aware of my actions, Gao Chen reassured her, noticing her mounting frustration. As long as you know what you are doing, but I fear you may be overestimating yourself, Wang Yuji thought. Realizing that no matter what she said, Gao Chen maintained his carefree, confident demeanor. This made her decide to cease her lecture. Instructor, you look far more beautiful when you are not angry. Please do not be so quick to anger in the future, Gao Chen remarked, the words escaping him without forethought. Beautiful, you say? Hurry and train. Do not let yourself be beaten to a pulp later, Wang Yujie retorted, playfully tapping his head before exiting, while her words suggested irritation. Gao Chen noted that her mood seemed significantly improved, eliciting a smile from him. At that moment, Gary spoke up. You are quite bold, daring to jest with her. What is wrong with that, instructor? Is there something inappropriate about speaking to her like this? Gao Chen asked, puzzled. In the past, those who spoke to her in such a manner were swiftly kicked out. Do you not see the issue? It is curious how she seems to be less bothered by you. Perhaps your youth holds some advantages, Gary mused. Oh, is that so? Instructor, why not share some of her past stories? Gao Chen's curiosity piqued. There is not much to tell. It is just that Wang Yujie has a penchant for kicking people. A single misstep, and her foot comes flying, which has frightened many, especially since her strength is formidable, Gary explained. Have you ever been on the receiving end of one of her kicks, instructor? Gao Chen inquired, his curiosity evident. Why all the questions? You should be focusing on your training, that if you lose in the final competition, I will make you regret it, Gary said, his sudden irritation catching Gao Chen off guard. Without further ado, Gao Chen hurried out, realizing that lingering would only lead to trouble. However, Gary could still hear Gao Chen's unrestrained laughter echoing in the corridor. Gao Chen first made a brief visit to the library. Perusing book, after reading over 20 volumes, he felt he could no longer continue. The mental exhaustion had reached its zenith in fact, he had managed to read several more than when he had commenced. With a heavy head, Gao Chen returned to his quaint courtyard, he then began practicing magic. Yet to this day, he had not discovered a method to enhance his magical attacks. Although all non-systematic magical skills had reached the second tier, Gao Chen seldom employed these spells, possibly due to the more intuitive nature of the system skills. During his reading, Gao Chen had already depleted all his mental energy, which explained the dizziness and headaches he was experiencing. As he practiced magic, he sought to recover his mental strength as swiftly as possible. This process resembled the automatic health regeneration one might find in a game. Currently, his mental energy was still quite low, but an hour's respite would suffice to restore him to peak condition. Due to the dizziness, Gao Chen meticulously observed the patterns of magical elements in the air while practicing this process. He gradually discerned how the fireball spell was constructed and the quantity of fire-based magical elements required to form it. A sudden thought struck him. What would happen if he added an additional magical element to the mix? Upon introducing this new element, the fireball, once nearly complete, underwent a multitude of transformations. Initially a well-formed sphere, it exploded upon the introduction of the new element. Gao Chen felt a sharp headache, as if the very magical elements had detonated in his mind. A sensation that terrified him. Unbeknownst to him, this was the phenomenon of magical backlash. The moment he felt as though his head had been shattered, a system notification chimed. Ding! Skill creation failed due to insufficient magic level. Frustrated, Gao Chen thought, I merely wish to observe the reaction of adding one element. How did it turn into skill creation? However, upon checking his attributes, Gao Chen was elated to discover a slight increase in his magical attack. What could this possibly mean? He quickly recalled the explosion of magical elements earlier. Could this be a pathway to enhancing his magic? If so, that would be quite a painful method. The excruciating headache he had just experienced was not something he wished to endure again. Yet the allure of increasing his magical prowess was exceedingly hard to resist. Caught in a mental struggle, he ultimately concocted an excuse for himself. Today I've already gained a bit. If I try again, it is possible I want to see further improvement. That would make my suffering in vain. Perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow. With this thought, Gao Chen sighed in relief. Soon, night fell, and he activated his teleportation ring. Instantly arriving in the Hengduan forest at present, his 5 pets had evolved into 25-headed wolves, leveling up by 5 tiers, significantly boosting their health and attack capabilities. Yet, Gao Chen still dared not challenge 5th-tier magical beasts. Previously, when he encountered a 5th-tier Silverhorn beast, his massive infernal strike had only reduced its health by a mere 100 points. For a beast boasting over 10,000 health, that was but a trifling amount. He dodged its attack, but his 25-headed wolves suffered a staggering 90% health loss from a single strike. That alone was not the worst of it. The real cause for his hasty retreat was witnessing the Silverhorn beast's health fully restored in the blink of an eye after dealing him such paltry damage. Under such circumstances, what was the point of continuing the fight? Gao Chen promptly fled to the outskirts of the Hengduan forest, knowing he could handle 4th-tier magical beasts, but would have to run from 5th-tier ones. Of course, with the use of poison spells, he might stand a chance of defeating them, but with only 2 small vials of poison at his disposal, he was reluctant to squander them. Thus, he set his sights on 4th-tier beasts. Having gained ample experience and decent equipment. Remarkably, his coin count had nearly reached 10 million. A substantial sum, yet to Gao Chen, it felt merely like a number, as he had yet to spend any of it aside from meals. He spent the night in the Hengduan forest, where aside from acquiring a couple of pieces of equipment, he amassed an astounding quantity of potions that, if not for the backpack's capacity to hold countless identical items, he would have needed an entire room to store his potions. That a single healing spell sufficed to restore his health. And with minimal use of magical skills, his potions continued to multiply. As dawn approached, Gao Chen teleported back to his courtyard, but he had briefly considered heading directly to the training grove, but ultimately decided against it, preferring the safety of his own courtyard. Being discovered elsewhere would not bode well. Upon reaching the grove, he found Gary had yet to arrive, so Gao Chen commenced his training alone. That he swung his infernal blade repeatedly, striving not only for speed, but also for precision in each angle. He soon realized that this practice was enhancing his proficiency in basic swordsmanship, and the speed of his strikes was comparable to that achieved in combat, motivating him to train even harder. Knowing such effort would increase his attack power, an hour passed swiftly, and Gao Chen paused to recuperate his mental energy before resuming his practice. Unbeknownst to him, Gary had arrived at the grove and inquired, "When did you arrive?" "Just now," Gao Chen replied. "You've been here for about an hour." Remember, training is not a sprint. One must understand the balance between exertion and rest. It's not merely about relentless practice. One must also learn to take breaks. Understood? Gary remarked, slightly exasperated. Unlike other instructors who feared their students might not be diligent enough, Gary found himself at a loss dealing with a student who was perhaps too diligent. "Thank you for your concern, instructor. I understand," Gao Chen said respectfully. "You always say that," Gary replied. "Now go eat breakfast." In the past, Gary would bring breakfast to the grove to encourage Gao Chen to train longer, but now, in an effort to reduce his training time, he advised Gao Chen to eat in the dining hall. Chapter 31. I'll crush you with gold. Gao Chen found himself alone in the dining hall. Placing his order before sitting down, in truth, Gary had already finished his meal. He had sent Gao Chen to eat alone merely to ensure he took the time to rest. Concerned that Gao Chen might rush through his meal and return to training, he had imposed a time limit, forbidding him from leaving the dining hall for less than an hour, which only served to frustrate Gao Chen. He had heard of restricting maximum meal times, but never of imposing minimums. "Gao Chen, it seems you're eating a bit less than before," spoke Princess Feng Longjing. Unbeknownst to him, she had grown accustomed to sitting beside Gao Chen during meals. Engaging in casual conversation, and often requesting him to cover her bill. That on occasion, when she couldn't finish her food, she would ask Gao Chen to help her eat, and when she was still hungry, she would take from his plate without a second thought. Remarkably, neither of them found this arrangement strange. At first I was too weak to keep up with the demands of training, but now I've adapted and can eat less. Gao Chen replied, his words somewhat muffled as he chewed, a privilege he felt only he could afford in Feng Longjing as presence. That you've reached the second tier already. Your training speed is truly impressive. Feng Longjing remarked, a hint of envy lacing her tone. She recalled how long it had taken her to reach the second tier, contrasting it with the brief time Gao Chen had taken, which only served to diminish her own sense of achievement. That as they continued their meal, enjoying each other's company, they remained blissfully unaware that their camaraderie was causing discontent among many others. After all, Feng Longjing was a princess. Winning her affection could elevate one's status immensely. Her beauty was enough to captivate countless admirers, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that suitors could form a legion. Yet, Feng Longjing had shown little kindness to any of her pursuers, leaving many with a flicker of hope. However, witnessing Gao Chen laughing and conversing with her shattered the hopes of countless hearts. Though several might have wished to confront Gao Chen, his status caused most to hesitate. Yet, not everyone was deterred. Some, fueled by misplaced confidence, believed they still had a chance. Among them was Zhu Zhihao, whose previously pleasant mood soured upon entering the hall and witnessing Gao Chen and Feng Longjing's intimate exchange. Enraged, he marched up to Gao Chen and declared, "I'll offer you 1,000 gold coins for your seat." Gao Chen frowned and retorted with disdain, "I'll offer 10,000 gold coins for you to disappear from my sight. You little brat, just because you have more money doesn't mean you can be so arrogant." Zhu Zhihao shouted angrily, feeling an overwhelming urge to tear Gao Chen apart for his insolence. That's so. Since you have the money, why don't we see who is more? The one with less should just leave. How about that? Gao Chen, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "In truth, despite being members of affluent families, our allowances are relatively modest. For instance, my monthly allowance amounts to merely 1,000 gold coins, a sum that is astronomical for many common folk. Yet, as for the quantity of gold coins currently in my backpack, it approaches a staggering 10 million. Now what does that signify? More than enough? I offer 50,000 gold coins. Now be gone," he declared triumphantly, casting a smug glance at Gao Chen, convinced that Gao Chen could not possibly produce such an amount. Though Gao Chen had initially mentioned 1,000 gold coins, he perceived it as mere bravado. He then brandished a gold card displaying a balance of 55,000 coins. "Pauper, here are 100,000 gold coins. Take them to buy some sweets, you pitiful wretch." Gao Chen's card contained only a few thousand coins, the true reflection of his allowance. Subsequently, Gao Chen nonchalantly tossed out 100,000 gold coins from his backpack. Did I end the game? Whether it was 20,000 or 100,000, it appeared as a mere heap, indistinguishable to the eye. However, this was not a game. It was a tangible world, and the 100,000 gold coins heaped on the ground emitted a luminous glow that illuminated the entire dining hall. While 100,000 displayed on a gold card might not seem significant, the impact of Gao Chen's act of scattering 100,000 coins was far more profound than the mere number itself. Staring at the pile of coins, Zhu Zhihao momentarily lost his composure, completely oblivious to Gao Chen's words. How could anyone possess such a sum of gold coins? While space rings are convenient, this was beyond reason. The eyes of the non-aristocratic students in the dining hall turned green with envy upon witnessing the glimmering pile of coins. Not only the others, but even Zhu Zhihao found himself at a loss for words. Utterly shaken, this far surpassed any numerical shock. What? Have you never seen so much gold? If you're broke, stop pretending. Just leave. Gao Chen scoffed at Zhu Zhihao's dazed expression, secretly reveling in the situation. Who are you calling a pauper? I'll kill you. Zhu Zhihao roared, humiliated before the princess and further agitated by the blinding gleam of the gold coins. Gao Chen's derisive remarks drove him into a frenzy, and in a fit of rage, he raised his knife, ready to strike. Yet, as the blade hovered in the air, he froze, his face contorted in horror. That moment, Gao Chen's weapon was poised at his throat, a mere breath away, and he could feel the chilling aura emanating from it. How could he not panic? Gao Chen's cold voice sliced through the tension. If you wish to live, leave now, that if you desire death, dare to move. You dare to kill me? I refuse to believe it. Zhu Zhihao, a mere 16-year-old, quaked as he faced the threat of death, his voice trembling. Whether I dare or not, you may test it. If you want to live, leave. If you seek death, move an inch. Gao Chen's frigid tone betrayed no hint of his inner thoughts, and his impassive demeanor extinguished any courage Zhu Zhihao might have had to act. I will remember this day. Zhu Zhihao spat as he turned to leave, casting a furious glance back. The events transpired swiftly, leaving the spectators with their mouths agape, unable to process what had just unfolded. Gao Chen, unfazed, collected the scattered coins and returned them to his backpack. Feng Longwen stared at Gao Chen, astonished by the transformation of the once weak scholar into someone so formidable. Curiously, she inquired, "If he hadn't left, would you truly have killed him?" Uncertain of her own motives for asking, Gao Chen chuckled lightly. "What do you think?" "I don't know." "Neither do I," he shrugged with a smile. After finishing breakfast, Gao Chen returned to the classroom, unperturbed by Zhu Zhihao's seething glare as he took his seat, smirking disdainfully at him. Upon Gao Chen's entrance, the previously bustling classroom fell silent. Once seated, chatter resumed, with many discussing the recent incident in the dining hall, a significant event for these inexperienced students. During class, Wang Yuzhi entered and addressed the students. The relationships among students should be the strongest. You are a collective. I am quite displeased by today's events, and I hope there will be no recurrence. Understood? As she uttered the final 4 words, her gaze fixed on Gao Chen, who could only nod helplessly, judging by her expression. The beautiful instructor seemed dissatisfied with his response. Unable to speak in that moment, Gao Chen sensed her frustration but could do nothing. After giving him a fierce glare, she commenced her lecture for the day. "Professor, I have matters to attend to," Gao Chen declared, darting out as soon as class ended, his speed remarkable. "Stop right there," Wang Yu just shouted. But by the time she finished, Gao Chen had vanished, leaving her to seethe inwardly. Vowing to catch him, Gao Chen anticipated that Professor Wang would undoubtedly summon him to her office for a lecture, a prospect he found utterly vexing. How had he become labeled as a troublesome student? He had been attentive during class and had committed no mischief. Lost in thought, he made his way to a secluded grove for training. Now he contemplated whether he could merge the assassination sword technique with the dragon chant sword technique. How splendid it would be to create a dragon chant assassination sword technique. Since learning the assassination sword technique at level 25, he had pondered this possibility, but after numerous attempts, he had yet to succeed. Gao Chen was clueless as to the root of the problem. The advantages of the dragon chant assault technique made him reluctant to abandon the more potent assassination technique. Thus, he practiced tirelessly, hoping to discover a method, but each attempt ended in failure. Chapter 32. Battling the flies. Countless failures had left Gao Chen feeling increasingly agitated, and in this state of unrest, he desperately sought an outlet for his frustrations. The Xiongduan Forest was an excellent place for such release. Presently, Gao Chen had no interest in engaging with monsters below Tier 3. They offered meager experience and rarely dropped equipment. Through careful observation, he had realized that only monsters above his level yielded equipment drops and substantial experience, while those of equal rank provided minimal rewards, with drop rates pitifully low, even less than in the game. Thus, his target was now Tier 3 monsters and above. After a night of carnage, Gao Chen's backpack brimmed with additional equipment, along with some gold coins and potions. His consumption of potions had become negligible. Yet he understood their value in this world, that a single healing potion could fetch him upwards of 1,000,000 gold coins. Of course, he had not yet reached a point where selling potions was necessary, but they remained significant to him. After practicing the Dragon Chant Assault Sword technique for an hour in the grove, Gary arrived, not merely to supervise Gao Chen's training, but to invite him to breakfast, encouraging him to take a break. This shift in his demeanor left Gary feeling both annoyed and pleased. Meanwhile, within a student dormitory at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, a gathering of individuals from prominent families within the Fire Empire convened, all of whom Gao Chen recognized. Among those he knew, aside from one individual named Yu Qianjun, the rest were seemingly adversaries. One of them spoke up. "Zhu Zhihao, what brings you to my quarters so early? And why have you summoned these others?" The speaker was Magu Wu, the occupant of the dormitory, that I in this small space, for individuals now gathered, a notable assembly given that it was still dawn. Since I called everyone together, it is only natural that I have something to discuss. Zhu Zhihao glanced around at the others, ensuring they were attentive before continuing. In this magic and martial arts academy, we share a common objective. Princess Feng Lanwen. Zhu Zhihao. Are you gathering us here today to declare war? One among them queried, his face reddening with barely contained anger. That is a misinterpretation. Wan Sun, that we are all rivals. That much is understood. However, my purpose for convening you all is not to declare war. Zhu Zhihao replied calmly. This Wan fellow, Wan Sun, hailed from the illustrious Wan family, a long-standing lineage within the Fire Empire. Although the Wan family may not currently wield much influence in the court, their voice still carried weight, and his status was on par with Zhu Zhihao and the others. Not here to declare war. So are you implying that you have come to announce your surrender? As soon as Zhu Zhihao finished his words, a chilling voice interjected. The speaker was clad in white garments, wielding a silver longsword, and his icy demeanor coupled with the gleaming blade emanated an aura of sharpness, as if he were a sword himself, a peerless weapon radiating brilliance. This individual was none other than Li Changxiao, the young master of the Tianjin Pavilion, a formidable faction within the Flame Empire. In terms of status, he undoubtedly surpassed Zhu Zhihao and Magua, yet despite the Tianjin Pavilion's immense power, it remained under the jurisdiction of the Flame Empire and lacked representation in the imperial court, essentially rendering it a civil force. Nevertheless, it was a force that even the royal family dared not underestimate, as the pavilion boasted numerous fifth-tier experts, while its leader, Li Jianlin, was rumored to possess sixth-tier prowess. Surrender? That is, of course, impossible. That I merely wish to inform everyone that a formidable enemy has emerged. Li Changxiao's voice irritated Zhu Zhihao immensely, though he refrained from showing it at that moment. Formidable enemy? You must be referring to Gao Jianfeng's son, Gao Chen? Wan Sun spoke with a smirk. Indeed, brother Wan speaks true. Recently, Gao Chen has been quite close to the princess. And that is not the most concerning part. What worries us most is that the princess is seen laughing and conversing with him, something none of us could achieve, and certainly no male student could. I wonder if this could be considered a threat, that if not, then is it not alarming that they share the same meal? The more Zhu Zhihao spoke, the angrier his expression became, as memories of Gao Chen's icy words filled him with humiliation, a reminder of his inability to resist and the disgrace of exiting the dining hall. This is indeed true, but it seems Zhu brother has suffered considerable losses at his hands, hasn't he? Wan Sun, now devoid of his earlier nonchalance, addressed the group with a serious demeanor. Do you think I would speak falsely? Zhu Zhihao retorted coldly, deliberately avoiding the topic of his own losses to Gao Chen. Well, if it's just us few, it matters not who pursues whom. But if outsiders come chasing him away, that is absolutely unacceptable, Magua remarked with a faint smile. Then let us consider how to approach Gao Chen. We cannot treat him like others, Wan Sun suggested. Indeed, we must contemplate this carefully, Magua concurred, leading the group into a covert conspiracy against Gao Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Chen had casually arrived at the dining hall, ordered his meal as usual, and settled into his familiar spot. At this early hour, the dining hall was not yet crowded, but as time passed, more and more students filled the space, the sounds of conversation and dining echoing throughout, which Gao Chen paid no mind as he focused intently on his food. Suddenly, a plate was placed before him, and a figure seated beside him. Do you always rise so early? The newcomer asked. That it was none other than Feng Lanxian, the princess of the Flame Empire, and sharing a table with Gao Chen had become a habitual occurrence. Gao Chen replied between bites. If you were being tutored by Mentor Gary, you would rise early too. Haha, that may be true. You are the first person I have seen who can endure Mentor Gary's training, Feng Lanxian responded. Honestly, I do not find Mentor Gary as terrifying as you all claim. I believe he is a very good and responsible mentor, Gao Chen sincerely stated. Perhaps they continued their pleasant conversation, but at that moment, a voice shattered the atmosphere. Kid, you'd best keep your distance from the princess. She is not someone a coward like you can be worthy of. A menacing voice interrupted Gao Chen, who halted his actions and looked up to see yet another familiar face. Why are there always so many flies buzzing around while I'm trying to eat? Do you not realize that this affects my appetite? Gao Chen remarked indifferently, making a gesture as if to shoo away a fly. Don't think you're impressive just because you're talented. I warn you. Keep away from the princess. Magua spat venomously. Does my relationship with the senior sister require your approval? Gao Chen replied, his expression one of incredulity directed at Feng Lanxian. What do you mean by that? Magua. Feng Lanxian interjected, as no one enjoys being interrupted while dining. Princess, I meant no offense, Magua hastily explained, then turned to Gao Chen. If you have the ability, don't hide behind the princess. Be a man and stand up. Just because you tell me to stand up doesn't mean I must do so. Who decides what it means to be a man? If I say you should challenge Mentor Gary, will you do it? Foolish, aren't you? After delivering this retort, Gao Chen ignored him entirely and turned to Feng Lanxian, senior sister. Let us continue our meal. Let the flies buzz. We should maintain a good mood in the face of such annoyances. With that, he picked up a chicken leg and resumed eating. Gao Chen's actions undoubtedly infuriated Magua, who clenched his sword tightly and declared loudly, Gao Chen, I challenge you in the name of being a man. You may refuse if you admit you are not one. At the moment Magua began speaking, the entire dining hall fell silent, his voice rising to draw the attention of all present. This was precisely the effect Magua desired. He aimed to make Gao Chen feel cornered. Having reached the second tier and nearing the third, Magua was confident he could easily defeat Gao Chen, who had only recently begun his training. In the name of being a man, do you not have any conditions to add? Gao Chen replied slowly. While he initially had no intention of accepting, just as Magua finished speaking, a system notification chimed. Ding. Task detected, Magua's challenge. Task requirement. Accept Magua's challenge and defeat him. Task reward. Knight's bracelet, dragon ring, level increased by 1. 500,000 gold, 1 survival point. Task failure. Drop 3 levels, lose 10 survival points. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Chen accepted the challenge and spoke to Magua. Very well, the loser must keep their distance from the princess and bow in respect to the other. Do you dare accept? Magua provocatively replied, You fight for the princess. I, on the other hand, will fight for the sake of shooing flies away from her. You choose the time and place. Gao Chen responded indifferently, his demeanor suggesting that he treated the challenge as merely a matter of swatting a fly. In Chapter 33, Fury of Combat Techniques, Gao Chen believed that if he donned his full set of gear and utilized magic, accompanied by his pet, he could easily best even Gary, let alone just Magua. However, Gao Chen did not wish to exert himself against Magua. He intended to find a way to secure a narrow victory. After all, he had only recently begun his martial training, and if he could easily defeat someone on the verge of reaching the third tier, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of many. Acting thus before his strength was truly formidable would be unwise. Finally, I can justifiably teach you a lesson. I will make sure your defeat is most humiliating, Magua grinned, reveling in his perceived victory. Is it truly honorable to bully a newcomer who has barely begun learning martial skills? At that moment, Yu Qianjun, who had just entered and overheard Gao Chen's acceptance, cast a disdainful glance at Magua. Kid, this is none of your business. Best to stay out of it. Magua shot back, glaring at Yu Qianjun. Meanwhile, Feng Lanxian stood and, with a cold huff, exited the dining hall. Lana hurried after her and spoke outside. Princess, does Gao Chen harbor feelings for you? He is just too impulsive. Lana, do not speak carelessly. What feelings? Now that matters have escalated to this point, there is no way to intervene. I can only hope he possesses the capability. Feng Lanxian sighed. Does Gao Chen truly have that capability? Magua is about to advance to the third tier. Lana expressed her worry, for in such a situation, no one believed Gao Chen could win their minds. Gao Chen's acceptance was merely a reluctant choice. And despite his seemingly calm demeanor, they perceived it as a facade of bravado. What has happened has happened. We can only wait and see if the mentors have a solution, Feng Lanxian said, her voice tinged with concern. Gao Chen settled into his classroom seat just as Wang Yujie entered, as Gao Chen was always punctual for class, a fact acknowledged by his peers. Furthermore, he was always exceedingly attentive, making him perhaps the most diligent student in the entire class. This moment. While Gao Chen listened to the lecture, the flow of energy within him surged at an accelerated pace compared to usual. Typically, it took 1 or 2 days to see even a slight increase in his attack power, and his extreme body training required 2 days to reveal any increase in defense, though these increments appeared minimal. Gao Chen understood that as his attributes grew, the rate of improvement would slow. Nonetheless, he would not give up as long as he could gain even a fraction of enhancement. After class, Wang Yujie did not seek a conversation with Gao Chen, indicating that she was likely unaware of the events that transpired in the cafeteria today. Otherwise, this beautiful mentor would undoubtedly have summoned him to her office once more. Upon arriving at the Grove, Gao Chen found Gary already waiting there. After exchanging greetings, Gary inquired, "Since you have accepted the challenge, I presume you possess a certain level of confidence." Although Gary's tone was quite casual, Gao Chen could nonetheless discern his underlying concern. He was tempted to dismiss it by saying, "It's just the second tier. I'm not worried at all," but he kept such thoughts to himself, knowing those words were far too audacious to voice. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Chen replied, "I believe it should pose no significant problem." Pose no problem. While you may also be at the second tier, you are unaware that Magwu has already reached the second tier, 9 stars, and is on the verge of breaking into the third tier. The gap between you two is still substantial that I truly do not understand the source of your confidence, Gary stated seriously as he regarded Gao Chen. Even if I cannot defeat him, I must stand up and face the challenge. That it is the courage that every man should embody, that I believe that regardless of one's strength, whether high or low, or even if one possesses no strength at all, when problems arise, they must be confronted. If I were to simply evade them, then what is the point of learning any combat techniques? Since I have decided to be a warrior, I shall stand tall and face it head-on," Gao Chen declared earnestly, his expression resolute. Good. This is the spirit of my disciple. You possess the Gao family's longing combat technique, and now I shall impart to you a technique of my own, although it may not carry the same renown as the longing technique. I believe it will enhance your prowess sufficiently to prevent an embarrassing defeat, Gary said with a smile, pleased by Gao Chen's demeanor. "Master, if you were to teach me your technique, please do not downplay it. It is a blessing for me, Gao Chen." Gao Chen responded eagerly upon hearing that Gary would impart his technique. In this world, basic combat techniques were readily available, but acquiring advanced techniques was a formidable challenge. The longing technique he was currently learning was merely a family technique, and now that Gary was offering to teach him his own, Gao Chen was certain it could not possibly be a common, trivial technique. "I'm going to teach you my sex rage wind technique. Yes, my disciple, it is only fitting that I pass it on to you." Ignoring Gao Chen's excited expression, Gary spoke nonchalantly. The rage wind technique was unfamiliar to Gao Chen, though that was hardly surprising given his limited exposure to various techniques. However, it was one of the renowned techniques across the continent, classified as a high-grade Xian level technique, much like the Gao family's longing technique. As for Gary's sect, few were aware of it, primarily because they were a modest group. Take Yi Tianjing, for instance. Everyone knew of his existence, yet very few knew of his sect or how he had attained his formidable strength. "I will demonstrate it for you first. Pay close attention." With that, Gary began to execute the high-level rage wind technique. As he performed it, it was as if a tempest had swept through the grove, sending leaves flying in every direction. The blade in Gary's hand left behind trails of azure, as every leaf that passed by him was effortlessly sliced in half. When he ceased, the ground was strewn with the halved leaves from their training area. What a sharp technique! When unleashed, it is akin to a raging storm. Gao Chen marveled, astonished by the sight of the countless severed leaves swirling around him. "Here is the manual for the rage wind technique. Take a look," Gary said, handing Gao Chen a book. Receiving the tome with the words Rage Wind Technique elegantly inscribed on its cover, Gao Chen gently opened it. That moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Do you wish to cultivate the Rage Wind Technique? After selecting yes, another notification followed. Ding. Skill proficiency has reached level 2. Gao Chen quickly checked the skill panel and found that, indeed, there was now an entry for Rage Wind Technique under the non-system skills column, and it was already at level 2. He surmised that this was due to Gary's earnest demonstration before him. My confidence in challenging Magwu has undoubtedly increased, Gao Chen exclaimed in a moment of excitement. What do you mean by increased confidence? Mastering a technique does not equate to an elevation in strength. Remember, it is better to excel in one thing than to be mediocre at many that I hope you understand, Gary admonished. Master, I am aware of this and will not disappoint you, Gao Chen explained. You know? Then tell me, does that mean you have already mastered the Rage Wind technique? Gary asked, suddenly struck by a thought, his expression one of disbelief. Well, I am not entirely certain if that counts as mastery, Gao Chen replied somewhat uncertainly, given that his Rage Wind technique was only at level 2. Uncertain? I want to see you demonstrate it right now, Gary urged, his tone insistent. Very well. Please guide me, master. With that, Gao Chen began to execute the Rage Wind technique. As with other skills, once he chose to perform it, his body instinctively began to cultivate the technique, as simple as walking or running. During the execution, Gao Chen's movements did not conjure the same tempest as Gary's. But he completed his practice nonetheless that he halted, awaiting Gary's evaluation. Good. If I did not know you had never practiced this before, I would have thought you had already learned this technique. That I am very satisfied. Now, let us go eat, Gary responded, genuinely pleased. However, a strange sensation lingered in his heart. Was this truly my disciple? It seemed as though he needed no instruction from me at all, that it appeared that teaching a foolish disciple was challenging. But mentoring a prodigious one was not without its own difficulties. In the cafeteria, Gao Chen ate absent-mindedly, with Feng Lan'er seated beside him. Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, she could no longer restrain herself and asked, Are you not the least bit worried? Worried? What should I be worried about? Gao Chen replied, his expression perplexed by her sudden inquiry. I mean the challenge from Magwu. Are you truly not concerned at all? Lol, not pissed? Well, I don't see any reason to be worried, Gao Chen said, continuing to eat. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After all, I am your senior, Feng Lan'er offered. Thank you, but rest assured, I will handle it. That I will take care of the pesky flies, Gao Chen replied casually. Just then, Yu Qinjun approached, greeting them before speaking. Everyone in the academy is now aware of Magwu's challenge against you. Do you truly have confidence? In just half a day, the entire academy knows about this. It seems Magwu's publicity efforts are quite effective. As for confidence, I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, but I do have a bit, Gao Chen replied. Indeed, this is a chance for him to defeat someone from the Gao family. So he will certainly go all out in his promotion. You have been quite impulsive, Feng Lan'er expressed her concern. There's no use in worrying about it now. Let's just eat, Gao Chen said, dismissing the apprehension. Impulsive. No, had it not been for the system task, he would never have accepted this challenge. However, with a task in play, everything was different. Kid, even if you regret it, it will be too late. Remember, 7 days from now at the Academy's training ground. Do not forget to show up, or else. Magwu's arrogant voice rang out beside Gao Chen. 7 days before I can finally enjoy my meal without this annoying fly bothering me. What a nuisance, Gao Chen lamented, his face clouded with frustration as he spoke to Feng Lan'er. Kid, be arrogant while you can. Just wait until 7 days from now. Magwu spat hatefully. Gao Chen completely ignored Magwu's remarks, merely chuckling before resuming his meal. Magwu scoffed at Gao Chen's indifference, then exited the cafeteria. Outside, Zhu Zhihao and others have been waiting for him. Upon seeing Magwu, Zhu Zhihao remarked, Did you all see how arrogant this kid is? Tell me, Mag, do you truly have confidence? He seems to regard you with utter disdain. Just wait until the moment when I have him kneeling before me, begging for mercy, Magwu declared with venom, envisioning Gao Chen in a submissive position. Do not underestimate any opponent, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Wan Sun cautioned. Enough of this. I know what I am doing. That a mere Gao Chen does not intimidate me. Your promotional efforts are in place. Soon the entire Wind City will know how I trampled a Gao family member underfoot, Magwu said confidently, relishing the thought of publicly humiliating Gao Chen. Isn't there still 7 days left? Do you still not trust the outcome of our promotions? Zhu Zhihao laughed triumphantly. That is good. I am eager to see how he meets his end, Magwu stated, equally confident in his challenge against Gao Chen. Back in the cafeteria, Gao Chen finally finished the food on his table. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out, Gao, "Please wait." Turning around, he saw it was Yu Qianjun. "What is it, Yu?" "We are about to head to class," Gao Chen replied. Having a favorable impression of Yu Qianjun, he appreciated the camaraderie they shared as both hailed from military families. There was a certain gallantry about Yu, and Gao Chen sensed a genuine sincerity in his eyes, devoid of any pretense. "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to converse with Brother Gao for a few moments. The entire academy is now abuzz with news of your challenge against Maguo, and it has become quite the sensational topic," Yu Qianjun expressed with a hint of concern. Should Gao Chen be defeated this time, it would not only bring shame upon the Gao family, even the entire military department would suffer to some extent. Such an excellent opportunity will certainly not be overlooked by them. "However, since I have already given my word, I shall bear the burden of this matter," Gao Chen replied with utmost seriousness. "That is the only way forward. I wish you triumph in your endeavors." "My younger brother," Yu Qianjun said with a hearty smile. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Yu. After the match, I shall treat you to a meal," Gao Chen responded with a smile that Yu Qianjun mentioned. The entire academy was indeed abuzz with the impending challenge between Gao Chen and Maguo. Opinions varied widely. Some deemed Gao Chen overconfident, while others claimed Maguo's victory would be unearned. In short, no one held high hopes for Gao Chen. Upon reflection, it was understandable. One was nearing the third tier and had trained in combat techniques since childhood, while the other had only practiced for a mere 2 or 3 months. Although rumors suggested that Gao Chen had already reached the second tier, very few believed such claims. Even if he were indeed at the second tier, no one anticipated his victory, the protagonist of this affair. However, paid little heed to the chatter around him. Time was of the essence, and often Gao Chen found himself puzzled as to why he was so preoccupied with his own strength. During his free moments, he consistently sought ways to enhance his abilities. Upon contemplation, he attributed this relentless pursuit to the dreaded main quest. The penalty for failure was annihilation, which instilled a profound pressure to elevate his power. "You seem rather confident." "Young man," Gary teased after Gao Chen completed an hour of extreme physical training. "Whether I possess confidence or not, what difference does it make? Does that mean the challenge in 7 days should be disregarded?" Gao Chen retorted. "Even if you wish to avoid the fight, that is no longer an option. Not participating would be far worse than a loss," Gary said, concern etched on his face. "Rest assured, mentor, I have faith in my abilities," Gao Chen declared with conviction. "Very well. Demonstrate the Fury Wind technique I taught you, so I may observe your progress," Gary instructed. At this point, concern was of little use. The most pressing matter was to enhance Gao Chen's strength. Despite having expended considerable energy during the hour of extreme training, practicing the Fury Wind technique was the most beneficial course of action. Not only would it replenish his stamina, but it would also invigorate his spirit. In truth, since arriving in this world, Gao Chen had only managed a few hours of sleep on the first day, spending the remaining time honing his combat skills or practicing magic. Although mages could achieve effects similar to sleep during meditation, no mage had succeeded in staying awake indefinitely. After all, it was merely a substitute for true rest. Gao Chen, who had not slept at all, could only be considered an anomaly. "Very good. However, you should exert a bit more force during this movement, and you lifted too high during this one." Gary meticulously pointed out Gao Chen's shortcomings in the Fury Wind technique. This feedback invigorated Gao Chen, as he realized the speed at which his proficiency was increasing had dramatically accelerated compared to before, that he eagerly anticipated his father's return, hoping to receive guidance on the Dragon Roar technique, the first combat skill he had learned upon entering this world. The integration of this technique with the killing sword art had significantly enhanced his abilities, but despite daily practice, progress was painfully slow. With guidance, however, he believed improvement would come much more swiftly. After afternoon classes, Gao Chen was summoned to Wang Yujia's office. This time, it was not that he wished to evade her. Rather, Wang Yujia stood waiting just outside the door. Habitually following her, Gao Chen found himself overwhelmed by the urge to reach out and pinch her shapely form. Yet he knew that such an action would inevitably result in a severe beating. Now, he was contemplating when he might find a legitimate reason to touch Wang Yujia's figure. "What are you thinking about?" Wang Yujia suddenly inquired as they walked. "I was contemplating how to find an opportunity," to touch my mentor's figure. Ah. I mean, I was not thinking about anything, he blurted out, realizing too late the implications of his words. Seeing Wang Yujie's face flush with anger, he promptly tried to retract his statement, but it was too late. Wang Yujie raised her foot, poised to kick him, but before she could, Gao Chen lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her and inadvertently shutting the office door behind them. Wang Yujie, taken aback by his sudden embrace, felt her cheeks redden even more, and in that moment, she seemed to forget her combat prowess. "You better put me down quickly," she chastised in a low voice. "I cannot release you. If I do, you will kick me again," Gao Chen replied, relishing the moment and unwilling to let go. "You still recognize me as your mentor. Is this any way to treat a mentor? Put me down at once," Wang Yujie scolded, although her voice lacked the expected anger. "If you are not my mentor anymore, I shall call you sister instead." "How about that, mentor-sister?" Gao Chen said with a hint of mischief. "My aunt and I are good friends. How dare you call me sister?" Wang Yujie retorted, though she found his antics somewhat amusing. "Let us simply refer to each other as such in private. After all, we are not truly sisters. When no one is around, I will call you sister." "All right," Gao Chen suggested, his hands subtly inching upward, perhaps unconsciously. Noticing Gao Chen's movement, Wang Yujie's expression turned peculiar. Despite having many suitors, she had never held hands with any boy, let alone experienced such intimate closeness. "You need to let me go first, and then we can discuss," she murmured, feeling a wave of vulnerability wash over her. Unfamiliar with such experiences, she found herself feeling weak, almost incapable of speaking above a whisper. Unbeknownst to her, this expression ignited something within Gao Chen, stirring an uncontrollable impulse that in a moment of spontaneity, he leaned in and kissed her. Wang Yujie, having sensed something amiss in Gao Chen's gaze, was stunned by the sudden turn of events that as he pressed forward. His tongue sought entrance, but she instinctively kept her lips sealed. Recalling what he had learned from books in his past life, Gao Chen tightened his grip around her waist as she opened her mouth to protest. He seized the opportunity, thrusting his tongue inside, that a sudden rush overwhelmed Wang Yujie, leaving her mind blank as Gao Chen's tongue moved recklessly within her. His hands roamed over her body, gradually ascending until they reached their destination. When he squeezed, a jolt of pain brought her back to reality, and she angrily pushed him away, exclaiming, "You! How could you do this? You've enraged me. I will not hesitate to kick you. Mentor, you have taken my first kiss. You must take responsibility," Gao Chen protested with feigned innocence. His brazen words caused Wang Yujie to chuckle, a reaction born from her fury. "Fine, I shall take responsibility," she declared. "Sister Mentor, I was wrong that if you wish to hit me, then do so. I cannot help but lose control whenever I see you," Gao Chen lamented, dramatically collapsing to the floor and closing his eyes. "You, get up this instant. What if someone sees us?" Wang Yujie exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment evident in her voice. Chapter 35. The seventh-tier powerhouse on campus. Gao Chen quickly stood with a grin. And seeing him like this, Wang Yujie lightly tapped his head, saying, "Remember today? I will hold you accountable for this later." "Sister, rest assured, I shall never forget my first kiss," Gao Chen replied earnestly. "You really dare to call me that? How will you address your aunt?" Wang Yujie challenged, narrowing her eyes. "Sister, did we not agree to call each other that? We can simply keep it from my aunt for now." Gao Chen smiled brightly. "You are truly infuriating. Do you not know your own capabilities? How dare you accept Magwa's challenge?" Wang Yujie redirected the conversation, which was precisely why she had summoned Gao Chen. "To be honest, I have not regarded him highly at all," Gao Chen replied nonchalantly. "Not regarding him highly is well and good. But should you lose, I will not let you off easily," Wang Yujie warned sternly. "If I win, may I embrace you once more, sister?" Gao Chen asked, filled with hope. "You wish to embrace me again?" Win first, and do not be caught off guard when you are beaten," Wang Yujie replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feigning indifference. "So, you are agreeing to it, then? For the sake of that embrace, I shall surely defeat him. You need not worry." "Sister," Gao Chen declared, turning on his heel and dashing out before Wang Yujie could respond. Upon exiting her office, Gao Chen made his way directly to the dining hall, his heart racing with excitement. This sensation is truly exhilarating that I in his previous life. Although Gao Chen was not a virgin, he lacked experience in matters of the heart. While there were indeed many beauties of Wang Yujia's caliber in his past life, Gao Chen understood that they bore no comparison to her, akin to the enchanting maidens of ancient times, highlighting a significant disparity that, of course, if we were merely discussing appearances, many from his past could surpass Wang Yujia. However, it was Wang Yujia's unique aura combined with her character that elevated her charm considerably. Perhaps this is what is referred to as inner beauty, Gao Chen mused. Now, he found himself contemplating when he might bestow his first experience of this life. And this beautiful manner appeared to be an excellent choice that he had to thank that Magua for this opportunity. Reflecting on the earlier moments of touching, pinching, and kissing, even entwining tongues, a lascivious smile involuntarily crept across Gao Chen's face. Gao Chen, what are you thinking about, grinning like that? He was startled to find Feng Lanjun seated beside him without his noticing. Oh, nothing, senior sister. You're here, Gao Chen replied, his mind racing at the thought that Feng Lanjun also seemed quite remarkable. And she appeared to have an affinity towards him, that if he could win her over as well, it would create a delightful balance of beauties in his life. With this thought, a smile returned to his face. What's gotten into you today? Why do you keep smiling oddly? To Feng Lanjun, it seemed Gao Chen was merely displaying strange smiles, completely unaware of the lewd thoughts swirling in his mind. And no, really nothing, Gao Chen hastily explained. Then tell me, what were you thinking? Feng Lanjun pressed, seemingly unwilling to let it go. Well, I was thinking about helping you chase away flies. Yes, I was contemplating that, he declared, and it seemed he even convinced himself of this. Just then a servant brought their food, and shortly after, Yu Qianjun approached, visibly agitated, exclaiming, Gao, you must give that Magua brat a good thrashing when the time comes. His expression was one of genuine fury. What's wrong? You? Gao Chen inquired, puzzled by his friend's demeanor. Are you unaware? That brat has been spreading rumors, claiming that our military's younger generation is a bunch of trash and boasting about showing everyone how he would deal with the heir of the foremost military figure. Yu Qianjuan's face resembled someone who was ready to devour a foe. That Magua truly is despicable, if he were as formidable as he claims. Why does he not dare challenge you? It seems absurdly pretentious to challenge someone who has barely trained in combat techniques for half a year. Lanner, who was beside Feng Lanjun, interjected. I never anticipated such a character from Magua, Feng Lanjun added. Rest assured, I will help you drive away the flies. Let him bask in his arrogance for a few days, Gao Chen replied nonchalantly. As long as you defeat him, I will treat you to a meal, Feng Lanjun proposed with a smile. That wouldn't be good. Wouldn't I then become another fly? Gao Chen finit surprise. You're not like them. You aren't a fly. Ha! Lanner chuckled at her own comment. Indeed, at least you are not an annoying fly. Feng Lanjun joined in the laughter. Yet, it is still a fly. Gao Chen's sentence was interrupted by a sudden loud crash nearby. They all turned their heads in unison to see that Magua, who had been sitting not far away, was seething with anger after overhearing their conversation. Upon hearing Feng Lanjun assert that Gao Chen was not a fly, his fury reached its peak. Clearly, her statement implied that she acknowledged Gao Chen's words, thus he smashed the table before him in a fit of rage. Gao Chen had intended to tease him. But at that moment, a cafeteria attendant approached Magua, saying, Excuse me, student, you have damaged the cafeteria's property. Please compensate. Magua, furious, could not believe someone dared to provoke him at such a moment and shouted, Get lost! Do you want me to burn this cafeteria down? The attendant remained unfazed by Magua's threats, smiling as he replied, This is the Magic Martial Academy. Magua's heart sank upon hearing this, suppressing his rage. He asked, How much? One table is 150 gold coins, 2 plates are 100 gold coins, 1 bowl is 80 gold coins, and the food amounts to 200 gold coins. Your total comes to 430 gold coins, the attendant explained with a sincere smile. For 30 gold coins? Are you trying to rob me? Magua retorted angrily. Are you questioning the price set by our logistics supervisor, Bian Xianhao? If so, I will have to inform the supervisor. The attendant maintained his gentle demeanor. Who is Bian Xianhao? Let me tell you, my surname is Ma. Do you dare to extort me? Magua boasted arrogantly. Now it's 1,000 gold coins. Pay up, and you may leave. Just then, a plump man entered the cafeteria, wearing a similarly warm smile, though it appeared anything but gentle to Magwu. Such arrogance! Do you not know who I am? Magwu boasted. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen realized Magwu was in serious trouble. When the plump man entered, Gao Chen had used a reconnaissance spell. Revealing his name was Bian Xianhao, and he was a level 75 powerhouse. This was surprising, as the dean of the Magic Martial University, Yi Tianjing, was only a 7th-tier expert. The presence of this seemingly unremarkable man as a 7th-tier powerhouse implied something significant. Now, it's 2,000 gold coins. If you say another word, it will be 10,000 gold coins that if you disagree, let Master Ma Si to come find me. Bian Xianhao's smile remained unchanged, yet it conveyed a resolute message. Magwu attempted to protest, but upon seeing Bian Xianhao's smile, he abruptly ceased, extracting 1,000 gold coins before storming out. As he reached the door, Bian Xianhao called out, "We welcome you to Smash Tables again. Next time, I will offer you a 10 discount." Magwu stumbled at the door, nearly falling, as laughter erupted in the cafeteria, and he left without looking back. That moment, Bian Xianhao approached Gao Chen, smiling broadly. "Well done, lad, that if anyone smashes a table again, I'll treat you to a meal on the house." "Thank you, Senior." Gao Chen bowed, recognizing the stature of a 7th-tier powerhouse. Who else should he flatter if not him? "Indeed, you have a bright future ahead," Bian Xianhao remarked cheerfully before leaving, maintaining his warm smile. "That is the logistics supervisor. Truly impressive," Yu Qianjun commented, observing Bian Xianhao's retreating figure. "If your strength increases, you too can be like him," Gao Chen stated after finishing his last bun. "Haha, perhaps," Yu Qianjun chuckled. "Well, strength is theirs. To reach such prowess, one must train diligently. I must take my leave to expedite my training," Gao Chen declared as he walked away. "I didn't expect such a transformation in him," Feng Lanjun remarked, watching Gao Chen's silhouette. "He carries quite a burden," Yu Qianjun responded thoughtfully. As Gao Chen walked along, he remained oblivious to their conversation, already engrossed in perusing books in the library once more. Although he appeared to be merely flipping through pages, he was actually absorbing the material deeply. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves. "How come someone like you exists? Are you truly reading? If you aren't, then kindly refrain from wasting time here." A voice as melodious as a nightingale rang in Gao Chen's ears. Turning his head, he beheld a girl with an endearing presence, reminiscent of a neighborly younger sister. Thanks to Gao Chen's formidable memory, he recognized her as Anya, the girl he had briefly encountered outside the library previously. To Gao Chen, she was merely a fleeting presence. Yet now he felt the urgency of time and chose not to engage with Anya, instead setting down one book to pick up another, flipping through a few pages before putting it down again. "How can you behave this way?" Anya exclaimed, feeling a bit aggrieved. The boy she had encountered before had always been excessively accommodating towards her, even performing gestures to capture her attention. Although Gao Chen's behavior seemed somewhat like an attempt to draw her notice, Anya, having observed him for some time, realized he was simply being natural, appearing genuinely focused. "This is a reading room. Please maintain silence and refrain from disturbing others, especially me." "Thank you." After speaking, Gao Chen switched to another book. Initially, he could only read 10 books at a time, but now he managed to read 20 consecutively, that he was perusing various genres, as though each book was being stored in his mind, ready for retrieval whenever needed. Such convenience motivated Gao Chen to read more, and he set himself the ambitious goal of finishing every book in the Magic Martial Academy library. "Is this really reading? And you say I'm disturbing you? What nonsense!" Anya snorted softly, unsure of the turmoil within herself. She recognized that had it been anyone else, she would not have paid them any heed, nor would a single remark provoke such a reaction. Perhaps it was the lingering memory of their previous encounter outside the library. Or it could be the peculiar impression left by Gao Chen's demeanor that stirred her emotions. Gao Chen furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore her and continuing with his own tasks. Before long, he had perused 20 volumes. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, he made his way outside, only to be interrupted by Anya's voice. "So, have you finished your reading, genius?" "A genius is indeed a genius," with such a diverse approach to reading? Actually, I was searching for information, not merely reading books. Gao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation, faced with Anya's inexplicable sarcasm. Opening a book and skimming through the first few pages. Does that qualify as research? Anya seemed unwilling to let him off easily. Indeed. I merely glanced at the table of contents, Gao Chen admitted, inwardly sweating at her keen observation. You think you can read at a glance? You barely flipped through the pages before setting it down, she retorted, clearly aware that Gao Chen had not truly absorbed any content. Yes, I can read at a glance. How did you know? Gao Chen feigned surprise. You are insufferable. Anya huffed, appearing profoundly aggrieved by Gao Chen's indifference. Well, I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another time. With that, Gao Chen turned and hurried back to his small courtyard, disregarding Anya's reaction. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Gao Chen began practicing magic, gradually attempting to integrate magical elements into his spells. Although his last endeavor, infusing a fire element into a fireball, had resulted in a backlash, it had also enhanced his magical prowess. The tomes he had been studying predominantly focused on the arcane arts, and he had gleaned insights from numerous masters. Gao Chen understood that every spell was constructed from magical elements according to specific principles, and altering these components could yield an entirely different spell. This process, whether adding or subtracting elements, posed a formidable challenge for sorcerers, as a misstep could lead to catastrophic backlash that in the early stages of spellcasting. The repercussions were manageable, but in advanced stages the consequences could be lethal. An hour swiftly passed as Gao Chen encountered yet another failure, that he realized that altering a spell was no trivial task. Yet he remained undeterred. Instead, he resumed practicing the dragon's roar assassination technique, contemplating whether he could merge it with the assassination style. However, the results remained dismal. Reflecting on his recent acquisition of a new combat technique, Gao Chen pondered the possibility of blending the assassination style with the Fury Wind technique. Drawing on his prior experience of merging the dragon's roar with the assassination style, he began experimenting with the integration of the Fury Wind technique and the assassination style, striving to synchronize the essence of the assassination technique with the Fury Wind technique. After several attempts, though he had yet to succeed, Gao Chen sensed a different energy compared to his earlier failures, that he felt that with just a slight adjustment, the Fury Wind technique could indeed meld with the assassination style. As the sensation he experienced echoed that of the successful fusion between the dragon's roar and the assassination technique, time slipped away unnoticed, each hour blending seamlessly into the next as Gao Chen immersed himself in his training. After an indeterminate number of attempts, he suddenly closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on the fusion process, repeatedly executing the Fury Wind technique alongside the assassination style, meticulously searching for that elusive feeling of integration. Suddenly, it seemed he grasped something. At the moment he unleashed the Fury Wind technique, he shouted, "Fury Wind assassination technique." With this exclamation, a brilliant white glow emanated from the inferno in his hand, creating an illusion of tearing through space. Gao Chen realized that if his attack was powerful enough, this white light could indeed rend the very fabric of reality. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Self-created skill Fury Wind assassination technique successful. This skill will upgrade without limit. IT incorporates the advantages of both the Fury Wind technique and the assassination style. As proficiency in both the Fury Wind technique and the assassination style increases, this skill's proficiency will also rise automatically. Gao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to shout in joy. The assassination style had finally merged successfully, elevating his power to new heights with no time to waste. He activated his teleportation ring and instantly arrived in the Hengduan forest. Without summoning his 5 pets, he charged towards a third-tier magical beast. The iron-armored leopard, upon spotting Gao Chen, lunged at him. When it was merely 2 meters away, Gao Chen raised the inferno and unleashed the Fury Wind assassination technique. Striking fiercely at the creature's head, the impressive -800 damage indicator floated above it. Seeing such damage, Gao Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The iron-armored leopard, which originally possessed only 1,000 health points, was left with a mere 200 after the Fury Wind assassination technique. A single dragon's roar would transform it into experience points, and then Gao Chen, accompanied by his 5 pets, surged forward. Now, Gao Chen contemplated equipping the knight's bracelet and the dragon's ring, anticipating that once he donned the moon in the well, he would be ready to challenge 5th-tier magical beasts. This was undoubtedly an audacious endeavor. As dawn approached in the Hengduan forest, Gao Chen reluctantly returned to the Magic Martial Academy, but he arrived in the small grove and began practicing the newly learned Fury Wind assassination technique. A night of battling had significantly enhanced his proficiency in this skill, allowing him to execute it with newfound ease. What kind of technique is that? It resembles the Fury Wind technique I taught you. Yet it seems distinct, with considerably greater power, Gary remarked, having arrived in the grove earlier, and he observed Gao Chen practicing the Fury Wind assassination technique, increasingly astonished by the evident improvement in his potency. Once Gao Chen paused, Gary finally voiced his curiosity. I'm not entirely sure that I just felt inspired while practicing and made some adjustments that I was actually worried you might scold me. Minter, do you think these modifications are acceptable? Gao Chen concocted a plausible excuse, refraining from mentioning the assassination style. You altered it yourself? Well done, very well done. Rest assured, Minter is not one to stifle creativity. These changes are commendable. Gary appeared pleased rather than upset. So, Minter, do you think my technique could benefit from any further improvements? Gao Chen humbly inquired. Although the Fury Wind assassination technique was new, he believed that insights from Gary could indeed refine it further, especially since it had originated from the successful fusion of the Fury Wind technique. Let me think carefully. This technique already seems quite flawless, yet I sense it's lacking something. However, I can't quite pinpoint what that is, Gary slowly replied, his furrowed brow revealing his deep contemplation. How about I practice it again, and you can observe more closely? Gao Chen suggested. All right, go ahead. I'll watch, Gary agreed, but then added hastily. Wait a moment. What's wrong, Mentor? Gao Chen paused, puzzled. It's breakfast time. You should eat first while I ponder, Gary stated, resuming his thoughtful expression. Gao Chen could only shake his head in silence as he made his way to the dining hall that in the Magic Martial Academy. Gao Chen had become quite the figure of notoriety. As he walked through the corridors, few were unaware of his presence. Supporters of Mag Wu viewed him as a reckless fool courting disaster, while those who disliked Mag Wu lamented for Gao Chen's plight. Most of the male students, eager for Mag Wu's triumph, were well aware that he was pursuing Princess Fenglan, yet they perceive him as a tragic character destined to fail in his romantic pursuits. Gao Chen, however, had garnered attention due to the ambiguous relationship he and the princess had exhibited in the dining hall, which made many male students feel threatened. Fortunately for them, after a few days of competition, Mag Wu would distance himself from Fenglan. Thus the majority still hoped for Gao Chen's defeat. After a hasty meal in the dining hall, Gao Chen returned to the small grove, eager to receive Gary's guidance on the Fury Wind assassination technique, which could potentially skyrocket his proficiency. With such hopeful thoughts, he hurried into the grove, where Gary remained lost in thought, oblivious to Gao Chen's arrival. Not wishing to disrupt his contemplation, Gao Chen began practicing magic nearby. When did you arrive? Gary's voice broke Gao Chen's concentration. Gao Chen's approach to practicing magic differed significantly from that of the sorcerers in this world, who typically meditated. For them, being interrupted during meditation could have dire consequences. However, for Gao Chen, it was not the same. Although his body remained still, his thoughts were free to wander. Gary had not realized that Gao Chen was practicing magic, primarily because he was unaware of Gao Chen's abilities. I just got here. Mentor, what were you thinking about? With great hope, Gao Chen inquired. Is there any discovery? Please practice it once for me to observe. Gary responded. Eagerly, Gao Chen commenced his practice of the Fury Wind assassination sword technique. This technique significantly differs from the Fury Wind combat art. The former is characterized by its furious nature, where the surrounding energies of the world are stirred, thereby enhancing the might of the combat art to a notable extent. Conversely, the Fury Wind assassination sword technique seemingly does not invoke any energy during its execution. Yet upon striking, the energy appears to surge violently from the weapon, coalescing as if it were a needle propelled by the force of a fist, akin to the relationship between pressure and intensity. This undoubtedly amplifies its destructive power to an optimal level, which is, in essence, the hallmark of assassination swordsmanship. The distinctive features of assassination swordsmanship, combined with the attributes of the Fury Wind combat art in this realm, elevate the Fury Wind assassination sword technique to a terrifying degree. As Gao Chen demonstrated, a white sword light emanated from the purgatory, a phenomenon typically observable only when wielding a sword. The fact that it appeared above the purgatory exemplifies the magical nature of assassination swordsmanship. The sword light, silent yet deadly, astonished Gary profoundly, for he recognized that wherever this sword light traversed, the trees were cleaved in two, though the swiftness of the attack rendered it imperceptible at first glance. A mere gust of wind would suffice to topple them all. Mentor, do you feel there are areas needing modification? Gao Chen finally paused. This practice differed from mere repetition. While practicing, one typically seeks to enhance familiarity and gain experience without employing inner energy. However, in this instance, to illustrate the advantages and disadvantages to Gary, Gao Chen utilized his inner energy, resulting in some damage to the grove. This is truly astonishing. Your modifications are remarkably successful, though it seems ill-suited for close combat. Your power predominantly manifests at a distance of 1 meter, with maximum effectiveness at 2 meters. What could account for such a result? Gary mused, perplexed. Meanwhile, Gao Chen was filled with awe. Indeed, Mentor Gary was no ordinary individual, for he discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the assassination swordsmanship after merely a single demonstration. Yet for Gao Chen, this was not an issue, as he possessed the Dragon Roar assault sword technique for close combat. And at level 35, he could cultivate the Fury Sword technique, which could instantaneously double his attack power. A true king of close-quarters swordsmanship. Mentor, do you see any areas for improvement? Since Gary had already identified the merits and flaws of the Fury Wind combat art, Gao Chen eagerly pondered whether he could suggest modifications. This swordsmanship you've devised is indeed exquisite. I genuinely cannot think of any areas for improvement. However, I would advise against using it in close quarters, as I have noticed that the combat art's effectiveness diminishes significantly in such scenarios, even falling short of its pre-modification form. Gary reflected aloud. I see. Thank you, Mentor. Gao Chen replied with disappointment, realizing that employing assassination swordsmanship in close combat was impractical. Alas, it seemed he must continue practicing diligently to enhance his proficiency. How about this? I will only use second-tier strength. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Perhaps I might discover something during the bout, Gary proposed. Having noted Gao Chen's disappointment, eager to experience the might of the combat art firsthand. Very well, Mentor. Are you prepared? Gao Chen responded with a bow, gesturing for Gary to proceed. Although I shall only employ second-tier strength, my experience and application of inner energy surpass yours. You may initiate the attack, Gary declared, confident that no matter how formidable Gao Chen was, he would not be outmatched by a mere feint. In that case, Mentor, I shall not hold back, Gao Chen retorted, raising the purgatory to strike at Gary while adopting a fundamental footwork technique to close the distance rapidly. As he approached within 3 meters, he unleashed a sword light from the Fury Wind assassination sword technique towards Gary. In warrior combat, proximity is paramount, yet Gao Chen's Fury Wind assassination sword technique appeared to defy convention. Although 3 meters does not constitute close quarters, the sword light was already en route as Gao Chen surged forward. Observing Gao Chen's advance, Gary reacted swiftly, conjuring a 3-foot-long sword that resonated with the sound of swirling energy as he thrust it towards Gao Chen. However, as Gao Chen's sword light shot forth, it came as an unexpected surprise. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in his encounters with warriors, that if he were to halt the sword light, it would fail to reach him. Yet, to attempt to cease it would yield even more disastrous consequences. After all, Gao Chen was not limited to a single sword light. With his long sword raised defensively, he channeled inner energy to counter the incoming sword light that at the moment of contact between his sword and the sword light. Gary sensed the immense energy contained within. He swiftly evaded the sword light and thrust forward, only to find Gao Chen's second sword light striking towards him. In the midst of dodging, Gao Chen had closed the distance to less than 2 meters. As the sword light approached, Gao Chen unexpectedly retreated, creating space again, launching sword lights from various angles. Gao Chen's speed was commendable, maintaining a distance that never fell below 1 meter, for within that range. The assassination swordsmanship's potential could not be unleashed, and he would also face Gary's attacks. Despite Gary employing only second-tier strength, Gao Chen did not dare underestimate his every strike. The dynamic of their skirmish shifted after several minutes. Having acclimated to Gao Chen's attack style, Gary seized an opportunity after one of Gao Chen's strikes to pivot and close the gap between them. Gary's long sword swung forth, channeling the energy of the grove as it surged towards Gao Chen. Just as the sword was poised to strike him, Gao Chen swiftly altered his technique, seamlessly transitioning into the Dragon Roar assault sword technique. The purgatory in his grasp radiated with the essence of the assault swordsmanship. Clashing with Gary's blade, both combatants took a step back, and Gao Chen swiftly reverted to the Fury Wind assassination sword technique. Gary exclaimed, "Excellent," as he launched another attack. Damage indicators floated above both Gao Chen and Gary's heads. And after 10 minutes, Gao Chen's health dwindled to a mere sliver, while Gary retained 200 points to AT that moment. Had Gao Chen cast a healing spell, the outcome could have been uncertain. Yet he chose not to employ healing magic, for he was aware that even with his health at 0, he would not perish this time. With a resounding bang, Gao Chen's sword light struck Gary, eliciting a -150 damage indicator to appear above Gary's head. Simultaneously, Gary's sword rested against Gao Chen's throat, instantly reducing his health to 0, causing him to collapse to the ground. Gary chuckled. "Not bad, lad. Had I truly been limited to second-tier strength, the victor would have been me." Concurrently, a system notification chimed. Ding. Defeated Gary. Awarded 100,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Gao Chen beamed with joy. Although this did not constitute the completion of a task, it was indeed a personal victory. As the system seemed to calculate Gary's health based on being below level 30, in this context, it could be deemed a triumph for Gao Chen. "Mentor, what is your perspective on my upcoming challenge against Magoo?" Gao Chen inquired, brimming with excitement. "If even my second-tier strength cannot match you, then surely Magoo stands no chance. I had concerns regarding your Fury Wind combat art, yet it appears you have already found a solution," Gary replied, clearly pleased. "Are you saying this is indeed feasible?" Gao Chen probed. "Absolutely. If you can become even more adept at its application, it would be utterly perfect," Gary affirmed sincerely, subsequently pointing out some shortcomings in Gao Chen's transitions between the two techniques. Under Gary's guidance, Gao Chen discovered that his proficiency had notably increased, and astonishingly, both techniques had improved. Chapter 38. Gary's sect. Following his sparring session with Gary, Gao Chen reaped immeasurable benefits. However, the most significant aspect was his newfound confidence regarding the challenge against Gary. Perhaps this was the greatest advantage gained from their exchange. Of course, Gary was equally elated. Regardless of Gao Chen's prowess, he would always be Gary's disciple, and as a mentor, having such an exceptional student was a matter of immense pride. Moreover, through his confrontation with Gao Chen, Gary also garnered substantial insights, albeit seemingly absurd, yet undeniably true. He gained knowledge regarding the combinatory applications of combat techniques, for in this domain, Gao Chen could be considered a master. After bidding farewell to Gary, Gao Chen ventured to the library. His daily schedule had become somewhat routine. Given the extensive collection at the Magic Martial Academy library, it would take him an entire year to thoroughly explore its contents. Having just finished reading, Gao Chen spotted the girl named Anya once more. This time, however, Anya merely glanced at Gao Chen without uttering a word, which surprised him slightly, though only mildly. Gao Chen said nothing. Hastening back to his small courtyard, Anya pondered quietly, wondering why Gao Chen always appeared so hurried, as if he were perpetually busy. Yet if he were genuinely occupied, why would he spend his days in the library, seemingly wasting time? Anya was unconvinced by Gao Chen's claim of seeking information. "Anya, what troubles you?" In a moment of contemplation, Anya was startled awake by the sudden sound. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering why Gao Chen always seems so rushed." Anya found herself speaking her thoughts aloud, an occurrence that would typically never happen under normal circumstances. Perhaps it was the presence of her brother that prompted her to voice her feelings. "Gao Chen, how did you come to know him?" Anya's brother inquired, perplexed by her mention of Gao Chen. We met in the library. Of course that he comes every day, but I am unsure of his purpose, Anya replied, voicing a question that had lingered in her mind for some time. Well, obviously, he comes to read. What else could it be? Her brother chuckled, amused by Anya's innocence, as she resembled the quintessential girl next door. Her brother, too, was not lacking in charm, especially when he smiled, radiating a warmth that could enchant a multitude of admirers. It's not quite like that, Anya retorted, recounting how Gao Chen merely flipped through books without actually reading them. As the conversation progressed, she fell back in her thoughts. After a while, she noticed that her brother had fallen silent, gazing at her with an odd expression that made her feel quite uncomfortable. She inquired, "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" "Sister, you are in trouble." Rushan sighed, though Anya could detect a teasing glint in his eyes. "What do you mean I'm in trouble? What are you trying to say? If you don't tell me, I'll ignore you." Anya pouted playfully. "You know, when a girl begins to feel curious about a boy, it marks the beginning of her downfall," he remarked, fixing his gaze intently on Anya. "How can you say such things about your own sister?" "If I won't talk to you anymore," Anya declared, stomping her foot before turning to head toward the library. Yet in her heart, she pondered whether she truly felt curious about Gao Chen and was on the brink of falling for him. Observing Anya's retreating figure, Rushan followed her into the library, his mood somewhat gloomy. Meanwhile, Gao Chen, back in his small courtyard, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. For him, nothing was more pressing than leveling up. After practicing magic to restore his mental state, he devoted an hour to mastering the Wind Fury stabbing sword technique before soaring into the Hengduan forest. To his dismay, obtaining equipment had become increasingly challenging. Over the past few days, he had managed to acquire only a soul robe, fortunately tailored for men. Had it been a woman's garment, Gao Chen would have been even more disheartened. However, he had gathered a fair number of potions, though he lamented the absence of a protective talisman thus far. Consoling himself, he mused that the skeletons were too low in level and decided to wait until he reached level 35 to summon a divine beast instead. Another night passed without acquiring any equipment. And as the sky darkened, Gao Chen returned to his courtyard and made his way to the small grove to continue his training. Half an hour later, Gary arrived, but today he was not alone. He was accompanied by Yi Tianjing, the dean of the Magic Martial Academy. "Master, did you see that? This is the modified Wind Fury technique by Gao Chen. What do you think?" After parting ways with Gao Chen, Gary had sought out Yi Tianjing and, after eagerly sipping some of the dean's exquisite tea, shared the news about Gao Chen's improvements, which undoubtedly astonished Yi Tianjing. Hence, today he had come personally to witness the results. "As you said, this young man has an immeasurable future ahead of him. It seems your decision to teach him the Wind Fury technique was indeed wise. I must inform the sect to see if we can recommend him," Yi Tianjing remarked, observing Gao Chen wielding his weapon with fervor. "I share the same sentiment. We cannot afford to miss out on such a talent," Gary replied proudly, knowing that such prowess was common among their ranks. Yet Gao Chen stood apart with his extraordinary talent and relentless pursuit of strength that in time, Gary would undoubtedly rise in status alongside his exceptional disciple. "Let me notify the sect," Yi Tianjing declared, his eyes never leaving Gao Chen. The sect to which Yi Tianjing belonged had always been shrouded in mystery. Outsiders only knew of his connection to Gary, but the specifics of their affiliation remained unknown. Yi Tianjing had never divulged this information, and Gary had refrained from discussing it, merely stating that even in the sect, Yi Tianjing's power was considered low-tier. This revelation shocked many. How could a 7th-tier powerhouse rank among the lowest? Was Gary exaggerating? Certainly not. Though it was hard to believe, most understood the truth. Just how powerful was their sect? Such thoughts were mind-boggling. "Master, you have arrived. I greet you, esteemed dean," Gao Chen said, having ceased his practice an hour later. He had sensed the presence of the two men earlier, but had chosen not to halt his training, valuing every moment of experience. "Excellent. Gary informed me that you modified the Wind Fury technique. And I must admit, I underestimated you. Your alterations are commendable," Yi Tianjing said with a satisfied smile. "I am grateful for your praise, Dean, but there remain many aspects that require improvement. I humbly request your guidance," Gao Chen replied, hopeful that the Dean's insights would enhance his skills further. Your humility and diligence at such a young age are impressive. I ask for guidance. I can point out a few areas for improvement. Under Yi Tianjing's attentive gaze, Gao Chen's weapon danced once more, and although he did not gain much experience this time, the growth in skill proficiency was remarkable. With such gains, Gao Chen felt immensely satisfied. With extraordinary talent, sincerity, and unwavering effort, Gao Lichun is fortunate to have such a remarkable grandson. Yi Tianjing mused as he watched Gao Chen practice. While others teach their disciples to prevent them from becoming lazy, I find myself instructing mine to take breaks and cease training. I scarcely know what kind of mentor I am, Gary lamented with a wry smile. Take pride in it. With a disciple like this, if you wish to step back, simply hand him over to me, Yi Tianjing replied, looking at Gary with disdain. All right, Gao Chen, you may go eat now. There is no need for you to come back this afternoon. I have matters to attend to, Gary instructed as Gao Chen halted his practice. Yes, Master, did I ask there anything I can assist you with? Gao Chen inquired. No need. Just go eat, that I will discuss with the dean whether there are further modifications to be made to your technique, Gary responded. Then I shall take my leave. After bowing to Gary and Yi Tianjing, Gao Chen exited. During lunch in the dining hall, he engaged in casual conversation with Feng Lanjing. After finishing his meal, he entered the classroom. Observing two individuals laughing and chatting, he was unaware of the many male students cursing him for being defeated by Ma Gu Wu during a challenge, leaving him unable to fend for himself. Ignoring their glares, Gao Chen reflected that it would be better to practice techniques or magic rather than wallow in discontent, as that would yield more experience. After class, Gao Chen walked alongside Wang Yujie, who asked, How prepared are you? Many are hoping to see you trampled. Sister, rest assured, a mere Ma Gu Wu does not warrant my concern, Gao Chen replied, feeling an urge to impress her. Call me master. We are in the academy, Wang Yujie responded. Correcting, however, today, witnessing Gao Chen laughing and conversing amiably with Wang Yujie has left a profound wound on his masculine pride, or perhaps it has merely stoked the fires of jealousy within him. Upon realizing that the other party is merely a student, he immediately stepped forward, assuming the role of a mentor, and uttered the aforementioned words. That it is worth noting that Wang Yujie has yet to address him in such a manner. Yet who could have anticipated that Gao Chen would launch such a venomous remark right off the bat? How could he possibly endure it? You brat, what did you say? If you have guts, repeat that, Huang Changjun thundered, extending his hand towards Gao Chen, believing that capturing him would be a mere formality. Yet, the outcome was far from what he envisioned, as he hurled insults at Huang Changjun. Gao Chen swiftly employed a reconnaissance technique, retrieving the following information. Name: Huang Changjun, level 45, occupation, warrior, skills. Upon reviewing this data, Gao Chen quickly donned his gear, save for his helmet and clothing, and just as he finished outfitting himself, Huang Changjun's hand lunged toward him. In a flash, Gao Chen seized the joint of Huang Changjun's approaching hand with his left, and then swung his weapon, Inferno, with a flourish. The instant his hand was caught, Huang Changjun was momentarily stunned. Just then, Gao Chen's Inferno was already descending upon him, the ethereal white light flickering ominously, hinting at its lethal edge. In a flurry, he retaliated, his weapon moving to intercept Gao Chen's Inferno. At that moment, a clash of steel ensued, resulting in Huang Changjun's great sword being severed. Gao Chen deftly maneuvered behind Huang Changjun, his Inferno poised to strike again. That juncture, Huang Changjun's broken blade emitted a flash of azure light, indicating his intent to unleash a combat technique. Yet Gao Chen offered him no respite. His Inferno had already materialized before Huang Changjun. Should Huang Changjun choose to attack, Gao Chen would be unable to defend himself. Yet such an action would inevitably lead to his own demise. Hesitant to block with his fractured weapon, Huang Changjun opted to evade, widening the gap between them in an instant. In that moment, Gao Chen unleashed his Fury Wind Assassination Sword technique, striking Huang Changjun once more. Though Huang Changjun had retreated a meter away, believing himself to be at a safe distance, Gao Chen's sword light afforded him no opportunity to react. Piercing through his garments with lethal precision, with a fierce shout, he declared, Brat, it seems you truly seek death. Since you wish for it, I shall oblige. An ominous aura radiated from him, his hair swaying as if caught in a tempest. his visage a clear manifestation of unbridled rage, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a voice rang out behind him. Huang Changjun, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Today, I shall teach this disrespectful, arrogant pup a lesson. Huang Changjun paid no heed to Wang Yujie. Rather, her words only fueled his ire further, while Gao Chen braced himself for the confrontation. Wang Yujie, too, was ready to intervene. She was a formidable fourth-tier warrior, and indeed, her prowess surpassed that of Huang Changjun in that moment. A booming voice echoed through the corridor. I must see who possesses the audacity to discipline a disciple raised by Gary. Gary's thunderous voice reverberated as his imposing figure emerged before them. Gary, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to shield this disrespectful wretch? Or do you wish to engage in favoritism? Huang Changjun dared not underestimate Gary's presence, well aware of his brutish temperament and overwhelming strength. If angered, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. Yet he could not simply let this matter slide. Dare to claim my disciple is disrespectful? Then enlighten me on how he has shown such disregard. If you cannot articulate your claim, humph. Gary glared, his eyes aflame with intensity, clearly indicating that he would not tolerate an unsatisfactory response from Huang Changjun. Do you truly believe that a student who openly insults his mentor and engages in physical confrontation is not disrespectful? Huang Changjun retorted fearlessly. Upon hearing this, Gary turned his gaze to Gao Chen and demanded, Now, tell me, what transpired? If you truly are as disrespectful as he claims, I will hold you accountable. Gary, after all this time together, you should know whether I am disrespectful or not. Why not inquire with this mentor about who initiated the altercation first? Gao Chen replied, maintaining his composure. So it was you who struck first? Against a first-year student, you dared to attack first. Do you think my disciple is easy prey? That he would be subjected to your assaults? Gary's voice rose in fury, his fifth-tier aura bearing down upon Huang Changjun. I merely aimed to seize him, not to engage in combat. Besides, who provoked him to insult me? Under Gary's imposing presence, Huang Changjun's expression faltered as he spoke. Seize him? What a fine excuse. Perhaps I should allow you to seize me instead. Gary's demeanor suggested he was on the verge of action. Enough, Gary. Let this matter rest. Gao Chen has sustained no injuries. Wang Yujie interjected. Gary, there's no need for you to intervene. I will reclaim my honor in my own way, Gao Chen added. Gary snorted in acknowledgement and fell silent, while Huang Changjun also scoffed before turning to leave. As they watched Huang Changjun's figure fade from view, Wang Yujie remarked, You've grown, haven't you? Why do you keep stirring up trouble? Dear sister, this is not my fault. I merely assisted in swatting away a fly. Gao Chen feigned innocence. From now on, call me mentor. In private, I shall still call you sister. Hey, you little rascal, when did you start calling me sister? As the two bantered, Gary looked on in astonishment. Nonsense, you must have misheard, Gao Chen insisted earnestly. Get lost. You think I'm deaf? Misheard indeed. But I must admit, you've done well, Gary exclaimed with a mix of irritation and laughter. Mentor, allow me to treat you both to a meal, Gao Chen suggested, noticing Wang Yujie's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Very well. Let us go and dine, Gary responded with a smile, although Wang Yujie felt that his gaze upon her was somewhat unsettling. Gary, how can Gao Chen continue to stir up trouble like this? Shouldn't you have a serious conversation with him? Wang Yujie inquired as Gao Chen went to fetch their meals. I believe Gao Chen has acted commendably. How can that be deemed troublesome? A man should embody the essence of manhood, Gary replied dismissively. Thus, it is no wonder Gao Chen behaves this way. It clearly stems from your mentorship, Wang Yujie countered, her dissatisfaction evident. Am I not speaking the truth? To paraphrase this lad, if one fears everything, then what use is there in learning combat techniques? He might as well stick to being a scholar, Gary stated seriously. Do you believe he stands a chance against Ma Guwu in a match? Wang Yujie swiftly shifted the topic, unwilling to continue the debate with Gary. What did you think of his performance just now? Gary countered that he had intended to reveal that he had been defeated by Gao Chen despite using his second-tier strength, but refrained from doing so in the dining hall. It felt quite impressive, Gao Chen seems adept at seizing opportunities in battle. Wang Yujie replied after some contemplation. Considering Huang Changjun is a fourth-tier warrior, do you truly believe Gao Chen has a chance? Gary queried. Indeed, Wang Yujie conceded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Mentor, what are you two discussing? Gao Chen asked upon returning with their meals. I was pondering how swiftly your strength has escalated. I intend to observe how the devil mentor trains his students, Wang Yujie casually remarked. Ah, I see. Then let us eat first, Gao Chen suggested.